It's 10:44, Jenny Jane said, settling into the visitor's chair across from the desk. She crossed her legs elegantly, resting one hand on the armrest. We have 1 hour and 47 minutes until 12:30. Mr. Vidri, it's a pleasure to meet you. She lowered her voice, switching the position of her legs, and allowing a hint of a composed smile to play at her lips. Fixing Cesare Vidri with an intense gaze that bordered on mockery, she continued, Now, you have 1 hour and 47 minutes to convince me that you're an excellent agent. Cesari's demeanor remained unaltered, cold as ever, with only the slightest ripple at the tip of his nose and an almost imperceptible flicker in his eyes. Yet Jenny knew she had successfully piqued his interest. Very well, Cesare said. You've managed to capture my attention. Points for that. He pulled out a blank folder, snapping it open with a crisp sound. Maintaining his icy courtesy, he asked perfunctorily, Shall we begin formally now? 3.5 months earlier, Los Angeles. Jenny Jane, Li Mei, stared at herself in the mirror, motionless, her expression grave. It was a beautiful face. Jenny Jane was 20 years old, in the prime of a woman's beauty. Unlike her peers in the distant East, she had learned to apply makeup since 7th grade. 6 or 7 years of practice had enabled her to enhance her appearance significantly, achieving a gilding the lily effect. Even without makeup, Jenny Jane was undeniably attractive. Her features bore strong Germanic traces, the quintessential blonde with blue eyes, a high bridge nose, and deep-set eyes. Her features were sculpted, her eyes a brilliant emerald green, complemented by long, straight golden hair. At 5 feet 6 inches, 1.67 meters, and possessing a figure considered trim by Caucasian standards, Jenny Jane undoubtedly turned heads on the street. She even enjoyed the beautiful girl's privilege of bypassing queues at popular local nightclubs. Logically, she had no reason to wear such a serious expression. For a beauty like her, life should be anything but joyless. Yet she appeared distinctly unhappy. From her tightly pressed lips to her tense shoulder line, everything about Jenny Jane, or rather, Li Mei, indicated she was under immense pressure. Her distress wasn't without cause. She had traversed time and space, 2014 to 2001, Beijing to Los Angeles, Asian to Caucasian. It was the year 2001. Computers were just becoming ubiquitous, the internet was transforming people's lives, and bulky mobile phones were gradually being replaced by sleeker models. Steve Jobs had yet to launch the revolutionary iPhone, even the era-defining iPod wouldn't be released for a few more months. Li Mei, hailing from 2014, found herself somewhat unaccustomed to life in the early 21st century. This was an era devoid of Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook. The mainstream communication tools were ICQ and MSN, names that had grown ancient in the rapidly evolving tech world. If not for her temporal displacement to early 21st century America, Li Mei might never have recalled these terms or realized how much technology had altered her life, and just how inconvenient early 21st century living could be. Of course, this wasn't her most pressing concern. The greatest predicament was that she had gone to sleep in her Beijing home, only to wake up 13 years in the past, reborn into the body of this Caucasian beauty, complete with all her memories. Jenny Jane Jefferson, born in 1981, Social Security number 422-11-6742, hailed from a working-class family in Alabama. Her father was a convicted robber serving a sentence of over 100 years, incarcerated since Jenny Jane was 6. Her mother had abandoned the family, never making contact again. After her grandmother's death, Jenny Jane entered the social welfare system, growing up in various foster homes. She had completed high school 2 years ago and moved to Los Angeles in pursuit of an acting career, which had yet to materialize. Currently, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. Her recollections distilled to these few sentences, with Li Mei ruthlessly filtering out extraneous information like personal preferences and social relationships as useless data. In essence, Jenny Jane was much like the Beijing drifters in China's entertainment circle, a Hollywood drifter hoping to carve out a niche for herself in the industry based on her attractive appearance and youthful physique. Now, trapped in Jenny Jane's body, Li Mei's own background was as follows. Li Mei, born in 1982, identity card number omitted, came from a middle-class family in Hangzhou. Both parents were civil servants. She had been admitted to the Beijing Film Academy's acting department after the college entrance examination. During her studies, she began dating a businessman's son, 5 years her senior. After graduation, they married and had a child. At the time of her displacement, their child was 8 years old, and she was in the process of divorcing her husband. With her in-laws gradually relinquishing control and the company inherited by her husband, along with several properties in her name, she anticipated receiving over 30 million yuan in assets, including real estate, in the divorce settlement. At this point in time, their lives might not have diverged significantly, but a decade later, Jenny Jane could potentially find herself at the bottom of society with nothing to her name, while Li Mei would have been a financially secure single woman of means. The disparity between transitioning from Li Mei to Jenny Jane was indeed stark. If suicide could return her to her original body, she might already be standing on a rooftop. Returning to her original body, this was Jenny Jane's, or rather Li Mei's, most urgent desire. The reason she hadn't attempted it was that she knew suicide wouldn't take her back. For she hadn't been reborn without purpose, she had been reborn with a mission. Dominate Hollywood. These 5 vague words had come to her naturally when Li Mei first opened her eyes in Jenny Jane's body. On the day she dominated Hollywood, she would be free to choose whether or not to return. Setting aside the difficulty of dominating Hollywood, Li Mei immediately recognized the logical conflict upon regaining her senses. If she ever truly dominated Hollywood, wouldn't she have become a winner in life? Having reached that point, why would she want to go back? The next question that followed was, if she was here now, was there another Li Mei living in Hangzhou at the same time? What would happen if they were to meet? With Jenny Jane not in her own body, where had she gone? Had she entered Li Mei's body in the present? Of course, she had no way to verify this now. Firstly, even thinking about this problem gave her a physical headache. Secondly, even if she could endure the headache, she lacked the funds to buy a ticket to Beijing, let alone the likelihood that her impoverished status would preclude her from obtaining a Chinese visa. Jenny Jane was a high school graduate with a very average level of education. Her SAT score was less than half, and even if she could attend college, she lacked the tuition. Graduating from such a subpar institution would make it difficult to secure any high-level job, possibly earning less than as a coffee shop waitress. Li Mei herself was a performance arts student who had married into wealth immediately after university graduation, focusing her skills on keeping her husband's heart and accumulating her own savings, with virtually zero workability. Now possessing the memories of both and Li Mei's personality, let's continue calling her Jenny Jane. She needed to consider not finding Li Mei in China, but at least making something of herself and living a respectable life. Of course, in her grand plan, she would still try to see if she could dominate Hollywood and potentially return to her original life, although she still doubted that if she truly reached the point of dominating Hollywood, why she would want to go back at all. After 2 days of serving in the restaurant, Jenny Jane's desire to escape poverty was intense. She longed to secure a film contract immediately and begin her acting career. No matter how grueling and exhausting acting might be, it would surely be better than standing in a restaurant for 12 hours a day. The need to change her fate was urgent, with not a moment to lose. Jenny Jane told her reflection in the mirror, took a deep breath, then glanced at her watch before turning to leave and start her shift. Her lunch break was over, and the afternoon shift was beginning. Yes, for now, she was nothing more than a restaurant waitress.
Jenny, I've got a special treat for you today, Johnny winked at her from behind the bar. Coffee and pastry on the house. Thanks, John, Jenny replied, her shift finally over. After 8 hours on her feet, her legs throbbed with a dull ache. An Americano, no sugar or milk, and a seagull salad without dressing, please. Johnny eyed her curiously. Are you on a diet? Jenny, forgive me, but I don't see why that's necessary. Jenny merely smiled, offering no explanation as she accepted the packaged meal from Johnny's hands. She waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Johnny returned good-naturedly. Be kind to yourself, Jenny. Jenny exited the restaurant, bending to unlock her bicycle before mounting it and pedaling towards home. Her apartment wasn't far from the restaurant, and fortuitously lacked any significant hills, a rarity in the winding topography of Los Angeles. Li Mei had discovered this on her first day of work after awakening in this new life, promptly spending a day's wages at a second-hand market to purchase a bicycle. 20 minutes later, she arrived at her rented abode, a small one-bedroom apartment in a middle-aged building, devoid of elevators and roughly 2 decades old. Given America's high labor costs, the income disparity between white-collar and blue-collar workers was minimal. Jenny earned $80 base pay daily as a waitress, and her restaurant, which also sold specialty coffees, did brisk business. Working a double shift could net her over $200 a day, though it was grueling work. A single shift, including tips, typically brought in around $130, amounting to a monthly income of about $4,000. The 50-square-meter apartment, despite its proximity to Beverly Hills, was rent-controlled, costing only $600 per month, a kind of inheritance from Jenny's former life to Li Mei. The restaurant provided one meal, and if you were like Jenny, beautiful and sweet, attracting customers, the owner, Johnny, would be even more generous, often providing 2 meals or extra takeaway. Jenny rarely needed to spend money on food, even enjoying free coffee and hot dogs, staples of the American diet. After rent, she had few expenses. Given Los Angeles's cost of living, easily saving $2,000 a month on fruit, clothes, and cosmetics was achievable. However, Jenny Simple, like most Americans, lacked a savings mentality. As a beautiful Hollywood drifter with aspirations for the entertainment industry, she was unlikely to scrimp and save for the future. Li Mei was just grateful she hadn't accrued credit card debt, which was rare for American girls her age. Of course, Jenny Simple hadn't left Li Mei entirely without assets. She'd spent most of her wages on clothes and shoes. The small apartment's living room doubled as a closet, housing at least 100 pairs of shoes. The remainder went towards acting classes. When Li Mei took over Jenny's life, she was midway through a community college drama course. Other expenses were minimal. Though Jenny enjoyed nightclubbing with friends, her beauty afforded her certain privileges, as everyone understood. One couldn't deny that Jenny Simple was, in her way, an admirably ambitious girl. Despite harboring unrealistic dreams of fame, she lived earnestly, accumulating bit by bit to realize her aspirations. With some talent and lottery-winning luck, she might have carved out a place for herself in Hollywood. Now, however, the original Jenny had vanished, leaving Li Mei to pursue this dream of stardom in her stead. Upon returning home, Li Mei immediately changed into workout clothes. She paced the apartment, swiftly completing household chores. The brisk movement, coupled with some light warm-up exercises, soon had her body heating up. She powered on her newly acquired computer, opened Winamp, and began dancing to the pulsating Latin rhythms that filled the room. After an hour of Latin dance followed by 15 minutes of stretching and relaxation, her body reached its limit. Li Mei collapsed onto the floor, napping for about 20 minutes until a cool breeze roused her. She dragged herself up to shower and wash her hair, then began her meticulous evening skincare routine. Johnny had been right, her figure was remarkably proportionate and fit. At 5 feet 7 inches tall with a D-cup bust, Jenny typically wore size 4S clothing, which was quite rare among white women. She needn't have rushed to exercise and diet, simply avoiding overindulgence and maintaining her daily 8-hour standing routine would have sufficed to maintain her figure. But this applied only to ordinary people. For actresses, singers, models, or anyone tangentially connected to the entertainment industry and cameras, ordinary fitness was never enough. Due to modern film and television broadcast ratios and the conversion from 3 dimensions to 2, the adage that the camera adds 10 pounds wasn't just a platitude to comfort the overweight, it was a genuine phenomenon. In fact, the visual effect on camera could add more than 10 pounds. The human eye perceives in 3 dimensions, processing shadows and depth contours, but film and television images are 2-dimensional. This flattening effect invariably makes faces and figures appear fuller on screen. Consequently, to appear normal on camera, one's face must be smaller than average in real life. This was common knowledge in acting academies, which is why performers with naturally round faces or less defined features pushed themselves to lose weight. Those blessed with naturally chiseled features might exert less effort, but this didn't mean they could indulge freely. Any ambitious entertainment professional who didn't want to be typecast as overweight could rarely eat to satiation. The only question was how to starve oneself. This came at a cost, of course. Actors who appeared normal or thin on screen often had alarmingly small faces in reality and were little more than clothes hangers, frequently bordering on underweight. Health concerns aside, this posed challenges even in dating, as most people prefer to be with someone who looks normal, at least in appearance. Li Mei was fortunate. In her previous life, she'd lost weight for 4 years during her studies, but having a boyfriend who preferred a slightly curvier girlfriend meant she hadn't starved herself. After graduation, she'd naturally transitioned into life as a wealthy young wife. While mindful of maintaining her figure, her efforts paled in comparison to those in the entertainment industry. In this life, Jenny Simple appeared to be of pure Germanic descent, a lineage characterized by deep-set features and sculpted contours. While this heritage's drawback was premature aging, its advantage lay in how well it translated on camera, with natural shadowing that created a slimming effect. Age could be mitigated with makeup, but excess weight couldn't be hidden. When it came to on-camera appearances, one had to admit that Caucasians held a genetic advantage. Coupled with Western aesthetic standards that didn't fanatically pursue thinness, she needn't strive to transform herself into a skeletal figure or matchstick like her Chinese counterparts. She only needed to shed excess fat through rigorous exercise, maintaining a figure one size smaller than the average person to meet industry standards. In short, her short-term goal was to fit into size 2 clothing. She lacked the energy for additional gym sessions and couldn't afford a personal trainer. Fortunately, her habit of regular exercise to maintain her figure as a wealthy wife in her previous life, coupled with years of Latin dance as a hobby, allowed her to work out effectively at home. Skipping dinner, abstaining from sugar and milk, and saying no to salad dressing were all par for the course in weight loss, almost instinctive for Li Mei, who had rarely indulged in these even in her past life. 8-hour shifts, a 40-minute round-trip bicycle commute, and an hour and a half of exercise at home pushed Li Mei's body to its limits. After showering and briefly catching up on news, she fell into an exhausted sleep. The next morning at 6, her alarm jolted her awake. She rose promptly, drank water, went for an hour-long jog, showered upon return, and finally sat down to eat her most important meal of the day. She retrieved yesterday's packed salad, boiled 2 eggs, added a slice of poached chicken breast, and poured a large glass of milk. After devouring this hearty meal, her stomach finally felt satisfied. Li Mei marveled at how resilient this Caucasian body was. After such intense exercise, a good meal left her brimming with energy. With breakfast consumed and an hour and a half remaining before work, she didn't idle. Instead, she assumed a yoga position in the living room, set her alarm, took a deep breath, and activated her unique ability. As soon as her power engaged, Li Mei plunged into darkness. In a past life, Li Mei had been a layabout, whiling away her idle hours devouring web novels and their ubiquitous golden finger plot devices. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine such a trope would manifest in her own reality. As a reader, she'd often criticized authors for bestowing protagonists with powers too grand, rendering them invincible and draining narratives of their intrigue. Now, of course, Li Mei wouldn't dare complain about an overpowered ability. At the very least, she mused, a boon of infinite wealth would suffice. If this mysterious force proved particularly audacious, perhaps it might grant her interdimensional trading capabilities. Better still, a fully fledged system that unveiled new functions as she progressed towards her goals. Alas, her golden finger was laughably paltry compared to the literary heroes she'd once scorned. It boasted but a single function, activated by the simple act of closing her eyes and concentrating. Li Mei dubbed it the performance space, and with a mere thought, she'd find herself transported to a pitch-black void, surrounded by a whirlwind of floating DVD cases, any of which she could pluck from the air at will. This celestial film library was far from comprehensive. Li Mei possessed neither a complete global archive nor a glimpse into future releases. The majority of titles were culled from movies, TV shows, and stage productions she'd personally viewed, with a smattering of renowned works she'd heard of but never experienced. The collection was intrinsically tied to her own memories and cultural touchstones. Li Mei's golden finger, Function 1, reliving cherished classics at will. With a careless wave, she selected the 1997 blockbuster Titanic. An IMAX-sized screen materialized before her, bypassing opening credits to plunge directly into the epic tale. The space's temporal flow differed from the outside world, granting her 4 to 5 hours to savor the film at her leisure. Rather than watching from the beginning, she skipped to the heart-wrenching scene of Rose and Jack adrift in the frigid Atlantic. As the poignant exchange concluded, Li Mei murmured, "Begin simulation." In an instant, she found herself submerged in icy water. The weight of her Edwardian attire, now waterlogged, threatened to drag her under. Though the water wasn't truly freezing, the massive soundstage required industrial fans for air circulation. A gust of wind sent shivers cascading through her body as she clung to a wooden plank, barely able to lift her head. "Cold, isn't it?" The young Leonardo DiCaprio, Leo, floated mere inches away, his impossibly handsome visage a stark contrast to their dire circumstances. "Christ, I'm about to freeze my ass off. Thank God James finally agreed to let us shoot in warm water, or we'd both end up with pneumonia." Surrounding them, a sea of extras bobbed in the tepid pool. A phalanx of cameras captured the scene from every angle, dolly tracks skirted the water's edge, submersible rigs lurked beneath the surface, and a small army of crew members bustled about. The recreation was flawless, down to the smallest detail. In the distance, the king of the world himself, James Cameron, could be seen in heated discussion with another man, their expressions grave. This, then, was the Golden Finger's second function, recreating film sets with perfect fidelity. Li Mei had usurped Kate Winslet's role, and she offered Leo a wan smile without responding. From somewhere beyond, a booming voice called out, "All right, scene 293, take 6, second attempt. Action." "I'm so cold," Li Mei forced herself into character, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm so cold, Jack." "Listen, Rose," Leonardo's performance mirrored the film perfectly. "You're going to get out of here." The 5-minute dialogue passed in a blur. When the director neglected to call cut, Li Mei knew her predetermined time had elapsed. She found herself back in the performance space, now furnished with a comfortable sofa and basic decor. Settling in, she replayed the scene she'd just enacted. The iconic moment unfolded once more on the giant screen, but now Rose's face had been replaced with Li Mei's own. Golden Finger Function 3, producing a finished cut of the simulated scene. This wasn't merely raw footage, but a fully edited, scored, and effects-laden final product indistinguishable from the theatrical release. In essence, Li Mei was witnessing Titanic as if she'd been cast in the starring role. Should she choose, she could perform the entire film and watch her alternate version in its entirety. Li Mei, in this incarnation, possessed the striking features of a German beauty. Her figure was more willowy than the unfairly maligned fat Kate Winslet, who was, in fact, quite svelte during filming, victim only to the camera's tendency to add perceived weight. Yet as Li Mei scrutinized her performance, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Overacted, stiff, unnatural, she critiqued herself harshly. Abysmal line delivery. A failing grade, surely. Of course, such shortcomings were to be expected. No one could step into a leading role without preparation. For most actors, it would be a case of trying to run before learning to walk. While some prodigies might shine, acting remained a craft requiring diligent practice to achieve mastery. Without sufficient training, even donning royal robes couldn't transform one into believable royalty. Li Mei's performance was passable, considering her circumstances. In her previous life, she'd studied acting for 4 years, gaining some experience. But a decade of neglect had left those skills to atrophy. Now, with less than a month of renewed practice, her technique was understandably lacking. At least she managed to project some semblance of a leading lady's presence and convey the scene's emotional weight. An complete novice might have turned the dramatic moment into unintentional comedy, fumbling lines beyond recognition. After rewatching the scene twice more, Li Mei could stomach no more. Tossing aside the remote, she commanded, "Simulate scene," and found herself once again on the Titanic set. Leo's familiar greeting met her ears, "Cold, isn't it?" "Whatever," she muttered irritably, focusing inward to prepare herself. No matter how many times she repeated the simulation, Leo's lines and actions remained constant, unchanging. This time, as action rang out, Li Mei whispered, "Memory infusion." A torrent of hazy, complex recollections flooded her mind. In the span of a heartbeat, she relived Rose's entire life, the fall from aristocratic grace, a stifling upbringing, her mother's obsession with wealth and status, and the incandescent, all-too-brief romance with Jack. She was cold, trembling uncontrollably from both the chill and overwhelming fear. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she gazed upon her love. "Oh Jack, Jack, I'm so cold." "Listen, Rose." Leonardo clasped her hand, his eyes still alight with determination. "You're going to get out of this." Golden Finger Function 4, simulating a character's memories and emotions, what Li Mei considered the ability's true core. Broadly speaking, acting styles could be divided into method and technical approaches. Debating the superiority of one over the other was futile, results mattered more than methodology. Most drama schools taught technical acting, as method required a level of innate talent less amenable to instruction. Li Mei's Golden Finger, however, allowed her to fully inhabit a character, naturally embodying their emotional state within a given scene. In essence, it transformed her into the world's purest, most controlled method actor, though admittedly, within the confines of the performance space, she was the only actor in existence. She'd attempted to summon this power in the real world without success. Li Mei couldn't simply read a script and conjure a character's memories and feelings at will. Yet the Golden Finger's influence wasn't entirely confined to her mental realm. Emotions lingered after she returned to reality, fading gradually over time. This meant that with careful selection of familiar source material, she could employ method techniques for most scenes in her actual performances. It was this aspect that Li Mei saw as her trump card, her means to potentially conquer Hollywood. Without it, she might have abandoned such lofty aspirations, instead focusing on enhancing her beauty, scrimping and saving for university courses, and perhaps angling to ensnare a future lawyer as a wealthy husband. Failing that, she'd likely have sought more mundane employment. Thus far, she'd uncovered only these 4 functions of the performance space, all centered on a singular purpose, to make her a better actor. For Li Mei, her golden finger was laser-focused on acting prowess, albeit with significant limitations. Reviewing her emotion-infused performance, Li Mei remained unsatisfied. Even without directorial experience, she sensed that this latest attempt had swung too far in the opposite direction. Where before she'd been too restrained, unable to access the character's feelings, now her emotions overflowed, creating a disconnect with Leonardo's measured portrayal. So while this 4th function was indeed the cornerstone of her ability, it couldn't instantaneously transform Li Mei into a method acting virtuoso. Purity of emotion was one thing, masterful performance, quite another. After 4 more attempts, Li Mei finally produced a version of the pivotal scene that met her exacting standards. With a wave of her hand, she combined functions 3 and 1, commanding comparative playback. The screen split into 2 panels, displaying the original Kate Winslet alongside the performance spaces version with Li Mei. Both uttered the same plaintive words, "Oh, Jack." While Titanic was undoubtedly a cinematic masterpiece, it didn't demand the highest caliber of acting from its leads. Box office success hinged more on spectacle and chemistry than nuanced performances. A solidly above-average showing would suffice. By this metric, Li Mei felt her portrayal rivaled Winslet's. Despite the latter's Oscar-winning pedigree, the film simply hadn't provided opportunities for her to fully showcase her talent. And yet, Li Mei detected a subtle incongruity in her own version, an almost imperceptible discord that left her feeling the original remained superior, more natural. Where lay the problem? After 3 or 4 more side-by-side viewings, Li Mei reached her conclusion: the issue stemmed from blood and bearing. Li Mei, in this incarnation, was a German beauty, while Kate Winslet embodied the quintessential English Rose. For the role of Rose, a British aristocrat, Winslet possessed an inherent affinity. Her impeccable upper-class accent and innate classical grace lent Rose an added layer of authenticity and allure. Li Mei, though expertly made up, hailed from America in this scenario. She exuded a distinctly urban, New World energy that, at its core, clashed with Rose's Old World refinement. Even with a golden finger, one couldn't transcend the limitations of one's essential nature. Li Mei heaved a theatrical sigh. To carve out one's own place in the entertainment world, how Herculean a task it truly was. Though ensconced in the performance space, Li Mei could still perceive sounds from the outside world, phone rings, alarms, and the like. After reviewing her performance a final time, she heard her alarm clock blaring. Exiting the mental construct, she downed last night's extra-strong iced coffee, gathered her things, and pedaled off to work. The restaurant where Li Mei worked was called Hollywood Star, suggesting its proximity to the famed Hollywood district. Though the establishment fell well short of star-studded, with virtually no chance of celebrities dining there, its long-standing history and decent food gave it a modest charm, further highlighted by a few celebrity photos adorning its walls. Li Mei believed that Jean, her co-worker, was likely drawn to this place by the proximity to opportunity, the classic allure of being close to where dreams might come true. For Li Mei, her continued presence here wasn't born of ambition but rather necessity. The pay was reasonable. Despite encountering 2 self-proclaimed talent scouts within a month, she harbored no illusions. As someone who attended film school and still maintained ties with several industry peers post-graduation, she understood deeply that tales of street discoveries were largely fabricated. In the film industry's nascent days, perhaps there were indeed studio scouts wandering the streets, seeking young talent. But by 2001? Even the adult entertainment industry was fiercely competitive. No, the film industry didn't require talent scouts anymore. That role had shifted to the music and advertising sectors. Genuine scouts would leave fixed company numbers and business cards. Those accosting her at the restaurant were merely opportunists looking for a quick thrill, possibly even scheming money. Such scams, classic as they were, depicted as early as the 1920s in films like Chicago, where the protagonist Roxy was seduced by a smooth-talking salesman pretending to be a producer's relative, still thrived. Los Angeles was teeming with hopefuls dreaming of stardom, each one believing they were destined for greatness, much like Jean. Another waitress at Hollywood Star held similar aspirations, more grounded, aiming to break into ads first, capturing hearts before eyeing TV roles. It was a sound plan, though to Li Mei, utterly inconsequential. She simply didn't have the luxury of time. Having traveled back from 2014 to 2001, Li Mei had an advantage, foreknowledge of the entertainment landscape. Yet, 14 years was all she had to leverage this to her benefit. She couldn't afford the gradual climb from TV to film, a rare path to success in Hollywood. The incessant years of a hit sitcom like Friends could typecast an actor, making it harder to transition, never mind the challenges of moving from the small screen to the silver one. True, no one ascended to Hollywood's apex by starting as an ad model or a singer. Dominating Hollywood meant films, straight to the marquee, a daunting task but her only chance of turning foresight into a modicum of success. The daunting how of reaching the peak? Li Mei hadn't dared think that far ahead, unsure even how to quantify success. Even her immediate goal of acting in films seemed dauntingly distant. Jean cheerfully served patrons, earning generous tips with a practiced smile. With most of those in her charge now deep into their meals, she retreated to rest her aching legs by the sideboard and pondered her strategies. To become an actor, she needed an agent. Someone who had access to auditions, who could network on her behalf, securing her places to showcase her skills. But good agents were choosy, their eyes sharp as falcons. Most would likely only land her minor roles in television at best, if she was lucky and deemed promising. Unlucky? She'd find herself advised into modeling or small televisual parts instead. This wasn't mere pickiness. In the entertainment world, one's debut had weight, a first film role, however minor or in an independent never meant for release, led to greater opportunities. It opened doors to supporting roles in indie productions, small leads, and eventually larger supporting roles or leads. This was the grind, the stepped ladder that even Oscar winners climbed unless they leaped by sheer providence. The conundrum, of course, was this: securing a film audition meant finding a higher-tier agent, those who held lofty expectations. Yet, Li Mei lacked distinguishing credentials, her so-called golden touch for acting still unseen by the world. The acting guild presented its own vicious circle, as beneficial as their protections and introductions could be. Joining required an actual acting contract that paid well, in itself hard to come by without union membership. For an outsider like Li Mei, without influential networks, breaking into the tightly held circle of Hollywood felt near impossible. Yet, none of this was surprising. Were it easy, the industry would have long been overrun. High rewards necessitated high barriers. Or so it felt, standing on the outskirts of this revered artistic echelon. Jean herself confessed that modeling might suffice, sending photos around could easily catch a magazine's eye. As the lunchtime rush peaked around 12, Jean, dishes in hand, collected a circuit of tips, thoughts still preoccupied with her trajectory. Her talent, though precocious, lacked the prodigious snap required. She was far from being poised with all the answers. Perhaps she could simply not return. Begin with modeling, transition to television, her latent talent assured at least a livelihood. Her son remained her primary motive, yet rationally, he was well cared for by his father and grandparents, financially and emotionally secure, a consolation, if meager, when contemplating failure. Still, this was a scenario she hoped was distant and improbable. Ideally, she wished for swift success and a prompt return. But breaking this circle seemed unfathomable. For now, maintaining her physique for the camera and waiting patiently for the right chance was all she could manage. If all else failed, she'd start at a community theater. The competition there, though fierce, was less financially rewarding, offering lower entry barriers. A minor role in community theater could pave her way into major productions. Even supporting characters would yield the connections necessary for further prospects. Post-lunch, Jean earned her brief respite, though the afternoon promised more customers seeking coffee and small comforts. Perched behind the bar, she occasionally assisted, her presence still necessary. For lunch, she settled on her old faithful, a chicken salad, steadfastly avoiding calorific dressings. Many women misled themselves into believing salads equated dieting, ignorant of the substantial calories in the dressings rivaling a hefty steak. Jean, resolute in her slimming endeavor, spared herself no quarter. Adopting plain tastes further, she relinquished sweet beverages. Drinks in America, rampant with inexpensive corn syrup, had threateningly high sodium, pushing salt intake beyond healthy limits unnoticed. Regular cola quaffers impaired their health without realizing. America's food deserts abounded with those willing to compromise, purchasing sugary fluids cheaper than water, but at steep physical costs. Naturally, the middle class understood the risks of sugar-laden drinks, yet entrenched dietary habits made weight management an exacting challenge. Health here demanded near ascetic commitment. Johnny saw Jean's narrow diet and shook his head disapprovingly. Such extreme dieting will have you swooning, Jenny. What's gotten into you? You used to devour my devil's cake every day, claiming it was your lifeline. Now, no cakes, not even a burger. On her first shift, she had sampled the restaurant's famed devil's cake, though unable to finish due to its overwhelming sweetness. America's desserts dwarfed those in sweetness compared to her Chinese palate. Even half-rendered rejection, an unexpected symptom of her transplanted senses. As for hamburgers, their mustard and mayo were calorific bastions. Nearly all sauces encountered were sugar and salt-laden, with store-bought pasta sauces having sugar content surpassing that of 2 Oreos per spoonful. Jean nodded, smiling. I might have an audition, Johnny, so I'm trimming down. Johnny sighed, patting her shoulder. I don't know if I should hope you succeed or not. He wasn't surprised by Jean's Hollywood aspirations. In Los Angeles, so near its heart, they were practically unremarkable. But her taste inherited from Li Mei adjusted well to a blander diet. Hunger, a near constant, came with little regard for comfort, its sharp pull tolerated from long familiarity. Jean meticulously devoured her salad, watching new customers enter through the serving window, brushing off her dress before saying, Kevin, I'll take this one. Her colleague, Kevin, the matching waiter, was still eating and gave her a grateful look for her assistance. Jean paid it no mind, picking up the menu. Adjusting her cheerful face in the mirrored pillars throughout before gliding over to the window seats. Hi, good afternoon. Afternoon. Her customer beamed, mirroring her warmth. The usual? Jean checked. For 7 straight afternoons, he'd come for the same drink she remembered, a waiter's trick for thrice the tips. The usual, he confirmed. Jean returned with a mocha, unsweetened, double milk topped with a heap of cream and dusted with cinnamon, remarking, nice day today, good mood, too. I've had a lovely day, how about you? His eyes glistened with contentment. Casual chat served more than tips today. She shrugged, got an audition in a couple of days, a bit nervous lately. Otherwise, all's fine. He paused, then nodded with recognition. A city of dreamers, Los Angeles, is it? My dreams aren't unfolding as I'd hoped, she lamented, gesturing at her uniform before grinning at her customer, anyhow. Dave, he offered. Anyway, Dave, have a great day, Jean winked, another fleeting smile tinged with something more genuine, if you need anything, just let me know. And with that, she sashayed away, ingeniously monitoring Dave through the mirrored decor scattered about the restaurant. He was watching her go. A good sign. Jean mused that maybe she'd better stick to daytime shifts for the next week. Dave Jensen, Jenny Jane noticed him after he had been frequenting Hollywood Star for 3 consecutive days. He would arrive at 2 p.m. daily, have a coffee, make some phone calls, occasionally peruse a few documents, then disappear into the building across from Hollywood Star. He was likely in his 30s, balding prematurely, somewhat portly, and dressed casually, always in a jacket and various styles of flannel trousers. He looked like one of those down-on-their-luck agents ubiquitous in Hollywood, too impoverished to afford a decent suit. Jessica, the other head waitress at Hollywood Star, had a poor impression of him, as Dave had once clumsily attempted to flirt with her, only to be mercilessly rejected. Jenny Jane and Jessica had discussed him once. During their break, Jessica ducked into the alley for a smoke, and Jenny Jane followed. Jessica offered her a cigarette, which Jenny held but didn't light. Probably some small-time agent trying to score roles for his actors, Jessica exhaled, nodding towards the 6-story building across the street. Her tone betrayed a hint of envy, and no small amount of jealousy. Looks like there's action over there again. Lots of bitches coming and going. In Los Angeles, the entertainment industry was a major economic pillar. The office building opposite Hollywood Star had leased a floor to Warner Brothers Television's production department. While foot traffic was usually normal, it would become quite lively during specific times of the year, bringing a small boom to Hollywood Star's business. These specific times generally referred to the pre-production phase of a new series. Typically, pre-production for fall-season American TV shows would occur between May and June. Once the script outline passed executive approval, the production department would begin assembling the crew. Apart from the leads, who were often already selected, many supporting roles required auditions. Hollywood Star's location, close to Hollywood but with relatively cheap rent, made it an ideal, cost-effective spot for auditions. Must be audition season, Jenny said simply, pocketing the cigarette. You're not going to try your luck? Jessica's reason for settling for Hollywood Star was its proximity to Warner Brothers' audition location, which she viewed as her launchpad to stardom. However, after a year of working here, she'd only managed to sleep with a few security guards from across the street, failing to successfully connect with any casting department heads. Without connections to department heads, one couldn't enter any casting director's selection pool. Showing up uninvited to submit a resume would only result in being escorted out by security. Jessica had wasted a year's effort and had to abandon her attempts to break into television. In recent months, she'd begun actively applying for print modeling jobs and had contacted a modeling agent. Jenny's mention of her past disappointments darkened Jessica's mood. "You're not smoking?" "My shift's about to start," Jenny explained. Jenny Jane sometimes smoked, but Lee May didn't. Jessica ignored her explanation. "If you're not smoking, give it back." Jenny shrugged and returned the cigarette to Jessica. "I should head in." "Hey, Jess." Jessica raised an eyebrow, her expression still cold. "I know you have an audition next week." "Good luck," Jenny raised her fist. Jessica's face softened, and she bumped fists with Jenny. "You too, sister." Jenny smiled briefly before turning to enter the diner. About 5 minutes later, she saw Dave push through the door and went to serve him, taking Jessica's place. "Hi." Dave was clearly looking for Jessica, his response distracted. "Hi." Jenny handed him the menu. Dave absent-mindedly flipped through it several times, but Jenny didn't mind. The longer she stood beside Dave, the clearer she could see the text on the folder, though it was upside down and only half pulled from his briefcase. Jenny, or rather Lee May, had a remarkable talent for reading inverted text. This skill was courtesy of her ex-husband. To interrupt, or rather prolong, her ex-husband's affair, Lee May had painstakingly practiced this trick. Eventually, her proficiency reached a level where she could read clearly with just a glimpse from her peripheral vision. She primarily used this skill to sneak peeks at her ex-husband's phone. It seemed Jessica had missed out on a golden opportunity this time. Jenny thought, rereading the few lines of English, May 13th audition schedule, Office 1, Vampire Slayer Boo. She didn't need to see the rest to know this was for the new season casting of WB's hit TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer. According to the production schedule, Buffy should start filming in July. They would cast some regular characters in May, make some script adjustments, and be ready to start shooting when the main cast returned in July. Having such a document and coming here every day, he couldn't simply be an actor's agent. He must be the casting director for Buffy, or even higher up, perhaps a writer or producer for the show. If she could establish a connection at this level, securing a guest role on the show should be effortless. Though Jenny Jane had some reservations about this method of breaking into showbiz, that was only because she had a lofty goal of conquering Hollywood. The reality was, for a waitress like her, such a resource was too valuable to pass up, regardless of how it was used. Even if she wasn't interested in television, she could ask him to introduce industry friends who could find her an agent, or even directly introduce her for a small role in a Warner Brothers film production. This was the beginning of Jenny's interest in Dave. Over the next few days, she discreetly learned Dave's full name and confirmed his identity through overheard phone calls. Due to the 2012 blockbuster The Avengers, she had a strong impression of Joss Whedon and had done some research. One of Joss's signature works was this endlessly charming Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Dave had mentioned Joss's name in several of his phone calls. This was a valuable resource. Landing in Hollywood star could be seen as either a twist of fate or the result of Jenny Jane's multifaceted efforts. There was a reason so many people flocked to Hollywood, and once you secured a good location, opportunities were bound to arise nearby. But recognizing and seizing those opportunities depended on the individual. Jenny Jane didn't lower herself to fawning over Dave. Instead, she took the casual conversation route. This was normal in all restaurants. For the sake of tips, servers often engaged in small talk with customers. For the first 3 days of Dave's visits, Jessica had served him. On the 4th day, Jenny just greeted him. On the 5th day, they chatted about the weather. The 6th day, they discussed Dave's dog. On the 7th day, they talked about Jenny's audition. Now Dave had grown accustomed to her service. On the 8th day, they discussed Jenny Jane's fictional audition. Jenny told him it fell through. They've already found the eye candy girl they wanted. Oh. Dave said sympathetically. Jenny gave him a brave smile. If you want to encourage me, tell me I'd make a great eye candy. Dave laughed. Darling, you're far more than just eye candy dash. Jenny put her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Dave raised his hands in surrender. Okay, you'd make great eye candy. Jenny lowered her hands and laughed along with Dave. Thank you, I feel much more confident now. That day, Dave left a 30% tip. On the 9th day, Jenny asked Dave if he was working here permanently now. Dave told her he lived in New York, and this was just a short-term gig. He'd be heading back next Wednesday. But he still didn't reveal his profession. There were 6 days left until next Wednesday. Jenny Jane maintained her smile, not feeling rushed. She wasn't desperate enough to cling to every opportunity that came her way. After calculating the time, on the 10th day, she spoke with Johnny and used a day from the 2 weeks of vacation she had accumulated. On the 11th day, Dave arrived half an hour earlier than usual. He seemed distracted until he saw Jenny and broke into a smile. Hi, Jenny smiled at him as usual. The usual? Dave blurted out, yesterday when I came, Jessica served me. His tone was somewhat accusatory, as if flirting with Jessica hadn't been one of his initial reasons for coming here. I had the day off yesterday, Jenny said, amused. I hope you weren't mistreated. Dave made a non-committal expression. Jenny laughed and returned to the bar, bringing not only coffee but also a muffin. On the house, to make up for yesterday, she said, winking at Dave. Let me know if you need anything. When it was time to pay, Dave still left a 30% tip. He was a bit nervous but bravely looked Jenny in the eyes. You said I could call you for anything. That's right, Jenny said. But I don't have your number, Dave said, stumbling over his words before quickly explaining, how can I call you without your number? Jenny had been dropping this double entendre on Dave every day, essentially laying out a super high ladder for him. Now that he was finally climbing down that ladder, he was still trembling with fear. This man was adorably innocent. Jenny couldn't help but smile. Now, she genuinely liked Dave a little. Should I say I'm glad you finally asked, or should I say oh my, I never thought of that? She pulled out a pen but held it in mid-air, deliberately putting on a thoughtful expression. Dave stammered, the former, please, oh please let it be the former. You really don't need to be so nervous, Jenny chuckled, jotting down her phone number on the back of the receipt. For anything at all dash. She made a phone gesture, wiggling it by her ear. Picking up the coffee cup and muffin plate, she began to walk back. She noticed Dave watching her retreating figure until she ducked behind the bar. Did he ask you out? Johnny asked, gossip hungry. Tell me you turned him down. Look at him, he's a loser. He's not good enough for you. Jenny just smiled without saying a word. Dave called that very evening to ask her out to dinner. As the Hollywood star's shift system encompassed 3 distinct periods, Li Mei typically opted for the midday slot, which straddled the lucrative lunch and dinner hours. However, on this particular day, she had deliberately chosen the early shift to accommodate an evening rendezvous with Dave. Perhaps it was shyness that kept Dave from the cafe that morning. When he finally appeared for their date, he was 2 minutes late and full of stammering apologies, though bereft of any convincing excuse. Li Mei, however, required no explanation. One glance at his ill-fitting suit and meticulously overcombed hair told her all she needed to know. For a casting director who had spent years navigating the treacherous waters of show business, Dave's naivete was both surprising and oddly endearing. The caliber of restaurant you've chosen is apology enough, she teased, her eyes twinkling. Securing a table at Scarpetta is worthy of at least one kiss. Scarpetta, its name derived from the Italian term for eat every last morsel, was a culinary gem nestled in the heart of Beverly Hills. A meal that could easily devour 2 days of Li Mei's wages, more if they indulged in fine wine. As a renowned establishment, reservations were notoriously difficult to come by, particularly for the coveted window seats that offered a panoramic view of the city's glittering landscape. Li Mei's praise visibly buoyed Dave's confidence, though his inherent modesty prevented him from taking full credit. Truth be told, I had a well-connected friend pull some strings, he admitted sheepishly. Well, Li Mei replied, her voice rich with amusement, having friends in high places speaks volumes about you, doesn't it? Even as the words left her lips, she inwardly cringed at the blatant flattery. But for Dave, whose self-assurance seemed as fragile as spun glass, such encouragement was necessary to coax him out of his shell. After Li Mei's second compliment, he relaxed enough to attempt a joke of his own. If I'm so impressive, then you must be the true apex predator of this social food chain to have me at your beck and call. Li Mei's laughter rang out, genuine and warm, and Dave joined in, the tension between them dissipating like mist in the morning sun. As they perused the menu, Li Mei found herself acutely aware of the mouth-watering aromas wafting from nearby tables. It had been an age since she'd allowed herself the luxury of a truly satisfying meal. Yet, as her eyes roamed over the decadent offerings of foie gras, rich sauces, and elaborate desserts, her mind reflexively calculated the grueling hours of exercise required to burn off such indulgences. In the end, she settled for a salad and a modest dessert, while Dave ordered more substantially and selected a bottle of red wine to accompany their meal. You really should eat more, Dave observed, nudging the bread basket towards her. Even for an aspiring actress, you're on the thin side. Li Mei deflected with a rueful smile. My bank account dictates my portion sizes, I'm afraid. Dave's expression shifted, but before he could interject, Li Mei smoothly continued, I know you want to treat me, but this should be a mutual decision, don't you think? If I feel it's appropriate, I'll let you pick up the tab. The unspoken implication hung in the air between them, and Dave's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Li Mei cocked her head, studying him with newfound curiosity. You don't date much, do you? As Dave recounted the tale of his high school sweetheart turned ex-wife, Li Mei found herself filling in the blanks before he even spoke them. The faint indentation on his ring finger had already told her most of the story, a familiar narrative of young love weathering life's storms, only to founder on the rocks of incompatibility. No children, but a dog that went to the ex-wife in the divorce settlement. Now, after months of healing, Dave was cautiously dipping his toes back into the dating pool. Well, Li Mei said, her tone light but her eyes searching, I suppose I should feel honored to be your re-entry into the world of romance after 17 years. Dave's gaze softened as he regarded her. You're not the first date, he admitted, but you're certainly the first one that's felt truly promising. As their conversation meandered through topics both personal and professional, Li Mei found herself grudgingly impressed by Dave's earnestness and depth. He was, she realized, a far cry from the jaded, smooth-talking actors she usually encountered. There was something refreshingly genuine about his awkwardness, his transparent desire to make a good impression. When the check arrived, Dave insisted on paying, and after a moment's deliberation, Li Mei acquiesced with a gracious smile. His barely contained elation at this small victory was both amusing and oddly touching. They walked back to her apartment, the 15 blocks passing in a blur of easy conversation and shared laughter. At her doorstep, Dave's reluctance to say goodnight was palpable, but Li Mei gently rebuffed his unspoken invitation. I'm not the kind of girl who invites men up for coffee on the first date, she said, her tone light but firm. As she ascended the stairs to her apartment, Li Mei glanced back to find Dave still standing on the sidewalk, gazing up at her with an expression of such unguarded hope that she felt a sudden, sharp pang of guilt. But she pushed the feeling aside, offering him one last smile and wave before disappearing into the building. The next day, true to his word, Dave appeared at the cafe. Though the bustling lunch rush left little time for conversation, Li Mei managed to catch his eye as he was paying. Just leave 3% for the tip, she murmured. That's the portion that goes to the rest of the staff. Dave's brow furrowed in confusion. But friends don't need to tip friends, Li Mei explained with a wink, leaving Dave stammering and flushed once more. That evening, Dave called to arrange another date, their last before his return to New York. Li Mei agreed, carefully balancing enthusiasm with restraint. For their second outing, she allowed herself a touch more glamour, a hint of perfume, a slightly more revealing dress. The conversation flowed as easily as it had before, though Li Mei still deftly steered clear of any mention of auditions or her acting aspirations. As Dave walked her home for the second time, his voice took on a melancholy note. You know, I'm heading back to New York tomorrow. Li Mei let a note of regret color her response. But you'll be back in LA soon, won't you? In about 2 months, Dave confirmed, his tone brightening slightly. When we start principal photography. So, see you then? Li Mei linked her arm through his, her smile warm but measured. See you in 2 months. This time, Dave's goodbye was even more reluctant, but Li Mei held firm. She was not, after all, the kind of girl to invite a man up after just 2 dates, no matter how charming he might be. The following day, Johnny at the cafe noted Dave's absence with a knowing smirk, but Li Mei merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying any implications. Life resumed its normal rhythm. Li Mei continued her relentless diet and exercise regimen, neither overly anxious nor particularly hopeful about the future. Even if nothing more came of her encounters with Dave, she had enjoyed 2 pleasant evenings, good food, fine wine, and stimulating conversation. Dave, for all his initial awkwardness, had proven to be far more interesting company than many of the polished, self-absorbed actors she typically encountered. A month passed, and Li Mei found herself fitting into her coveted size 2 dress. She began to research local theater companies and playhouses, areas of the industry she had previously overlooked in her single-minded pursuit of screen acting. 6 weeks after their last meeting, her phone rang. Li Mei fished it out of her apron pocket, her heart skipping a beat as she recognized the number. Dave's voice came through breathless and urgent. Listen, Jenny, I need your resume and headshot. Right now. Do you have email? Send them to me immediately. As she hung up the phone, Li Mei allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. The real work, she knew, was just beginning. Fortune smiled upon Los Angeles in 2001, where computers had become commonplace. The manager's office at Hollywood Star boasted one with internet access. And it was equally fortuitous that Jenny Jane had always been a model employee, never late or leaving early. So despite Johnny's slightly sour expression, he unlocked the office and allowed her to send the email. Don't make a habit of this, he warned, and keep it to yourself. Jenny flashed him a coy smile. Thanks, old Johnny. Your secret's safe with me too. Johnny grunted, if you mean Jessica, don't worry. I'm not looking to dig my own grave. It wasn't that Jessica was particularly thin-skinned. Rather, from Johnny's perspective, he naturally wanted both of his star waitresses to stick around as long as possible. Jenny's progress would undoubtedly rattle Jessica, potentially hastening her departure from Hollywood star. Jenny was all too familiar with such competitive psychology, and it seemed Johnny was no stranger to it either. After confirming Dave's receipt of the message, Jenny refrained from further inquiry and returned to work. Only when her shift ended did she call Dave. "It's CSI," Dave blurted out as soon as he answered, his voice tinged with excitement. "They need a criminal, someone with specific physical attributes and some acting chops. They originally booked Kirsten Dunst, but she's unavailable now. They need an immediate replacement. It's the season 2 premiere, so everything has to be perfect. They're holding another audition. I've got a friend in the production team, just chatted with him about it, I recommended you. A guest spot on CSI?" This was a promising opportunity. Jenny's spirits lifted. "Dave, I'm at a loss for words." "Save them," Dave chuckled on the other end. "It's just a chance, and whether your resume makes it through the initial screening is anyone's guess. Too bad I'll be in New York on audition day and can't be there. Best of luck to you." They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Jenny hung up. She gazed pensively at her phone for a moment before tucking it into her pocket. She truly hadn't expected Dave's connection to bear fruit so soon. By her calculations, the new season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer would bring opportunities for minor roles to be cast just before each episode's production, the proverbial one-episode extras. Roles significant enough to warrant pre-season additions were typically supporting characters with some weight. Most extras were recruited after scripts were finalized, with each episode bringing fresh opportunities for bit parts. If Dave hadn't been reassigned and remained the casting associate director, he would have come to Los Angeles to assist with production. At that point, she could have secured 1 or 2 guest spots, officially marking Jenny Jane's Body's entry into the industry. Afterward, she could have tried for supporting roles in independent films, potentially joining the Actors Union and finding an agent. Unexpectedly, before Buffy even began filming, Dave had presented her with an audition opportunity for a special criminal role on CSI. Although he cautioned that her resume would determine whether she'd get an interview, Lee May's understanding of the entertainment industry suggested that with Dave's recommendation as a casting associate director, she was guaranteed at least one interview opportunity. Such nepotism was universal, transcending time and borders. As long as Dave's friend truly valued their friendship, how could he not extend this small courtesy? But Dave himself was unaware of the role type, and while Jenny had heard of CSI's renowned reputation, she hadn't watched the show in her previous life due to her aversion to gory scenes. Her memory space lacked information about it as well. So she could only broadly hone her acting skills while awaiting further details. About 3 days later, she received a call about the audition. They provided her with the time, location, and a brief description of the role requirements. Even Jenny felt a twinge of nervousness at this point. Although she was well-versed in certain industry practices, in her previous life she had married shortly after college graduation and had barely participated in any auditions. The few she had attended were mostly casual affairs with college classmates. This was her first experience of pinning all her hopes on a single audition. No wonder the incidence of psychological issues was particularly high among those in the entertainment industry. Anyone would be prone to mental instability after experiencing the roller coaster of hope and rejection multiple times. It was also understandable why Jessica particularly disliked discussing her audition experiences. Despite her popularity at Hollywood star and often receiving more tips than Jenny, each failed audition undoubtedly meant rejection and a blow to her self-esteem. With such a stark contrast, it was no surprise she didn't enjoy talking about it. On the day of the audition, Jenny had arranged for time off. She went to bed early the night before, calculated her timing precisely, and arrived punctually at the CBS television network's casting department. After providing her name and the contact number she'd been given, the receptionist verified her information and issued her a visitor's pass. With this, Jenny Jane entered the bustling casting department. The office building was expansive and spacious, with many people hurriedly brushing past her. No one paid particular attention to Jenny. Despite her exceptional beauty, pretty girls were commonplace at CBS, especially in the casting department. When Jenny reached audition room 3, she was taken aback. At least a dozen blonde girls were seated there, all attractive and in the bloom of youth. The audition room was arranged much like a hospital, with a spacious waiting area outside. Jenny mused that it resembled the waiting room of an eccentric plastic surgeon's office, then felt a twinge of alarm at the number of people. For just one special guest role in a single episode, there were already more than 10 competitors, most of them quite attractive. The competition in Hollywood was indeed several times fiercer than in the Chinese entertainment industry. She approached the office door, registered her name with a secretary, then took a copy of the audition script and sat down to review it. She had no inclination to chat with the other auditioning actresses. They were all her competitors, nameless nobodies eager for fame, not established actors who had found their footing in Hollywood. Engaging with them excessively would be a waste of energy. She already knew she would be playing a cunning and ruthless female star with a complex backstory, a premeditated murderer who cleverly concealed evidence and managed to evade the CSI team. This explained why the production team had initially invited a more experienced actress for the guest role. It was the kind of character that could easily be mishandled by a typical extra. Jenny surmised that if it weren't for the imminent filming schedule and their inability to find a suitable guest star, such a demanding role wouldn't have been opened up to lower-tier actors. From the script she received, it was clear that the scene offered room for interpretation. Though brief and with limited dialogue, it was charged with tension and required a certain level of acting skill. In the dressing room, Nick produces an evidence bag containing the victim's blood-stained gloves. "Nick, you know what this is." Juanita, elegantly dressed, is touching up her makeup. She regards Nick coldly in the mirror, her tone bored and disinterested. "Juanita, those are Judy's gloves. What are you trying to prove?" Over 100 people recognized them. She was wearing them when she died. We all saw it. Nick, yes, these are Judy's gloves. She was wearing them when she died, in the wardrobe room 100 yards away. She received a fatal stab wound and, in her panic, clutched at the injury. That's why they're covered in her blood. But we can't find the primary crime scene. The blood spatter in the wardrobe room is too limited, there's no spray pattern. The killer dragged her there from the initial site, then cleaned up the blood meticulously. We couldn't find much evidence. Juanita affects a bored expression. Nick, we searched your dressing room. No blood reaction. Juanita, you're wasting my time, officer. I have an important interview now. Vogue, you know? Vogue. Nick, however, Ms. Juanita, I'm here today to share some good news. Judy left more than just her blood at the primary scene. We've deduced this was a crime committed by someone she knew, happening suddenly. After being stabbed, Judy fought hard with her attacker, likely leaving some marks on the perpetrator. Juanita and Nick both glance at a wound on Juanita's shoulder. Nick, and these are cashmere gloves. There are tear marks on the fingertips and palms. Judy quickly lost her ability to resist due to rapid blood loss. As she fell to her knees, she tried to find support but ultimately failed. However, this process left us with crucial evidence: wool fibers. At the primary scene, she left behind evidence sufficient for conviction: bloody wool fibers. Juanita's expression subtly shifts, and she involuntarily glances towards a rough decorative wall. Nick swiftly moves to the wall, turning on his flashlight to examine it closely, but finds nothing. The wall is immaculate, without a trace. Nick looks back at Juanita. Their eyes meet in the mirror, and Juanita displays a smug, subtle, and cunning smile. Juanita rises, gliding towards Nick. She reaches for the evidence bag, but Nick hides it behind his back. Juanita continues to raise her hand, gently caressing Nick's cheek, stepping closer, almost planting a kiss on his lips. Juanita, I told you, I have a very important interview. You have my search warrant, officer. Please, go ahead. Nick grits his teeth as Juanita flashes an enigmatic smile and slowly departs. From the script, it's clear that there's sexual tension between Juanita and Nick, and she's extremely confident about her crime, not believing Nick can find sufficient evidence. Nick also realizes he's been toyed with by Juanita. In just over a dozen lines of dialogue, the power dynamic and intensity between the two constantly shift, creating a highly charged scene between them. Appearing towards the end of the episode, it's perfectly timed. The challenge in portraying Juanita lies in conveying her overwhelming self-assurance and exceptional acting skills, in other words, bringing out the star quality in this character. From what Jenny recalled, CSI was CBS's flagship series. She had researched it over the past few days and confirmed that the show's first season consistently ranked first or second in nationwide ratings, with viewership exceeding 20 million. As the premiere of the new season, it was likely to see a slight surge in viewers. Playing a seductive, morally ambiguous beauty queen who shared intense sexual chemistry with the lead in such an episode was an opportunity that even actresses who had already played substantial supporting roles wouldn't take lightly. Jenny glanced around the room and indeed spotted one or two vaguely familiar faces. I'm sorry you've come here in vain, she silently apologized in her heart. This role is mine. Yes, for this role that seemed tailor-made for her, Li Mei was determined and confident in her ability to secure it. Jenny had no idea if Dave's friend was sitting at the casting table. The 4 members conducting the audition all looked very serious, seemingly weary from unprofessional interviewees. The woman seated in the center glanced at her resume, then visibly raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Who put her on the list?" she asked, not bothering to lower her voice. But Jenny took no offense, she knew her qualifications were lacking. A middle-aged man who resembled Dave somewhat, perhaps his friend, Jenny surmised, spoke up. "Jenny, could you introduce yourself?" After Jenny gave some basic information, the man asked her to smile at the camera and make some expressions. To the casual observer, there's often little remarkable about the acting profession. Even the greatest actors' performances are far from flawless. It's like the Chinese national soccer team, everyone thinks they could do better, itching to get on the field themselves. This is a major pitfall of television. On screen, everything looks easy. Even activities requiring professional training seem simple, let alone merely reciting lines for a camera. Of course, nearly everything is easier said than done. Even just smiling and emoting for a camera takes most people considerable time to master, to bear oneself before a strange cylindrical device and the scrutinizing gazes behind it. Acting demands tremendous confidence and courage. A shy person can never reveal their natural self before a crowd of strangers. The camera magnifies every imperfection, fleeting micro-expressions in real life become permanent flaws on film. Someone slightly introverted in person becomes awkward, shy, and nervous on camera. If Jenny were still that starry-eyed country girl, even with Dave's support, she would have failed miserably at this stage. Many great actors' early careers are littered with disastrous auditions. Only through repeated auditions, failures, and more auditions can truly gifted actors cultivate that polished, self-assured camera presence. Even professional training can't replace this trial by fire. During her 4 years studying drama, Li Mei had endured countless acting classes where she was required to throw tantrums and cry hysterically before an audience. These exercises aimed to demolish the natural psychological defenses of a normal person. While most people strive to maintain composure, actors must achieve a psychological abandonment, fully inhabiting their character. But even so, when Li Mei first entered the virtual performance space and used the simulation function, finding herself in an illusory yet real performance environment facing an enormous film set with a crew of at least 100 behind the cameras, Li Mei was genuinely terrified. She felt an urgent need to urinate, forcing her to interrupt the simulation to use the restroom before continuing. Her 3 months as a waitress proved invaluable. Not only did she slim down to a size 2, nearly her physical limit and perfect for the camera, but she also experienced over 30 film sets in simulation. Without exaggeration, this equaled 5 or 6 years' worth of shoots for a B-list actress. And these were all major productions, each with crews of over 100. After such an intense baptism by fire, how could she possibly fear a mere audition? She made several expressions for the camera with effortless poise, her eyes locked on the lens as if gazing through the glass at the audience beyond. Yet her demeanor simultaneously dismissed the device, as though conversing directly with viewers, smiling, frowning, her expressions utterly natural and unaffected. There was no trace of the self-consciousness typical of amateur actors, no hint of "I'm being filmed." A brief silence fell over the casting table. Then the female casting director handed Jenny a script. "Read this dialogue." Delivering lines is another fundamental skill for actors, requiring clear enunciation and natural intonation. Ordinary speech often falls short of this standard, though people are rarely aware of it. Normal conversation is rife with rapid speech, regional accents, mumbling, fluctuating volume, and muted emotions, all perfectly natural phenomena. As biological entities, language is just one component of information exchange between individuals. In Li Mei and Dave's conversations, for instance, eye contact, body language, and even micro-expressions played crucial roles in their communication, with the vocal system carrying less than half the information load. Thus, it needn't be overly precise. But through the filter and polish of cameras and recording systems, flaws are magnified and virtues obscured. If one speaks as casually as in everyday life, they'll appear terribly inarticulate on camera, leaving viewers struggling to comprehend. This, of course, was another essential subject in Li Mei's 4 years of university study. Though she didn't speak English at the time, as long as the muscle memory of proper pronunciation remained, it posed no problem. The character was American, and Jenny spoke standard Northern American English, thank heavens. Despite her constant shuffling between foster homes, she'd avoided picking up any bizarre accents. But this wasn't the sole source of her confidence. Jenny stood to accept the script, then returned to her seat. She took a breath, briefly closing her eyes, a perfectly normal adjustment process that took less than 5 seconds. No one could find fault with that. But in that fleeting moment, she swiftly accessed the performance space, rapidly selected a film, and simulated the character's emotions. The time dilation between the performance space and the outside world allowed her 15 seconds within for every 5 external seconds, ample time to immerse herself in the character, as if experiencing a lifetime of joys and sorrows, truly becoming this renowned woman who had weathered life's storms. Then, with a thought, she exited the space. The emotional imprint lingered, though to the outside world, mere seconds had passed. Jenny studied the script for 2 seconds, then set it down. Suddenly, her voice transformed. The previous sweet tone grew husky, her slight smile now tinged with mockery, as if privy to some inside joke, master of all she surveyed. Jenny drawled, almost lazily, "Oh, I do hope you haven't ruined my wardrobe. You know, haute couture pieces are such bitches, they require the most delicate care." She glanced at the script, skipping her scene partner's lines, and continued, "Yes, official business, I understand, officer. Please, carry on. I'm not one of those big stars who think their success entitles them to special treatment, barking orders at respectable civil servants." Her sardonic smile suddenly widened. Jenny turned to address an empty space behind her. "Though I'm certain evidence of a murder won't turn up in my underwear drawer, you're just doing your duty, aren't you?" "Cut," said the female casting director. She regarded Jenny with an odd expression. "That's enough." Jenny forced herself to quickly disengage from the character's memories. She cleared her throat, adjusted her facial expression, and slipped back into the persona of Jenny Simple, the waitress. Standing, she said, "Thank you for the opportunity." "Yeah," Dave's friend stared intently at Jenny. "Don't leave yet. Wait outside for a bit." No one objected to his decision. Jenny knew she had secured the role. This brought her neither joy nor surprise. According to her plan, it was the expected outcome. As she had anticipated, the role seemed almost tailor-made for her in terms of beautiful movie star. Even B-list actresses would struggle to compete. She had the beauty, and as for the movie star part, while the performance space couldn't directly simulate a famous actress's skills, it didn't mean Jenny couldn't employ a clever workaround. My Week with Marilyn, Blonde. She had watched these films before. Upon receiving the audition notice, Jenny had already experimented several times, selecting either of these films to experience the same nebulous emotional memory. If she wasn't mistaken, perhaps this was the genuine Marilyn Monroe's recollection and insight into her own life. Simulating one movie star to audition for another. Truthfully, Lee May felt that channeling Monroe was overkill for a guest role in a TV series. If Monroe knew from beyond the grave, she might feel rather insulted. Nevertheless, for Lee May, this was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. From the start, she had to go all in, risking everything. She had no room for modesty or conservatism. After an hour's wait, the female casting director approached to inform her she'd gotten the role. "I'm Emma Swan," she said, no longer looking so severe. Jenny realized she was quite young, not over 30, and making an effort to be kind. "I look forward to seeing your performance again. To be honest, it was your acting that left such a strong impression. I had to fight for you to get this role. Given your resume, my colleagues were hesitant." She's currying favor, Lee May realized. Emma Swan saw potential in her. Jenny Jane signed the performance contract, officially landing the role of Juanita, with a payment of $5,000 per episode. It was not too high nor too low, roughly equivalent to her month's salary working at the restaurant. Emma Swan was blunt with her. Originally, they intended to invite Dunst, whose pay neared $200,000. But with Jenny Jane, it was unimaginable to offer the same figure. The producers undoubtedly needed to trim the budget. Jenny's reaction was calm. She had spoken with Dave about the pay standards in the TV circle. For a fledgling nobody, $5,000 was a rather generous sum. To expect a figure akin to Dunst, a seasoned child star, would be pure fantasy. She was quite fortunate to debut on CBS. Had it been on a minor network like WB, she might not have even secured $5,000. Lee May had paid considerable attention to entertainment industry trends in the past, having read no shortage of related news and articles. She had a decent understanding of the American TV salary structure, knowing it was sky's the limit, with a floor, and the negotiation leeway was substantial. Detailing it would take all day. In essence, it was all about the balance of power. Who had the skill to keep a show running dictated the degree of leverage one had, undoubtedly also influenced by the lead actor's mindset. Take, for instance, the Red Hot Friends. All 6 actors had achieved considerable fame and held no strong need for the show itself. In its later stages, due to having portrayed similar roles for 7 to 8 years, more than half the leading cast was reluctant to continue. Thus, they jointly demanded $1 million per episode, a hefty figure Warner could only begrudgingly accept. The six had become an organic whole. Without any one of them, continuing the storyline would be challenging. Yet, for the equally popular sitcom Modern Family, since there were many leads, and the plot itself lacked gripping continuity, reliant on the brilliant script for comedic scenarios and dialogue, the actors' performances became secondary. Despite repeatedly winning awards and achieving skyrocketing ratings, the lead actors did not push much for pay raises or show much resolve. Of course, if Modern Family continued to thrive and its roles became more deeply ingrained in viewership's hearts, then the power dynamics between the production and the actors could shift once more. To Lee May, Hollywood was a place with the least consistency. The only perpetual rule was every negotiation being a multifaceted game, every contract a product of numerous compromises. Returning to the main point, largely speaking, for enduring dramas like CSI, where characters come and go, captivating through the cases themselves, maintaining one or two core cast members suffices. Thus, regular and even main actors find it challenging to negotiate better pay. Roles like Juanita, a one-episode suspect, are minor and easily satisfied with $5,000 to $6,000. The previously quoted high price tag of over $10,000 was merely to stimulate viewership for the new season, having a somewhat recognized film star cameo. But now, with Jenny on board, the budget shrank to $5,000. Fortunately, CBS never delayed payments. The checks always arrived on time, a perk of working with a major network. Once the rough shooting schedule was confirmed, Jenny returned to her job at Hollywood Star, discussing her upcoming performance only with Dave. She revealed the good news to no one else. Jessica assumed she had failed another audition, while Johnny, in a good mood, once again urged her to abandon her diet. Jenny did not pay much heed to these comments. Upon receiving the script, she delved into it with dedication. Her audition performance was more about her aura. Showcasing the presence of a movie star was enough to outshine the competition. After all, everyone could see a movie star's demeanor on TV, but replicating it was not so simple. In reality, the most crucial aspect was syncing emotional expressions with her male co-actor. A restrained acting style clashing with a fully immersed method actor often led to dissonance, appearing awkwardly humorous. In such cases, it was not the significant lead actors expected to compromise. That's why she meticulously studied the role of Nick, played by George Eads, with whom she'd share scenes. Never having watched the show before, she was unsure of CSI's trajectory or how long George stayed, but for now, he was a decent, sunny-looking heartthrob, visually pleasing. As for his acting, first, CSI did not leave much room for his performance. Second, his style was neither a spirited method actor nor a typically composed performer, expressing emotions with restraint, lacking the kind of magnetic presence that exuded hormones effortlessly. The potential for diminished on-screen chemistry or Juanita overshadowing Nick was something to contend with. Lee May practiced various acting approaches repeatedly, engaging in countless scene rehearsals with Nick until there was nothing she could critique herself. By the time she felt ready, the shooting date was fast approaching. Given the on-air, concurrent shooting nature of American shows, their production schedules often stretched, with actors realistically spending 9 months of the year ensconced in their sets. Compared to China's accelerated 3-month filming for a 3 to 50 episode series, American productions luxuriated in time. This was due to their far more generous budgets than international counterparts. Such a measured pace fostered finer series and lent stability to TV actors' lives. Landing a regular role, even if not a supporting one, ensured an actor's survival in Hollywood. A supporting role virtually equated to a secured job, with decent pay and relatively free time. Many supporting specialists operated this way. They established a steady gig, accumulating sufficient initial capital, and then, while managing a restaurant or boutique, auditioned during downtime. This approach satisfied their on-screen aspirations while paving future opportunities, enhancing connections to ensure a steady stream of roles. Although they appeared on the sidelines, their livelihood was quite comfortable, financially outpacing half-baked newcomers who braved the film industry with a few minor leads under their belts. So, upon Jenny's arrival on set, she missed the tense hostility often felt on Chinese sets. Not that those reveled in intrigue, but the pressure to meet tight schedules routinely built immense stress. The bitterness of overtime wasn't easily dispelled. In America, things seemed far more relaxed. Their comprehensive labor laws capped weekly hours. Even with extra ambitions from the production, overworking was discouraged. Compared to Chinese efficiency, the American method was notably lazier by 3 to 4 times. Having received her pass, Jenny proceeded to makeup and fitting, a process wherein the makeup artist and costume designer took 3 hours settling her look. "You look astonishingly beautiful, darling," the makeup artist Anna remarked approvingly. Despite being a newcomer, there was no discernible bias from the crew. Their manner seemed distant yet friendly. "Relax. You're bound for stardom. Thank you, Jenny replied with a gracious smile, though she did not take those words to heart. Standing, she tidied her hair, only to be halted by the stylist. Don't move. It took me ages to style it. All right, the director should be done with the meeting. Anna checked her watch. Let's show him. This role evidently held some significance, warranting the director's personal review. No wonder there was no rush. Regardless, there's waiting once done. Most CSI indoor scenes unfolded in a fixed studio. Given its impressive ratings, the show leased a sizable Universal lot for the new season. However, the director was absent from the set. Jenny and her entourage had to venture outside in search of him, owing to key actors finishing their mock setups prior. Jenny turned out to be the only novice testing outfits today. It was the director's whim inspiring them to seize the moment between his shoot prep meetings for her review. With her naturally tall stature and wearing heels further accentuating her height, Jenny, flanked by the makeup, fashion, and hairstylists, moved towards the studio. Momentarily she embodied the aura of a bona fide star. Passers-by invariably cast lingering glances her way. Jenny surmised her striking attire was contributory, owing to a pivotal scene of Juanita being escorted away amidst a grand soiree. The costume designer opted for a form-fitting evening gown that bared more skin than she was accustomed to. Anna reveled in the limelight, giggling nonsensically along the way. Jenny found her conduct slightly peculiar, but was unbothered. After all, showbiz was a sanctuary for oddballs. The comparatively more conventional stylist duo maintained a chilly demeanor. Now, clad in finery, navigating Universal's interior lot past towering sound stages and teeming personnel, moments passed, Jenny spied Harrison Ford. She finally sensed a nascent assimilation into Hollywood's fabric. But she remained acutely aware all this was merely an inviting illusion. In truth, she had merely dipped a toe into Hollywood's deep waters, this minuscule contact hardly discernible from the temperature. Wow, I think George Clooney just glanced your way. Anna suddenly jabbed Jenny in excitement. You seem every bit the genuine star. Jenny found her words baffling, offering a placatory smile. It's my overly formal attire's doing. After all, you must appear poised when being whisked away from an awards gala, the costume designer, Van Bull, remarked. We're here. The writer-director and one of the current producers, a role synonymous these years with showrunners, renewed from his meeting, cast Jenny several cursory glances before requesting a brief enactment of a scene. Satisfied, Jenny noticed Dave's friend beamed at her amidst the gathering, whereas Emma Swan twisted fingers in greeting. All right, off to change back. The director, a redhead in his 40s, seemed pleased. Now I see why you chose her. Sundry nods of approval rippled through the throng. Jenny could readily visualize how the shoot's onset might invite a slew of admirers. Unsurprisingly, her mood was buoyant. Being appreciated for the fruits of her disciplined regimen was naturally gratifying. Every bit the ordinary young woman, hearing praise of one's efforts cultivated joy. Her gaze inadvertently skimmed by a retinue of middle-aged men stationed down the corridor, each immaculately dressed and bearing striking, vivacious expressions, gracelessly smiling back, a testament to beauty's privilege across the globe. Case in point, one pudgy fellow seemed utterly entranced, offering her a ludicrously lurid once-over, his demeanor inadvertently farcical. Amused by his expression, Jenny indulged herself a longer glance before departing serenely. Author's note to readers. P.S. CSI was actually filmed at Santa Clarita. Truthfully, this narrative features a wealth of fictionalized elements that will increase as it progresses. If there's interest, I'd be happy to specify which parts are imagined, or perhaps it's best left unsaid. As Li Mei finished her makeup, the official filming was set to begin. She had received the shooting notice a week in advance, with the first episode of the second season expected to take about 9 days. Although her scenes were limited, the shooting schedule couldn't revolve around her, so to ensure there were no mishaps, she had applied for the night shift the previous week. Generally speaking, TV dramas strive for studio shoots whenever possible, as location shoots are exorbitantly expensive. Add to that the comprehensive labor regulations that make night shoots on location a costly endeavor in terms of manpower, and Li Mei found herself able to juggle both filming and her restaurant work. Of course, this meant she could no longer keep her role a secret from Johnny. Though the old man looked a bit worried, he still accommodated her schedule. Jessica, on the other hand, was visibly displeased, but Li Mei had no desire to deliberately provoke her and simply gave her a wide berth these days. You might just shoot to stardom, Kevin, her fellow waiter, said excitedly. Please, when you come back to eat, leave me a big tip. And if possible, hire me as your assistant. I promise I'll work hard. His voice carried a bit too far, and Jessica, entering the kitchen with a tray, let out a snort. Her beautiful features contorted slightly, revealing the haughty air of a queen, a trademark of pretty girls. Dream on, she sneered. Kevin didn't dare say anything more, just stuck out his tongue. Li Mei ignored her, quietly eating her lunch. She knew engaging with such people was a waste of energy. It was now mealtime for the restaurant staff. Li Mei was still eating her salad, while Jessica, despite her verbal sparring, had uncharacteristically foregone her beloved meat pie. Instead, she mimicked Li Mei, eating a salad without dressing, essentially a pile of slightly salty grass with boiled meat. Li Mei noticed this and inwardly chuckled. Jessica did have a bit of cunning, but she was ultimately too careless, missing out on the biggest prize. Just then, the bell at the restaurant door chimed. Li Mei looked up, her face lighting up with surprise and delight. She set down her lunch and rushed out of the staff break area. "Dave, what are you doing here?" Dave seemed pleased by her enthusiasm, rubbing the back of his head bashfully. "You know Buffy is about to start filming. I was going to come next week anyway." So he had come a week early for her shoot? Li Mei was at a loss for words. "Oh, Dave, you're so sweet." Without hesitation, she went back to the kitchen to place an order, then brought out a slice of the Hollywood star's famous devil's cake with extra cream. "It's on me." Dave blushed, pointing to the seat across from him. "Is this okay?" He was currently the only customer in the restaurant. Li Mei shrugged, "No problem." They had been regularly calling and texting, so Dave knew her schedule for the coming week. He expressed concern, "Won't it be too tiring to come to the restaurant right after filming?" "2 paychecks aren't easy to come by," Li Mei laughed. "Don't worry, Dave. For $5,000, I can manage for a week." She genuinely felt apologetic. "I'm sorry, I won't be able to have dinner with you this week. I hope you won't be too busy once you start work." No, not at all." Dave started to blush and sweat. He cleared his throat, avoiding Li Mei's gaze. "Actually, there's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" Li Mei maintained her smile outwardly, but inwardly she was pleading, "Don't propose, please don't propose." "I've decided to move to California," Dave said. "Now that I'm in charge of casting for Buffy, I'll be spending more than half the year in Hollywood. It doesn't make sense to keep a home in New York anymore. I used to stay there because..." He waved his hand, not mentioning his ex-wife's name. Instead, he unexpectedly looked directly at Li Mei with boldness. "Now I have no reason to stay in New York." "That's wonderful news." Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief, beaming at him. "There's one more thing," Dave continued, like a child climbing up stairs built from Li Mei's encouraging smiles. "The Buffy production team has decided to add a regular character for the new season, but they haven't settled on an actor yet. I recommended you to them a few days ago." He leaned forward slightly, as if wanting to take Li Mei's hand, but hesitated and ultimately didn't dare. "Li Mei, it's time to quit your restaurant job and fully enter the entertainment industry." Li Mei was at a loss for words. She felt incredibly lucky, things were progressing so smoothly on this path. "I'm not sure about my acting skills," her Chinese habits of humility emerged first. Dave nodded unexpectedly, "That's why I didn't mention this earlier. After all, this is a regular role, not just a few minutes of guest appearance. But your audition at CBS left a deep impression on my friend. He believes you have the potential to give it a try." Sensing Li Mei's hesitation, he added, "I'll be at the set tomorrow to see your performance. Don't worry, you can wait for the results of the Buffy audition before deciding whether to." Li Mei gave him a look, and Dave stopped mid-sentence. He glanced at the counter, smiled, and his demeanor gradually became more composed. "You should get back to work. The boss is glaring at me." "Oh, darling, thank you so much. I don't know what to say." Li Mei waved her fingers near her ear. "Call me, let's have dinner tonight." She stood up and returned to her area, wiping tables and occasionally exchanging smiles with Dave. However, when Dave went to pay, Jessica rushed over to serve him. It was her area after all, and Li Mei couldn't say much about it. After settling the bill, Jessica's face turned sour. Dave hadn't said a word to her the entire time. She threw the tip in front of Li Mei. "Here, for a sugar daddy, he's pretty stingy." Li Mei glanced at it and knew Dave had only left the basic 3% tip, just enough to cover what usually goes to the kitchen staff. She smiled, "We're just friends." "Friends, my ass," Jessica said bluntly. "You stole him. He was supposed to be mine." She must have overheard words like production and Buffy, arousing her suspicions. Now she was genuinely upset. Li Mei knew she absolutely couldn't show weakness now, or who knows what Jessica might say the next time Dave came to see her. She said coolly, "I don't know what you're talking about, Jessie. If you're referring to Dave's work, all I can say is you had your chance, and I never sought any opportunities from him. Fate is just strange that way, isn't it, Jessie?" Though it was a lie, Li Mei spoke without a hint of guilt. Jessica's face contorted, and she suddenly lashed out with her hand. You bitch. If Li Mei hadn't reacted quickly, and if there hadn't been a table between them, Jessica might have actually slapped her face. Li Mei ran towards the counter in fright, while Johnny hurriedly came out from behind it to reprimand Jessica. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Kevin and another male waiter quickly came over to defuse the situation. Although they held Jessica back, she still struggled, spewing profanities, essentially cursing Li Mei as a scheming whore who had deliberately stolen her opportunity. Amidst Jessica's tirade, Li Mei felt as if she were being accused of being a manipulative seductress. Enough. In the end, it was Johnny who lost his temper. Jessica, you were the one who ignored him first. We all remember clearly. If anything, you gave up first. Li Mei doesn't owe you anything. Now, if you don't want to be fired, go cool off outside. If you continue to act crazy, I'll have no choice but to call the police. Jessica's movements noticeably paused. Then she calmed down, shook off her restraints, and walked straight through the kitchen, out of everyone's sight. They all stared in the direction she had gone until they heard a loud door slam. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kevin and his colleague went to rearrange the tables, and Li Mei went to help. Once everything was tidied up, she approached Johnny apologetically. John, I'm sorry. Johnny was visibly conflicted, but he eventually waved his hand and joked, if you really feel guilty, stay and help out for a while longer. I will. I'll work an extra 2 hours today, Li Mei said. I'll leave after the dinner rush. Now that she had a promising opportunity and might soon leave Hollywood star, with Jessica possibly being the only head waitress, Li Mei was grateful that Johnny had still reprimanded Jessica on her behalf. Johnny quickly revealed that he had been eavesdropping all along, but didn't you and Dave have dinner plans tonight? He can come here for dinner too, Li Mei joked. I'm serious, John. Jessica probably won't be back today, so I'll cover for her. There will be plenty of chances with Dave in the future. Johnny's face flashed with gratitude. He didn't refuse. I owe you one, Li Mei. Li Mei sincerely replied, I'm the one who owes you. As expected, Jessica didn't return. Li Mei called Dave to explain the situation and assured him she wasn't hurt, but she still couldn't prevent him from coming to check on her. Clearly, he was completely smitten, having fallen head over heels for her. This was precisely why Li Mei didn't want to go out to dinner with him tonight. What had happened earlier could still be considered within the bounds of friendship, but now that Dave was being so obvious, it would be difficult to maintain the right balance if things progressed further. Dave had dinner at the restaurant and waited until Li Mei's shift ended to drive her home. This time, however, he didn't suggest coming up to her apartment. Instead, he urged Li Mei to get some rest. Filming is exhausting. You need to be in good shape. In the entertainment industry, he was truly a rare, honest man. Li Mei was genuinely touched, but not enough to invite Dave upstairs. She simply expressed her gratitude once more before going up to rest. The next day, Dave picked her up and drove her to Universal Studios for a TV series. Being able to afford Universal was quite a luxurious gesture. From the outside, Universal Studios looked rather unremarkable, just a collection of large warehouses scattered about. Each warehouse had a sizable parking area where trailers, prop trucks, and numerous golf carts shuttled back and forth under the scorching California sun. Access to different areas was strictly controlled. You couldn't use an H-zone pass to enter A-zone, although wandering within your designated area was inevitable. When they got out of the car and headed towards the soundstage, Dave encountered a minor issue. Guest stars of Li Mei's caliber didn't have the authority to bring guests onto the set. Fortunately, Dave was prepared and called his friend Lynch, allowing them to sign in smoothly. After signing in, Li Mei was led away to read the script. Before official filming began, there would be a script reading session where the main cast would read through key scenes of the episode. As Li Mei was a central character in this episode, she had the privilege of participating in the reading. She took the opportunity to meet the main cast, though most of the actresses were rather cold towards her. The male actors were more welcoming, with Gary, the black actor playing the lead role of Warwick, even flirting with her through meaningful glances. Thankfully, once the script reading began, everyone behaved professionally. After the reading, they all went to get their makeup done, preparing to film the first scene of the episode. Li Mei was no exception. After her makeup was complete, she began to wait. Yes, whether in China or abroad, before you become famous, an actor's work time mostly consists not of acting, but waiting. Waiting for your scene, going to perform, then coming back to wait again. It's quite possible to have one scene in the morning, another in the evening, and in between. Just waiting. Li Mei didn't know how it was in China, as she hadn't been on many sets there, and the waiting process varied by production. In the US, guest stars like her had a dedicated trailer to stay in while waiting. Of course, if you wanted to stand around watching others film, the crew wouldn't forcibly dissuade you, but they might find you particularly obstructive. Li Mei had no desire to stand around the busy set in her fancy attire, and the costume assistant wouldn't allow it anyway. While the jewelry was fake, the gown itself was quite expensive. She sat in the trailer waiting for a while, then Dave came to keep her company. They chatted animatedly for over 2 hours until someone came to call her to the set to prepare for filming. Key scenes often require rehearsals before official filming begins. Nick, who had scenes with Li Mei, still held the script in his hand. Li Mei, of course, didn't take it too seriously and recited her lines verbatim with him. After the director adjusted their positions a few times, he finally decided on the camera movement for filming. Then the makeup artists came to touch up their makeup. With a call of clear the set, people in the filming area retreated like a tide behind the cameras, a sea of heads all watching the actors from behind the tracks. As the slate marker announced the time and scene number, clapping his hands forcefully, the cameras began to roll. Li Mei closed her eyes briefly, immersing herself in the life of Marilyn Monroe with practiced ease. Then, she opened her eyes, confidently facing the first scene of her acting career. The detectives burst through the doors, brushing past staff members and ignoring startled exclamations as they entered the VIP section of the auditorium. Dozens of round tables filled the space, occupied by luminaries of the entertainment world, all eyes riveted to the stage where a major award was clearly being presented. The CSI team approached a blonde woman with grim determination. Nick stepped forward, carefully avoiding blocking the view of those behind her, and tapped her shoulder. "Juanita Carson?" The woman turned slowly, her classic red lips curving into an enigmatic smile. Her porcelain skin and piercing eyes exuded an ineffable allure. Facing the sudden interruption without a hint of alarm, she seemed almost expectant as she purred, "Yes?" The officers exhaled softly. Nick swallowed hard, struggling to maintain his composure. Juanita's eyes danced with amusement. She crossed her legs, tilting her head slightly as she waited patiently for Nick to continue. Her sea-green eyes sparkled as she appraised the handsome young detective. "Yes?" Nick suddenly burst out, "Fuck, I'm sorry, I forgot my line again." The set erupted in good-natured laughter. Jenny stifled an eye roll, joining in the mirth. This was Nick's fourth flub of the scene. As makeup artists touched up both actors, George Ades, Nick's portrayer, seized the moment to review his lines once more. The special effects team adjusted the green screen. After a brief respite, the director called, "Action." As he spoke, Jenny deftly accessed her performance space, channeling Marilyn Monroe's emotional essence and immersing herself in the character. She focused intently on the green screen nearby. In reality, only her table and a few adjacent ones would be populated by actual actors. The rest of the lavish award ceremony would be added in post-production, seamlessly integrated with footage from that year's Emmy Awards. It was to be a centerpiece of the season premiere. Unlike the final product with its swelling music and background chatter, the set was eerily quiet. Jenny could hear Nick's footsteps clearly, followed by his gentle prod. "Juanita Carson?" She suddenly recalled Marilyn's first appearance in the spotlight, that bewitching smile and come-hither gaze. For Marilyn, sensuality was both weapon and armor. Her beauty gave her the upper hand in any situation, a sense of control amid the chaos. A confident, mysterious smile played at Juanita's lips as she turned with practiced grace. "Yes?" This time, George froze completely, unable to utter a single word. The director's exasperation was palpable as he barked, "Cut, no good." He pulled George aside, frustration etched on his face. "Listen, pal. I get it, you're mesmerized by her. Hell, we all are. When she's in character, she's breathtaking. I bet half the crew will be thinking of her tonight in the shower." He gestured towards Jenny, heedless of the fact that she could hear every word. "There's no shame in it. You don't need to fight it. Just channel it into the role. Nick is just as captivated by Juanita, but he's struggling to do his job. You understand? This should be effortless for you, it's practically typecasting." George cast an embarrassed glance at Jenny, who offered a reassuring smile. Yet he didn't appear particularly enthralled. Jenny had tested the limits of this character empathy, discovering that the intoxicating aura lasted only a few minutes, just long enough for a single take. "Okay, I'll give it another shot," George said, flashing a good-natured grin at the director. "Don't be too hard on me, all right? You said yourself everyone's under her spell. I'm closest to her, of course I'd be affected." Jenny chimed in with a laugh, "Hey, I'm right here, you know." The director shot her a grimace that hovered between annoyance and affection. He muttered something under his breath, then shook his head. "We're burning daylight. George, take a moment to get into character, then let me know when you're ready. George stood alone for a beat, centering himself. I'm good to go. This time, they nailed the scene. After a brief interlude, George would continue filming additional shots on the same set, while Jenny was free to rest before her next sequence. Her gown would remain on, as her upcoming scenes involved a change of setting but not wardrobe. Though her screen time wouldn't exceed 20 seconds, the shoot had stretched nearly an hour. Feeling the fatigue settle in, Jenny made her way to the craft services table for water. George followed, eager to clear the air. Hey, I wanted to apologize for earlier, he said. I guess I wasn't quite on my game this morning. Jenny flashed a radiant smile. Doesn't that just prove how captivating I am? Like the director said, you were bewitched by Juanita. George chuckled, studying her with newfound curiosity. You know, it's uncanny, you really are like two different people on and off camera. When you're in character, that smile. It's like I'm a love-struck teenager all over again. But the moment they yell cut, poof. That mysterious allure vanishes. You're still gorgeous, but I don't know how to explain it. It's like you become a completely different person. Are you trying to ask me out or compliment my acting? Jenny teased. If it's the former, you're doing a terrible job. And if it's the latter? George asked, taking a swig of water. Then you couldn't have said it better, Jenny replied with a grin. George laughed heartily. Well, thank you. I've got to say, I'm relieved you're not always in character. I mean, I've got a girlfriend I'm crazy about. I'd hate to disappoint her. Jenny joined in his laughter, and they chatted amiably for a few more minutes. George extended an invitation to one of his parties before heading back to set. According to the shooting schedule, Jenny had a 5-hour break before filming her interrogation scene, after which she'd be free to go home. She scanned the set, spotting Dave in a corner, and approached him eagerly. So, how did I do? Dave's expression was inscrutable, a mix of emotions playing across his face before he managed a smile. You were incredible. If I was so incredible, why don't you seem happier for me? Jenny wanted to ask, but held her tongue. The real Jenny might not have understood Dave's conflicted reaction, but as Lee May, she couldn't help but grasp its significance. They walked in silence to the trailer, saying little even once inside. It was a shared space, with 2 or 3 day players waiting for their scenes. As the crowd thinned and they found themselves alone, Dave finally spoke. Jenny, you were absolutely phenomenal out there. He seemed uneasy, almost guilty. Jenny raised an eyebrow questioningly. Thank you? Dave sighed heavily, finally voicing his true thoughts. I'm afraid you might not get that recurring role on Buffy after all. Jenny faltered, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling through her mind. Could he be so selfish? But she didn't want to think the worst of Dave. You're too beautiful, Dave said, dispelling her doubts. Your acting is too good. It's like you become a completely different person on camera. I had no idea you'd be so. He stumbled over his words before finally spitting it out. So radiant, so stunning. Like a born star. I think you could walk into any casting call in town and land roles based on your looks and talent alone. It was the first time Jenny had received so many compliments in a single day. Though she'd re-watched her performance in her mental space and understood the potent combination of Jenny Simple's youthful beauty and Marilyn Monroe's magnetism, she hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction, from her co-star George Aides to the director, the makeup artists, and now Dave. Oh, Dave, she said, unable to suppress a smile. Dave shook his head, his guilt seemingly intensifying. But that's precisely why I can't give you the role on Buffy. I'm sorry, Jen, but it's just a standard supporting part. It shouldn't outshine the lead, and your presence would completely overshadow Sarah. It's her show, she needs to be the brightest star. He seemed compelled to elaborate further. I can't sacrifice her role for you, even if I wanted to, and you did join the cast, Sarah would find a way to push you out. Your characters would be in direct competition. Jenny already knew that Sarah Michelle Gellar, the actress Dave had alluded to on their first date, was not only a close friend of his but also Hollywood's current golden girl, another stunning blonde. She hadn't anticipated that her stellar performance in CSI would cost her a job opportunity. Yet it also spoke to Dave's professionalism. Despite her captivating presence, he remained focused on his responsibilities as an actor and assistant director. I understand, Jenny said, forcing a smile to reassure him. Really, Dave? I get it. You're saying I'm too good for the part. Dave appeared to relax slightly, nodding in agreement. You should be grateful it's just a guest spot on CSI, and there aren't any similar female characters. Otherwise, she'd use every bit of her influence to reduce your screen time, maybe even pressure the writers to kill you off quickly. If she didn't do it herself, her agent certainly would. The implication was clear: if Jenny joined the Buffy cast, Dave believed Sarah would take such actions against her. Given his close relationship with Sarah, Jenny trusted Dave's assessment. She also understood what Dave left unsaid: he had recommended Jenny for the role, and when Sarah discovered Jenny's acting prowess and beauty overshadowing her in their scenes together, it would likely strain his friendship with the lead actress. And compared to the star of the show, even an important role like assistant director wasn't irreplaceable. "I see," she exhaled, comforting Dave. "Don't worry about it. That wasn't really my goal anyway." Dave seemed to accept her words, his curiosity piqued. "So what is your goal, then?" "I suppose it's the same as every girl's dream, to be the lead in a big-budget production," Jenny shrugged, aiming for nonchalance. "You know, not just a regular role in a TV series. So while missing out on this opportunity is disappointing, it's not crushing." She half expected Dave to laugh at her lofty ambitions, to caution her about taking things one step at a time, to remind her that a recurring role on Buffy would be a fantastic opportunity for a newcomer. But he didn't. Instead, he gazed at her with an peculiar expression, speaking slowly. "For many, that's an impossible dream, Jenny. But for you? It's within reach. Trust me, you have everything it takes to make it to the big screen. All you need is the right break. Lots of people come to LA with stars in their eyes, only to end up struggling to make ends meet. But you're different. Some people are born in the fast lane, Jenny. They rocket to the top faster than anyone else. Believe me when I say you're one of them." Jenny wasn't sure whether to praise his insight or laugh ruefully and tell him, "Of course you're right, you're complimenting the fusion of Jenny Simple and Marilyn Monroe." In the end, she simply smiled. "Oh, Dave. Save that encouragement for when an opportunity actually comes along. Right now, I just want to nail this scene." Dave looked like he wanted to say more, but ultimately just nodded. "Of course, that's what matters most. But be careful, Jen." His expression grew serious. "On set, there's never any shortage of people who resent talent and beauty. Actually, with this new film contract, Lee May could at least avoid the grueling routine of juggling 2 jobs day and night. Waitressing is such a transient profession, after all. Taking a week off would at most require other waitstaff to fill her shifts or the manager to find someone temporary to help out. Given Lee May's looks and her popularity, Johnny would hardly fire her for a week's absence. Nevertheless, she persisted with her night shifts, and the reason was not purely financial or to avoid putting Johnny in a difficult position, but during the second scene in the interrogation room, George too grappled with lines, causing the shoot to drag past 5 o'clock. Lee May hastily removed her makeup and changed, then was rushed by Dave to the restaurant, arriving 2 hours late. Johnny, however, did not reprimand her. Instead, he assured her that being late for a couple of hours was no big deal, and she could leave early if there were fewer customers. Though, of course, her base salary would thus be halved. Lee May had no objections. She had underestimated the fatigue involved in filming. Within the theatrical realm, physical exhaustion was imperceptible to her. There was merely the mental weariness of sustained immersion in her roles. She hadn't anticipated the need to stay alert without rest during waits to prevent wrinkling her costume, a more taxing effort than serving at the restaurant. With another 6 hours of rotating shifts ahead, Lee May relied almost entirely on sheer willpower to stay upright. Once the busiest period of the night passed, she promptly informed Johnny and ended her shift. Dave had remained at the restaurant, refusing to leave no matter how Lee May insisted. He wouldn't let her walk home and instead drove her to her building. Lee May was so exhausted she fell asleep in the car but jolted awake as soon as it stopped. "We're here?" "Yes," Dave said gently, his eyes soft on hers. "Go on and rest. You've got an early start tomorrow. I'll come pick you up for breakfast." This, indeed, was the reason Lee May needed those night shifts. Without them, Dave would take her to dinner, and the rest would unfold naturally. She had no means to stop him from confessing his feelings without hurting him, and she wasn't ready to reject Dave outright. If this was manipulation, she admitted to it with calm detachment. A girl who had hit rock bottom seeking a break in Hollywood must make some morally dubious choices. Lee May maintained her personal boundaries. She had no desire to sleep with Dave, not because she found selling her body distasteful, but because it would tarnish Dave's honor. If he were the kind of sleazy producer only eyeing her beauty, she wouldn't hesitate to string him along until she gained all she could before casting him aside without remorse. It was Dave's sincerity that made her shy away from that decisive moment. Besides needing Dave as a friend, she also genuinely loathed hurting him. What eased her conscience somewhat was that she genuinely liked Dave. After her ex-husband, Li Mei was no longer dazzled by the facade of wealth and charm. Her ex was the epitome of the perfect man, wealthy, dashing, considerate, yet ultimately proved that one's character bore little correlation to being tall, rich, or handsome. Dave was an earnest worker, sincere, with an endearingly clumsy humor masked by his timidity. Were her circumstances different, she wouldn't mind exploring a deeper relationship with him. But time was a luxury Li Mei didn't have, her sights set on the zenith of Hollywood. For her, intertwining her fate with Dave would be a colossal waste. Bleary-eyed and drained, Li Mei expressed her gratitude to Dave and staggered upstairs to her fourth-floor apartment. She collapsed into bed without bothering with a shower. The next morning, true to his word, Dave came by to take her to breakfast. Sitting in the diner, surrounded by the mouth-watering scent of sugar and oil, she watched patrons sink their teeth into donuts, the savory sizzle of bacon and eggs triggering a fiery ache of hunger inside her. Knowing she faced another long day of filming, followed by an evening shift, her craving for sugar-laced, savory cake grew almost unbearable, a longing for the simple joy of sweetness and the bouquet of starch. Black coffee, a chicken salad, no dressing, she ordered her usual, albeit with a reluctant add-on, and half a vinaigrette, please. Dave ordered bacon and eggs, chocolate pancakes, mocha coffee, and orange juice. Li Mei stared enviously at his plate, painfully, truly comprehending why major stars often had foul tempers. But indulgence was not an option. Her work and schedule meant yesterday's missed workout was already a setback, adding calorie-laden food on top of that would be disastrous. Want a bite? Sensing her gaze, Dave offered his pancake. Refusing that single bite of pancake was undoubtedly harder than rejecting Dave's future romantic advances might ever be. Li Mei squeezed her eyes shut, steeling herself, no, thank you. Filming a show isn't a straightforward process as outsiders might believe, not chronologically, especially with indoor scenes and set changes. The CSI crew shot based on set construction. Yesterday's party scenes were completed alongside the interrogation room. Today's scenes took place at Juanita's fashion shoot site, featuring several pivotal exchanges spaced over the timeline. Most were opposite George's Nick with limited actress presence. This brought Li Mei some relief, honestly, after Dave's warning, she was apprehensive about any on-set bullying. In their trailer, Dave had clued her into on-set dynamics. Main actors were like royalty, virtually untouchable unless they angered someone of status, like a writer or producer, much less a director. As a small-time guest, Li Mei was all too aware of how easily she could be ignored if mistreated. Luckily, CSI's two major actresses weren't about looks but professionalism. George had a solid relationship with his girlfriend and was indifferent to her off-screen. Warwick actor Gary, blatantly interested, had not a single scene with her, busy as he was shooting green screen next door. Thus, harassment from others was not in the cards for Li Mei now. Besides, George must have reassessed his acting overnight, filming sped up remarkably. Nick, enthralled but holding on to dignity, played off Juanita's cruel amusement akin to a cat with a mouse. Their dynamic, once performed in set, made the dialogue after simpler. In the afternoon, she moved to another set for solo green screen shots, a straightforward job for her. The less restricting costume allowed her to relax, fearing no wrinkles during breaks. The schedule packed as it was felt far less daunting, a gradual acclimation to the atmosphere. Though the performance space realistically simulated film sets, there remained an inescapable difference from reality. That day, crew members openly sought her friendship. Even Emma Swan, joining them for lunch with Lin Che, initiated camaraderie by exchanging numbers with Li Mei. On the third day, George invited her to a party. She declined, citing her restaurant shift, leaving George disappointed. Yet she realized this interest likely stemmed from a promising showing. Many aspired to impress Emma Swan. Essentially, they anticipated her Hollywood prospects, investing in friendships early. Hollywood relies on connections sometimes more than talent, a fact industry insiders instinctively grasp. However, Li Mei didn't indulge in networking just yet. Yes, everyone wanted to befriend a potentially future leading lady, but she reserved her connections for those truly worth advancing her career. Being just a serial episode, filming proceeded smoothly, concluding Li Mei's part by the fifth day. Her workload was heavy, given the murder scene setup and numerous integrated murder segments, alongside her screen test duel, final dialogues between Nick and Juanita. For makeup continuity, filming reversed, their last exchange shot first. Before the cameras rolled, George psyched himself up, you can do it, no more messing up lines. Li Mei chuckled, is it really that dramatic? Can't you feel it? George responded sincerely, when you act, it's as if a different person emerges, with this presence, hard to define, but I'm thankful offset you're totally different. Li Mei sidestepped his compliment, interjecting instead, by the way, are you a big fan of Marilyn Monroe? George was puzzled, but replied, absolutely. I'm a die-hard fan, watched the 7-year itch countless times. Despite its dated aspects, her charm surpasses everything. That explained why George, alone, was so dazzled he stumbled over lines, while others merely saw her as distinctly good. Li Mei explained, I like her too and mimic some of her gestures while acting. Perhaps that's why you find me captivating on screen. George understood, oh, I see. He further queried, you're really new to acting? No prior experience? Recalling her 4 years in acting classes, countless rehearsal hours in the performance space. No, she declared firmly, I have no sense of how I'm performing. You don't know about your acting prowess. George laughed, convinced he'd heard the best joke, come on, don't you know why Emma and others are keen towards you? All right, faking ignorance might be pretentious, Li Mei admitted, a half-truth, but I'm uncertain future roles are assured. Sometimes you'll need patience, George advised, remember my party invite, it stands. In 2 months, once the premiere airs, your phone will blow up, then you won't forget my offer. You'll manage parties in due time. Aligned with Li Mei's strategy, she too anticipated her breakthrough post-CSI 201 premiere. As camera setups neared, ready for action, mischievousness sparked in her. Mentally conjuring my week with Marilyn, she seamlessly transitioned into character empathy. Hey, darling, Li Mei purred, lowering her voice, playful yet teasing George with a sidelong glance. George's flustered reaction was a victory, drawing laughter from her. She broke character, unable to resist his blushing demeanor and struck a mock punch at Li Mei, you're incorrigible. Hearing calls for clearing, then the slate clap, the pair reset emotions and expressions for their professional craft. The final duet scene charged with tension, Juanita and Nick unleashed full force. Nick, from defense to assertiveness, caused Juanita's slight unease. With dialogue heavy, George relaxed post Li Mei's jest, nailing it save for the director's deliberate retakes for effect. The rap breathed relief across all. With that scene done, a murder inquiry setup demanded CSI team coverage until lunch. Delighted to find Dave among people, Li Mei noticed him and Lynch deep in discourse with a third man. She hurriedly adjusted her gown, approaching, guys, what's happening? Closer inspection identified the third party. She recognized the middle-aged man from her screen test meeting, his distinct birthmark still vivid in memory. He'd watched her in awe from the hallway, making her smile back, amused. Surely he wasn't here from excessive interest to charm her with attention and cash? She chided herself yet recognized the possibility, after all, with her beauty and youth, she inevitably attracted interest. Yet, why was Dave aware of this? What was the debate? Was he attempting to eject the man? Li Mei's head throbbed, the shots she needed tangled obsolete courtship drama. As she got near, the man's voice rose, Lynch, the girl has no agency. She's free to speak with me, I see no grounds for your friend's restraint, glaring at Dave, if it's truly for her benefit, what's the harm? Dave appeared physically struck, anguish shadowed his face. What's going on? Li Mei queried, baffled. She stepped to Dave, hey, you alright? Dave shook his head, forcing a wry smile, hesitating, Li Mei, this is Jim Davidson. Li Mei Jane Jefferson. She extended her hand to Jim, I remember you from my screen test. Yes, Jim, casting another accusatory glance at Dave, smoothed his suit and attempted composure, let's confirm, you haven't signed with an agent? Yeah. Li Mei was perplexed, and you are? Good, Jim's eyes gleamed, cutting her off excitedly, you must leave with me right away. Cesare departs for the East Coast this afternoon, we have barely 3 hours. Cesare? Jim's fervor stunned Li Mei, instinctively stepping toward Dave. Lynch closed a protective arm. This opportunity is crucial, Lynch urged, no time for explanations, Jim's trustworthy. Li Mei, you've no idea what's before you. Listen, seize it, go get it, understand? Just go with him, lunch briefing's fine. I'll cover for you. In haste, Li Mei glanced back toward Dave, he hadn't moved, his smile weak but encouraging. Already, Jim raced off, and soon returned in a Porsche 911 at the set's entrance, shouting impatiently, hop in. Another backward glimpse, Lynch and Dave urged her on with hand signals. Lynch even encouragingly pumped his fist. Drawing a deep breath, she lifted her gown amidst California's blazing sunlight and entered the sports car. Where are we headed, she asked, fastening her seatbelt. Glancing sidelong, Jim was clearly thrilled, but only after checking her seatbelt did he issue softly. Century City, CAA headquarters. With that, the car shot forward, a darting arrow soon swallowed by the distant asphalt. The Creative Artists Agency, CAA, a name that resonated with both Jenny and Li Mei. Its reputation in the entertainment industry was unparalleled, a colossus straddling Hollywood and beyond. Founded in 1975 and headquartered in the rarefied air of Beverly Hills, CAA had long since eclipsed its rivals, commanding a market share that dwarfed even its closest competitors. To be signed by CAA was a badge of honor, a golden ticket coveted by aspiring starlets and seasoned veterans alike. Even within the glittering confines of Hollywood, to be embraced by the CAA family was to be touched by a peculiar sort of grace. The agency's reach was vast, its tentacles extending into every facet of the industry. With deep pockets and deeper connections, CAA could conjure up a production of staggering star power at a moment's notice, assembling casts and crews dripping with Oscar gold, for a price that would make even the most profligate of producers blanch. Jenny, her mind racing, quickly grasped why the portly Jim exuded such bravado, why he treated even a respected figure like Dave with such casual disdain. If Jim represented some luminous star, then Dave, for all his credentials, would scarcely register as a blip on his radar. The improbability of a high-powered agent deigning to watch her perform wasn't lost on Jenny, and yet, in the labyrinthine world of Hollywood, stranger things had happened. Universal Studios wasn't just a factory for television, it was a crucible where blockbusters were forged. The corridors of its office buildings had felt the tread of cinematic royalty. In such a realm of possibility, the presence of a talent agent seemed almost mundane. As they made their way through the lot, Jenny maintained a studied silence. Jim, by contrast, babbled incessantly, his excitement manifesting in a torrent of words. Most of it was meaningless blather, centered around Cesari's notorious temper, the precious nature of Jenny's opportunity, and how she ought to comport herself in the presence of greatness. "This is your chance," he wheezed, sweat blooming across his shirt. "Girl, you don't understand how valuable this is. You could skyrocket, God, it's like it was meant to be. But you've got to be flawless. Cesari's a perfectionist from hell. You need to know, I'm taking a risk bringing you there." Jenny edged away from Jim, wary of his perspiration staining her costume. "Cesare," she ventured. "Jim, might I ask who Cesare is?" They had arrived at CAA, the agency's offices a stone's throw from Universal. Jim screeched to a halt, practically leaping from the car. "Vigieri," he panted, mopping his face with his tie. "Cesare Vigieri. You've never heard of him?" "No," Jenny replied honestly. "Is he Italian?" Jim's face contorted in exasperation. "No, no," he muttered, already dialing his phone. "Oh, please be there, Nora. Tell me Cesare hasn't left." In a whirlwind of activity, Jim ushered Jenny through security and into an elevator, jabbing at a button near the top. As they ascended, he launched into a breathless explanation of CAA's internal hierarchy, or lack thereof. "We don't use titles," he said, dabbing at his forehead. "Just positions. No private offices or conference rooms. Flat management structure. We claim all agents are equal." He snorted derisively. "It's all PR bullshit, of course. Where there's talent and experience, there's status. At CAA, status is measured in floors. The higher you are, the higher your floor. We're headed to where the senior agents work. Up there, private offices are the norm." The elevator chimed, depositing them on the 45th floor. Jim burst out like a whirlwind, while Jenny maintained a measured pace. Noticing the curious glances from the cubicles, Jim bit back his frustration. "If you want me to make a good impression," Jenny pointed out calmly, "then this is the pace I need to keep." Yeah, Jim muttered. "Cesari's office is this way." At the corner office, Jim conferred briefly with an assistant before knocking gently. A terse emanated from within. As Jenny stepped inside, she found herself utterly unprepared for the sight that greeted her. Cesare Vigieri defied every expectation she had formed. He was tall, pale, with piercing blue eyes and golden hair slicked back, a quintessential Germanic figure of almost painful beauty. Jenny, no stranger to attractive people, found herself momentarily breathless. His looks alone could have launched him to stardom, yet here he was, hidden away in the upper echelons of talent management. Jim launched into his pitch, his voice tinged with reverence. "You've got to see this girl, Cesare. She's the best I've found. Look at her, and she can act. Believe me, man." Cesare pinched the bridge of his nose, turning his glacial gaze on Jenny. The weight of his scrutiny was palpable, threatening to crush her beneath waves of inadequacy. But Jenny, or rather, Li Mei, was no ordinary aspiring actress. She was a woman who had navigated the treacherous waters of high society and big business. Instead of wilting, she straightened her spine and met Cesari's gaze with a lazy smile. Cesari's eyes narrowed. "Looks, I'll give her 90 points, he said, his voice clipped. But the presence is flat. What makes you think she has star potential? I told you to use your heart when judging people. As Jim floundered, Cesare continued his brutal assessment. Pretty face, fine. She could do magazine covers. Decent acting, great. She might land lead roles in TV, maybe even make it in film. But we're talking about superstars, Jim. Do you even know what we're discussing? I know you'll stoop to anything for a lay, but barging into my office? That's a new low, even for you. Cesare gathered his papers, his demeanor growing impossibly colder. You have 2 minutes to convince me not to fire you. Starting now. What followed was a desperate monologue from Jim, punctuated by Cesari's terse demands for a demo tape. As Jim bolted from the room, Cesare turned his attention fully to Jenny. Sit, he commanded, a single word laden with authority. Jenny, recognizing the precariousness of her position, decided to seize control of the narrative. It's 10:44, she said, settling into the chair with practiced grace. We have an hour and 47 minutes until 12:30. Mr. Vigieri, it's a pleasure to meet you. She slipped effortlessly into a Marilyn Monroe-esque persona, her voice a sultry purr. Now, you have an hour and 47 minutes to convince me that you're a good agent. A flicker of interest crossed Cesari's impassive features. Very good, he said. You've successfully caught my attention. Points for that. He pulled out a blank folder, his icy demeanor intact. Now, shall we begin in earnest? Name. Jenny Jane Jefferson. Age. 20. Education. High school. Cesare glanced up from his folder, his eyes meeting Jenny's for a fleeting moment. She volunteered, what? I'm an orphan with abysmal SAT scores. Hollywood seemed a better bet than some no-name college. At least my age is still an asset here. Ignoring her explanation, Cesare pressed on, how did your family perish? Jenny noted his penchant for seizing control, his dismissal of her words a calculated move to unsettle her rhythm. This was an interview, not a battle of wills. A dash of sharpness might pique Cesari's interest, but unrelenting defiance could backfire spectacularly. My father's a federal felon, she replied with practiced docility, unashamed of her lineage. Though Lee May possessed Jenny's memories, she harbored none of her emotions. He's serving 129 years without parole in Alabama State Prison. I barely remember him. My mother vanished during my childhood. I lived with my grandmother until I was 10. After she passed, the bank foreclosed on our home. I bounced between foster families until 18, graduated high school at 19, I started school a year late, and then came to Hollywood. Any acting experience before this cameo? None. Cesari's eyebrow arched slightly, a rare display of surprise for him. Even school drama clubs count. I attended an underfunded public high school, Jenny explained. Darling, there were hardly any decent extracurriculars. Even if there had been, I couldn't spare the time. I had to work, social services doesn't cover pocket money. Cesare set down his pen, his gaze returning to that cold, appraising look. Jenny felt like a slab of meat being weighed and measured, her worth calculated in his mind's eye. Let's lay our cards on the table, Cesare began. Considering most people's reactions to Jenny's background, he was remarkably open-minded. Yet his detachment overshadowed any positive qualities. Jenny marveled at how he seemed to embody the very essence of impersonal efficiency. Jim's practically an imbecile, that's indisputable. But he's managed to claw his way into CAA's inner circle, so he must possess some modicum of talent. Therefore, I'm assuming you have at least a smidgen of acting ability. Jenny retorted, I believe I've just demonstrated that. She slipped into her Marilyn mode, a state she could now access without empathy, perhaps a side effect of overuse, and leaned back slightly. Her eyelids lowered, her posture became alluring yet demure, her lips parted, and her voice deepened seductively. Don't you think so, Mr. Vigieri? Cesari's lips twitched almost imperceptibly in response to her performance, which would have brought George to his knees. Not bad. You've got a decent grasp on that archetype. He abruptly changed tack. But I'm not just looking for a sexy ingenue. What I need is a rather rare commodity. Jenny's confusion deepened. Why had Jim, a CAA agent himself, been so desperate to bring her to Cesare? Surely, he could have discussed signing her with the agency directly, or sought advice from more accessible senior agents. Why the urgency to meet Cesare specifically? She sensed she was inching closer to the truth. I thought agents could never have too many clients, she prodded, offering Cesare an opening. That's not my style, Cesare replied, his hands forming a steeple on the desk. His tone remained flat and matter-of-fact. I only want the best clients now. You mean the most famous? Jenny asked. Tom Hanks? Meg Ryan? No, Cesare countered. I'm looking for clients with the greatest raw talent. My last major client was Jennifer Bell. You've heard of her, I presume. Pearl Harbor. Jenny blurted out. It was another point of bewilderment for her. In her cinematic database, Kate Beckinsale had starred in Pearl Harbor, but in Jenny's world, it was the rising starlet Jennifer Bell who had landed the lead role. Bell had been one of America's most captivating faces in recent years, starring in several diverse films. Her career trajectory seemed poised to challenge even established actresses like Meg Ryan. Yes, Pearl Harbor, Cesare confirmed. I advised her against taking that role, but she didn't heed my warning. In any case, she's no longer my client. She left CAA? Jenny asked, perplexed. It was unusual for an actor to terminate their first agency contract unless they had achieved significant success and completed their initial term. CAA has a system where superstars are managed by multiple agents. It's called cross-booking, Cesare explained, as if discussing someone else's affairs. His handsome features remained impassive. Jennifer ascended to the A-list earlier this year, becoming one of our top-tier clients. She now has several agents. Those individuals don't mind sharing. But you do, Jenny observed, realizing immediately how redundant her statement was. Cesare looked like someone who wouldn't even share a pizza. I don't even share pizza, Cesare stated, causing Jenny to furrow her brow. This was the second time they'd been oddly in sync. And I certainly don't share my clients. That's the first thing you need to know about me, I don't share. Okay, you don't share, Jenny said dismissively. Noted. So, are you looking for Jennifer's replacement? No, I'm searching for a specific type of talent. Jennifer proved she didn't fit my criteria by accepting Pearl Harbor, Cesare corrected her. We'll discuss that later. To return to the matter at hand, I'm not looking for just a sexy actress. To be precise, I need someone who isn't limited to one type of performance, one face. In your case, I suspect you don't possess acting skills per se, but rather two distinct personalities. The current you, he gestured towards Jenny, as if that single motion could encapsulate her current unremarkable state, and the seductive you, with a degree of star quality, capable of brief fame as a specific type of actress, perhaps even landing lead roles in a few B-movies tailored for you, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, that quick transformation doesn't prove you can act. And that's what I want to verify now. This man certainly was methodical, unhurried in his approach. Jenny thought to herself, but she didn't resent Cesare for it. She was even more methodical and unhurried than he was. Though she wasn't certain of her own acting abilities, if they played by her rules, this was a game she couldn't lose. You want to test me, she said, unable to suppress a smile. Bring it on, Mr. Vidgery. Seriously, don't hold back. How about this, name a few roles from blockbusters in the last 2 or 3 years. Ones I've seen, of course. You know, given my tight budget, I don't catch many obscure films in theaters. Cesare pondered for a moment. Titanic, Rose DeWitt Bukater, he predictably chose a film Jenny couldn't possibly have missed. Jenny smiled. In truth, given how often she'd practiced with Titanic, she could have performed it in her own style even without empathy. But to be safe, she activated her empathy anyway. In that instant, Rose's entire life washed over her. She was bobbing in the freezing sea, each breath bringing salty, icy agony. Death's cold breath whispered at the nape of her neck, and her lover was on the brink of succumbing to the bitter cold. A thin layer of frost clung to his handsome face, and she could sense his life force about to be forever frozen in this icy expanse. But he had told her never to let go, to never give up. Don't you do that, don't say your goodbyes, he had pleaded. I'll never let go, she murmured, summoning an almost angry courage from the depths of her heart. They had been through so much together, even if it was just a few days' journey. But it meant more to her than her entire sheltered life before. She could never abandon this, not after Jack had taught her the joy of truly living. For him, for herself, she had to persevere, no matter how difficult, until the very end. With tears in her eyes, she made a promise to her lover in her mind, I'll never let go, Jack. Then Jenny disengaged her empathy, reached for a tissue to dab at her eyes, and spread her hands towards Cesare. Ta-da! Cesare's expression finally showed a subtle change, though not quite to the point of losing composure. He stared at Jenny for a good 10 seconds before lowering his head and muttering as he wrote. Overly intense performance, bordering on excessive. Undoubtedly a method actor, untrained professionally, but highly talented. With proper training, significant room for improvement. Highly talented, Jenny couldn't help but say. I didn't know you were capable of complimenting others. This isn't a compliment, it's an objective assessment. Cesare set down his pen and suddenly changed tack. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall. Jenny felt a moment of panic, but of course she had seen such a famous series. She had just never simulated Professor McGonagall before. After a brief moment of preparation, she unconsciously tightened her arms, straightened her spine, and found herself scrutinizing the imaginary troublemakers before her with a weather-beaten, vigilant gaze. Heaven knows what mischief they might cause. First years were always the most troublesome. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began, but Cesare cut her off with a curt stop. He prompted another. Ghost, Susie Salmon. Jenny was starting to get a headache from the rapid empathy switches, and more importantly, she had no clear memory of this film, not even its iconic scenes. Should she choose a scene now? There wasn't enough time. She fumbled, uncharacteristically flustered. Can you give me a moment? I need to adjust. So you're still confident in your abilities? Cesare countered. Jenny nodded calmly. Then you don't need to try anymore, Cesare decided unexpectedly. I already know you're not one to make empty boasts. What time does your afternoon shoot start? Cesare's topic changes were abrupt, always jumping unpredictably from one point to another. Jenny began to understand why Jim was so intimidated by him. Jim clearly wasn't a person of quick wit or organized thoughts. But she was. 1:15 p.m., Jenny glanced at her watch. It's 11:25 now, so you have 1 hour and 5 minutes to convince me. For the first time since Jenny had met him, Cesare smiled, though it was more of a nasal exhale than a genuine smile. Still, the corners of his lips definitely curved upward. Let me tell you how we'll proceed. You'll return to the set now, have lunch, change, and get your makeup done. I'll leave to handle some business matters. I'll come watch your performance this afternoon, and if you pass muster, I'll explain over dinner why you should let me be your agent. Any objections to this plan? But weren't you about to fly to New York? Jenny was somewhat surprised. Cesare pressed the intercom button. Nora, please cancel my flight to New York. Tell them I'll go tomorrow, instead. Without waiting for Nora's response, he released the button and continued his conversation with Jenny. I was indeed planning to go to New York. Am I worth changing your schedule for? Jenny challenged. You are worth changing my schedule for. Cesare stood up, gesturing for Jenny to leave with him. But let me remind you, this isn't a bargaining chip for you. It wasn't until now that Jenny was certain Cesare had truly been impressed by her so-called talent. In fact, she was still having trouble accepting it. Cesare had seemed so utterly unmoved earlier that even now, as he was praising her and even showing favor, she didn't feel like he genuinely appreciated her performance. Then, she walked alongside Cesare as they left his office and headed towards the elevator. What about Jim? I mean, aren't you going to wait for him? Cesare pressed the elevator button for her and they stepped in together. He said, this should be the second thing you learn about me, Miss Jefferson. He glanced at his watch. I'm very punctual. As the elevator doors closed, Jenny stared at the smooth metal surface, then looked at the electronic advertisement board on the elevator wall. In one corner of the board, a flashing number told her it was now 11:32 a.m. She glanced at the tall, blonde man beside her, who was now sending a text message. Cesare Vigeri really did have a damn good sense of timing. Jim failed to catch up with Vigeri as he left the company. Jenny also doubted he could so easily obtain the CSI Performance Master tape. This was an issue with the entire production system. Unless one had a good relationship with the staff responsible for data storage, it was basically impossible. And Jim's arrogant demeanor meant he likely didn't have good relations with the lower-level crew members. Vigeri hadn't offered a ride, and Jenny had no pass, so she could only take a taxi back to the set. She had to use her charm to trick the guard into letting her ride along, following all the way to the studio to confirm she was an actor. She then bought the guard coffee to thank him for his flexibility. Only then did she manage to make it in time for post-lunch touch-ups and costume changes. Naturally, she had missed lunch and spent the entire afternoon filming in a dizzy state of extreme hunger. During breaks in filming, Jenny spotted Cesare and Jim's figures appearing at the edge of the set. Someone went over to shake hands and greet them, but Jenny was too far away and too focused on work to notice any other details. She tried to look for Dave. She hadn't had a chance to talk to him since returning, having gone straight into makeup and onto the set. Dave was also in a corner of the set, though far from Cesare and the others. Jenny wasn't sure if this was intentional on his part. Amidst one murder scene after another, she really had no mental energy to ponder this. After receiving the full script for the episode, that episode became available in her acting space, though without the finished film to view. She couldn't choose to empathize with Juanita, and even the faces of Nick, Warwick and others remained blurry. But it was enough to use for acting. Jenny had already rehearsed several times in her acting space, so she felt adequately prepared. Though the afternoon scenes weren't exactly easy, she mostly got through them in just a few takes. Often the director would do an extra take just to get a different angle, to have more options later. She made it through the afternoon's filming schedule without incident, completing all her scenes. She might be called back for reshoots any time before the official airing. CBS would mail Jenny a check within the month to settle all compensation. All in all, this shoot could be considered smooth sailing for Jenny. Not only did everything go well on set, but even off-camera, the situations Dave had worried about never materialized. Jenny had no one-on-one scenes with CSI's two leading ladies Catherine and Sarah, and they mostly filmed in separate studios. After wrapping, she shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with the director, thanking him for his support and agreeing to his invitation to have dinner together sometime. Jenny hesitated for a moment, then went to find Dave. She raised her hand for a high five. "I did it, Dave. I finished shooting my first appearance." Dave smiled too. "Yes, congratulations." Compared to the morning, his attitude had subtly cooled. Jenny furrowed her brow, about to say something when Jim walked over. "Hey Jenny, congratulations, you did great." "Thank you, Jim." Jenny's warmth toward him had also increased regardless of the outcome. Jim had after all introduced her to CAA's senior agent. "Where's Mr. Vidgery?" "Cesare left 2 hours ago, he had a lot to deal with," Jim replied. He glanced at Dave again, but this time without the morning's hostility, rather with a hint of sympathy. "He said he has dinner plans with you?" "Oh, right." Jenny suddenly guessed why Jim might sympathize with Dave. She quickly explained to Dave, "We're meeting to discuss contract matters, Dave. You know, not that kind of date." As she spoke, she remembered Hollywood star. "Oh. Sorry, I need to make a phone call. I originally had work tonight, now I'll have to ask them to find someone else to cover my shift." She walked to an empty spot nearby and dialed Hollywood star, keeping a close eye on Jim and Dave, worried they might clash again. But unexpectedly, the two men were quite friendly now. After chatting with Dave for a bit, Jim even patted his shoulder, and Dave didn't brush him off, instead responding with a slightly bitter smile. Once the call connected, Jenny no longer had the mental space to observe others. She was busy apologizing to old John, who sighed repeatedly but didn't blame Jenny for anything, only telling her yesterday's wages would be deducted. He even graciously wished her all the best. "Whatever you're busy with, I wish you success." "Thank you, old John," Jenny said sincerely. She hung up and walked over to the two men. "Now I need to go remove my makeup and change clothes, maybe even shower. I'm covered in corn syrup." "Go ahead," Jim said quickly. "I'll drive you to the restaurant, the timing should be just right." Jenny turned to Dave, who gave her a reassuring smile. His mood seemed much improved. "I'll head out first," he said. "See you next time, Jenny." "Hey." Jenny suddenly felt reluctant to part. She took a couple steps after Dave. "You'll still come back to Hollywood Star for dessert, right?" Dave looked at her in surprise, then suddenly broke into a smile. "Yes, I'll be back. Don't worry, I have your number, remember?" "I remember," Jenny said, smiling too. She gestured by her ear, "If you need anything, just dash. Call you/call me," they said in unison, then laughed together. Dave urged, "Hurry now, don't be late. Cesare values punctuality." "Even you know about him?" Jenny was a bit surprised. Dave shrugged, "Hollywood's a small world, everyone knows everyone. Go on, this really is a great opportunity. Lynch and I both have faith in you, you can land this contract." Jenny knew she shouldn't delay any longer. She gave Dave a quick smile, then turned and ran towards the makeup room, with Jim of course following. Her scenes were done, but others weren't. The makeup room was still quite crowded, with several extras who had special effects makeup lining up to have it removed. Seeing how busy it was, Jenny thought to just do a quick job herself, but Jim went over and said a few words to the makeup artist, then led Jenny forward. "You don't have time to wait, get your makeup off first." Jenny mainly needed the bruise effect removed from her shoulder, which she couldn't wash off herself. Of course, this would be quicker than for the extras with fake wounds all over, but still, there was an order to these things. Who knew if these extras had to rush off to another job after wrapping? Jenny felt a bit uncomfortable, but neither Jim nor the makeup artist, nor even the extras who had been waiting in line, seemed to think anything was out of the ordinary. This wasn't actually anything unusual, but Jenny had always mentally put herself in the same category as the extras. Now, just because of her connection to Cesare, she suddenly received special treatment and it felt like throwing her weight around. This is how resentment builds. If she didn't manage to become successful as hoped, today's events could become fodder for others' mockery. What's done was done, and refusing Jim now would just be putting on airs. Jenny said nothing, cooperating with the makeup artist to quickly remove her makeup. She then went to change clothes, not even bothering with makeup, and came out in a t-shirt and jeans. Jim looked at her in dismay. "Dear, don't you have any other clothes?" "I do, but there's no time," Jenny said. "What time did Cesare set?" 7? "It's 6:30 now, and I don't think he's the type to accept lateness or changing the time." Jim sighed in exasperation. 7, but Cesare booked Mastro's. "You need formal wear to get in there." "Then he'll just have to wait," Jenny said. "That's his problem, isn't it? Unless I can fly, how am I supposed to finish filming at 6, remove makeup, and then walk into an Italian restaurant in evening wear at 7? "No, it's my problem," Jim said, smacking the steering wheel hard. "I stood there like an idiot all afternoon. I should have prepared an evening gown for you, or borrowed one from wardrobe. I don't know what I was thinking." I don't know what you were thinking either." Now that he mentioned it, Jenny also felt Jim hadn't been very quick-witted. No wonder Cesare said he was practically an idiot. In the agent business, success depended almost entirely on reading people. If a person wasn't sharp enough, there was no saving them. "Let's see, we have 25 minutes left." She looked at the t-shirt she was wearing. Because she had been so tired last night, she had just grabbed a large t-shirt to throw on this morning, a men's shirt she usually used as pajamas. Paired with skinny jeans that weren't yet too fashionable, this outfit would get her kicked out of even slightly upscale restaurants. She wasn't wearing heels either, just a pair of flats, though at least with a fairly formal pattern. Just drive straight to the restaurant, she decided. Don't look at me. But Jim kept glancing at Jenny as he drove, because Jenny had shamelessly pulled her arms out of her shirt in the passenger seat, pulling the t-shirt up to her armpits. "Do you have any safety pins in the car?" Jenny asked. "Don't look at me, focus on driving. Are you trying to cause an accident?" Yes, Jim stammered, suddenly snapping back to attention. "In the compartment in front of you, have a look." Jenny tightly wrapped the two sleeves across her chest, tucking them into the shirt and securing them under her arms with safety pins. The large t-shirt instantly became a stylish strapless evening gown. She finally removed her bra, using the skirt for cover, and managed to take off her jeans without exposing herself. She let her hair down, and with her flats and small purse, she now looked almost entirely like a fashionable, glamorous woman. "Okay, done," she said, putting her bra and pants in the back seat. Half jokingly, she added, "You owe me one, not just for saving you from getting yelled at, but also for dash." She waved her hand toward the area under the steering wheel. Jim swallowed hard, shaking his head awkwardly and crossing his legs to hide a slight reaction. "Wow," he said, turning the car onto a side street. "Okay, no problem. I owe you one." The car was quiet for a moment, then Jim said, "Wait, that's not right. How does this compare to me introducing you to Cesare? Isn't that just part of your job?" Jenny said. "You should be asking Mr. Vigeri for credit for that." She meant it partly as a joke, so Jim didn't get angry. He just rolled his eyes and pulled up in front of a commercial building. "We're here. The restaurant's on the 16th floor. You can go up yourself, just give Cesare's name." "You're not coming?" Jenny asked. Jim shook his head. Jenny couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him. He was an agent, but he seemed to be doing the work of Cesare's assistant. "No need to feel sorry for me," Jim saw through her. "If you want to get an ulcer, the fastest way is to have dinner at the same table as Cesare. Good luck." He said the last words with particular sincerity. Jenny stared at him for a moment, then shook her head and got out of the car without a word, quickly walking into the lobby. The Mastro's waiter seemed quite dubious about Jenny's dress, but didn't say anything. As she led Jenny to a windowside table for two, Jenny's heart suddenly skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Cesare was already seated at the table, studying the menu. He had clearly been there for a while. Hearing footsteps approach, he glanced at his watch. 7:05, he said, looking up at Jenny. "You're late, Jenny Jefferson." Jenny would absolutely not use Jim's apologetic strategy. She smiled slightly at the server, sitting down with her assistants. "I have to say, Mr. Vigeri, you're giving me less and less confidence." Cesare tilted his head slightly, signaling Jenny to continue. I assume you invited me to dinner because you've already approved of my acting skills, Jenny said, opening the menu but keeping her eyes on Cesare. During this meal, you'll explain what makes you exceptional as an agent, and why I should choose you as my representative. She smiled. According to the filming schedule, I finished shooting at 6 p.m. It takes at least 40 minutes to get here from Beverly Hills during rush hour. I can't fly, Mr. Vigeri, and my makeup doesn't remove itself automatically. You have a strong sense of time, Mr. Vigeri. Tell me, how could a competent agent schedule 2 appointments so close together? Their gazes met over the gold-embossed menus, the oxygen in the air suddenly seeming to thin. Cesare's face was expressionless, his eyes cold, while Jenny wore a smile, refusing to back down. The stage was set for a confrontation. Note, for those confused by Jenny's actions, you can search online for t-shirt to dress in 1 second for an explanation. Sir, miss, have you decided on your order? As if by coincidence, just as the tension between them reached a crescendo, the waiter approached to inquire about the menu, inadvertently diffusing the atmosphere. I'll have the seafood sampler as an appetizer for 2, Cesare decided swiftly. For the main, I want the veal steak, medium rare, with mashed potatoes and lobster tomato as sides. Open 2 wines, pair them as you see fit. The waiter jotted down the order rapidly, then turned with Cesare to look at Jenny. Jenny thought of the tantalizing aroma of veal steak, the rich, slightly bitter aftertaste of red wine lingering on the palate, even the weedy scent of a single slice of bread, all were intense temptations for her. She had been working day and night for nearly a week, and hadn't even eaten lunch today. But this also meant a week without exercise, and every delectable morsel she consumed now had a high probability of transmuting into fat on her face and body. Tuna salad, thank you, she said, impressed by her own cool tone, and then, throwing caution to the wind, added, no dressing, please. The waiter's attitude towards her cooled noticeably, but Jenny was unfazed. In upscale restaurants, servers tended to respect gourmands more. Customers like her, clearly on a strict diet, were even less welcome than tourists. Conversely, Cesare showed a hint of approval. He volunteered, I suspect you likely didn't have time for lunch. Indeed, but I've been working non-stop for 5 days without time to exercise, Jenny shrugged. At times like these, do I crave good food? Yes, but I crave success even more. Very good, Cesare didn't withhold his praise. You continue to surprise me, Miss Jefferson. Now, allow me to apologize for my oversight. I should have factored in Jim's capabilities, but clearly, my busy schedule led to some negligence. Jenny raised an eyebrow. You mean, you had assumed I'd be able to make dinner, not be in such a rush? I too started from the bottom, Cesare said. When I was working in the mailroom, Eno Martin once had me run an errand, bringing Julia Roberts to a dinner event within 3 hours. She was filming my best friend's wedding at Universal Studios at the time, with P.J. Hogan directing. Neither of them were in the best of moods, and I was just a newcomer, less than 3 months into the company. Julia had explicitly told Martin beforehand that she didn't want to attend that night's event, and Hogan had scheduled filming until 9 p.m. that day. Jenny found herself intrigued despite herself. She asked, how did you ultimately persuade her? That's precisely the issue, Cesare said. Within 3 hours, I delivered Julia, glamorous and radiant, into Martin's arms. All Jim had to do today was prepare an outfit for you, ensure you left work on time, change, and come here. There's no fixed evaluation criteria in this business, and that's exactly why the gap between good and bad can be so vast. I see what you mean, Jenny said. Rather than misjudging the time, it seems you misjudged Jim's abilities. However, this still bothers me. You know that an agent's most crucial asset is their judgment of people, of scripts. Misjudging Jim's capabilities seems a far graver error than miscalculating time. Ah. Cesare smiled faintly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Jenny had yet to see him display any human emotion since they'd met. I see you're a shrewd girl. The waiter brought white wine, pouring a glass for each of them. Jenny raised her glass slightly towards Cesare. In Hollywood, that's not a bad thing, is it? Certainly not. Cesare made room as the waiter set down a sizable seafood appetizer platter. Given your prolonged state of dieting, I wouldn't recommend the oysters, or the cheese-baked scallops. They'd be too heavy for your stomach. But you might try the grilled squid. It's relatively light, lowest in calories, and quite tasty. Thanks for the recommendation, Jenny said. Her mouth suddenly began to water. God, her last indulgent meal felt like a lifetime ago, literally. They fell silent for a while, quietly eating the appetizers. Jenny found the restaurant's food exquisite. She ate 2 pieces of grilled squid and a small slice of bread before stopping. Cesare refilled her wine. On a side note, your little dress, it's a modified t-shirt, isn't it? Quite ingenious. Thank you, Jenny couldn't help feeling a bit proud. Though I didn't have time for makeup, I just applied lipstick in the elevator. With your looks and age, makeup isn't essential, Cesare said matter-of-factly. His gaze roamed over Jenny's form, but without any lecherous intent. In fact, your bare face bolsters my confidence in you. Even without makeup, you're still quite beautiful. No woman dislikes being complimented, and Jenny was no exception. Mellowed by good food and sweet words, she relaxed considerably, unable to resist smiling kindly at Cesare. Thank you for the kind words, but if you think this will make me forget our earlier discussion, you're mistaken. It seems I haven't managed to pull the wool over your eyes. Cesare took a small sip of wine. This was indeed an error on my part. Whether it was a miscalculation of time or a misjudgment of a colleague is your choice to interpret. Then you've lost some points with me. Jenny wasn't about to let go of this advantage. She looked at Cesare intently. I'm quite curious about something else. You're an agent. Let's be crude, agents and pimps essentially do the same job, trading one party's labor for another's money. Of course, many agents sometimes double as pimps. Cesare's lips curved into another polite smile. I won't dispute that. So here's the question, Mr. Vigili, Jenny asked curiously. Have you ever seen any pimp as aloof as you? I mean, how do you use that face to negotiate benefits for your clients? We all know in Hollywood, everything's about connections. Given your behavior today, I find it hard to believe you even have a single friend. Excellent question, Cesare remained utterly composed. To answer your query, no, for most agents, being amiable and easy to communicate with is indeed essential. Yes, I do have few friends. And no, I don't wear this face when dealing with studio executives. When necessary, I can be polite and witty. I simply prefer not to waste that energy on non-target individuals. So I'm not worth your pretense, Jenny pressed. You're not, Cesare said. He glanced at Jenny, his blue eyes deep and sharp. Because you don't care about my coldness. Miss Jefferson, I trust my judgment on this point. Jenny opened her mouth, then closed it again. What could she say? She truly didn't care about Cesare's aloofness. As long as he could prove himself a good agent, she wouldn't mind if he never spoke to her, communicating solely through email. As for your fourth point, I quite agree. In Hollywood, everything is about connections. I believe an excellent agent should possess the following. First, a keen eye for talent. Second, predictive market analysis skills. Third, extensive and powerful connections. Fourth, outstanding control over their clients. Cesare gestured for the waiter to clear the appetizer platter. Miss Jefferson, do you concur with my assessment? Jenny nodded. The first point is debatable, given your misjudgment of Jim. However, she smiled slightly. You did choose me, even canceling your New York trip for me, so I'll choose to believe your judgment of people is quite accurate. On the second point, your advice against Jennifer Bell taking Pearl Harbor proves your market analysis skills are also outstanding. Pearl Harbor's box office performance was truly abysmal. As for the fourth point, oh, Mr. Vigili, you're undoubtedly a control freak, that's beyond question. So we're left with only the third point in doubt, Cesare said. You don't believe my social skills can maintain connections across various circles. Jenny thought for a moment, then nodded. That's the only question remaining now. The waiter brought the steak and salad, temporarily halting their conversation. Jenny enviously inhaled the aroma wafting from Cesare's plate. She noticed Cesare ate quickly, but with impeccable grace. Back to the Julia story, Cesare took a sip of wine, setting down his knife and fork. Half the steak remained on his plate. Forgive my wolfing down food. If you're interested, I also skipped lunch. I convinced Julia within 3 hours, having her appear radiant at the evening event, and you want to know how I managed it. Correct, Jenny admitted. She narrowed her eyes in speculation. You didn't flirt with Julia or anything, did you? Even if she agreed to attend, how did you persuade the director to let her go? Did you flirt with him too? I didn't need to, Cesare said nonchalantly. My biological father is a senior executive vice president at MGM, my mother is a production manager at Disney, my stepfather was the head of acquisitions at Time Warner, and my great-grandfather was Rosie Manson, one of MGM's founders. Julia and Hogan are both family friends. That night, I brought Hogan to the dinner as well. He raised his glass, inclining it slightly towards Jenny in a toasting gesture. This is a major reason why I became a senior agent within 5 years, Miss Jefferson. While I may not claim to have the most extensive network in all of Hollywood, I am certainly one of the agents with the broadest connections. Jenny was speechless. Who said foreigners were all business and didn't rely on connections? Relationships were the most valuable resource in any corner of the world. Compared to the Chinese, foreigners were even less shy about using connections, and more proud of having them. She raised her glass. So, you've indeed proven you'd be an excellent agent, and I believe you're quite satisfied with me as well. She clinked glasses lightly with Cesare. Shall we toast to our agency contract? Cesare shook his head, instead setting down his glass. His azure eyes fixed intently on Jenny. No, Miss Jefferson. This only proves you're qualified and inclined to enter into a contract with me. Before we finalize our agreement, I have one last question to ask. Jenny furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling a surge of uncertainty. Please, go ahead. What is your ultimate goal? Cesare asked. Under his piercing gaze, Jenny felt an inability to lie. Whatever it is, I won't judge. You can, and I implore you to, tell me honestly. Jenny's first instinct was still to lie, but before she could speak, Cesare seemed to sense it and quickly added, be it becoming an Oscar-winning actress, a genre actor, just wanting to make money, or marrying into wealth, you can be honest. I won't judge you. In fact, Miss Jefferson, I can tell you that regardless of your answer, I'm likely to sign you. Jenny felt that if she didn't tell the truth now, Cesare might see through it and become angry. She reluctantly said, you promise not to laugh? I promise. Okay. Jenny shrugged. What do you think is the highest achievement a female actress can attain in Hollywood? Multiple award wins, cumulative box office in the top 10? A star on the Walk of Fame? Owning her own company, or even having her own cable network like Oprah? Oprah doesn't have a cable network, Cesare said. She has a television production company, but you're right, she does represent a pinnacle. Li Mei suddenly remembered that Oprah's TV network was established in 2009, and quickly glossed over this topic. You're right, she represents a peak. She made a gesture indicating the height Oprah had reached, then covered it with her other hand. Well, my goal is to go even higher than that. I want to leave my name in Hollywood history, I must dominate Hollywood. Cesari's movements paused briefly, his eyes like the deep blue sea, turbulent beneath yet barely rippling on the surface. Those eyes focused intently on Li Mei, as if searching for a chink in her armor, affirming her sincerity. After a moment, he spoke. Your ambitions are not small, then. Jenny shrugged. You're free to laugh at my dreams. Truth is, I don't know how to achieve them yet, but this is indeed my professional goal. You should know, Cesare said, that to scale such heights, the price you'll pay will be far from insignificant. To persist with your diet amidst years of grueling work, watching me feast without demanding a share, your willpower is indeed formidable, Miss Jefferson. But understand this, among Hollywood's A and B-list actresses today, such resolve is not uncommon. It's merely an entry-level performance. He observed Jenny's expression as he continued, even among the successful, none have reached the heights you aspire to, despite possessing talent, luck, and ambition in spades. The summit you seek is so lofty that no one can tell you how to reach it. This isn't a game with rules to follow that guarantee victory. There's a 90% chance you'll sacrifice everything for this goal, only to fall short in the end, perhaps not even grazing the trophy. Do you comprehend these risks? Jenny sighed. I do. In a rare display of genuine emotion, she continued, but I must do this. I must give it my all. If you're concerned I'm making empty boasts out of naivety, I can assure you, Mr. Vigieri, I fully grasp how grand this ideal is, how arduous the journey, how slim the chances of success, and the sacrifices required. But I've made up my mind. I cannot abandon this midway. She repeated, I must strive towards this goal. Cesare studied her for over 10 seconds. I believe you, he finally said, raising his glass to Jenny. Now I can say with certainty that we're both fortunate. I am the agent you seek, and you are the client I've been looking for. Jenny clinked her glass with his. To a successful partnership. To a successful partnership, Cesare echoed, pulling a contract from his jacket and handing it to Jenny. This is CAA's standard contract, which I've edited for your situation. The commission is 15%. CAA takes this regardless of status or seniority. For a newcomer, this is quite generous, you have nothing to complain about. The term is 5 years, after which CAA has the right of first refusal under equal conditions. He paused, fixing Jenny with a piercing gaze. I'll state up front, if anyone at the company asks, you must say you insisted on only signing for 5 years. Despite the 5-year term, our working relationship isn't predicated on lasting only that long. Miss Jefferson, I hope you understand my meaning. Jenny, swiftly scanning the contract, replied nonchalantly, the contract states CAA has the right of first refusal under equal conditions after 5 years. I won't violate the contract. No, you won't, Cesare smiled again, a gesture of pure formality. You're very clever, Miss Jefferson. I enjoy working with intelligent people. He continued, before signing, there are a few matters not written in the contract that you should understand. First, as I mentioned earlier, although we're only signing for 5 years, our partnership is expected to be long-term. Given your goals, it could last 10 to 20 years. Jenny shrugged. If I'm the client you want, and you're the agent I want, that's fine by me. Excellent. Second, this is an unwritten rule in Hollywood. Cesari's tone returned to its businesslike cadence. I manage everything, Miss Jefferson. From the food you eat to the men you sleep with, it all falls under my purview. If I say you can't date, you don't date. If I arrange for you to sleep with someone, you sleep with that person. If necessary, this extends to marriage and childbearing, who you marry, when and how you have children, all of it is my domain. If you have objections, voice them now. So you really do moonlight as a pimp sometimes? Jenny quipped, then clarified, if you tell me I can't date, fine, I don't care. If my career would fail without sleeping with someone, I can accept a short-term transactional relationship. Beyond such special circumstances, please be more restrained when arranging the latter, considering it as a last resort. Understood, Cesare said. To date, I haven't arranged such work for any of my artists. Let's hope it remains unnecessary in the future. He took a sip of wine, focusing intently on Jenny. Third condition, you must be obedient, Miss Jefferson. You must be very obedient. You want money? Under my guidance, you'll be very wealthy. You want power? You'll have it. You want to achieve your goal? Excellent, because creating a star that transcends legend is my goal too, Miss Jefferson. You must trust that our interests are perfectly aligned. Everything I do is for your benefit, so you must be extremely compliant. That's not a problem, Jenny said. As long as you explain clearly, I'll cooperate. Do I seem like someone who acts on impulse? Cesare shook his head. You don't, but people change. He placed a voice recorder on the table. Before signing, please repeat your goal and these 3 conditions into the recorder. Jenny stared at him, her expression conveying why so serious, but Cesare remained unmoved, gesturing to the recorder. Resignedly, Jenny picked up the device and recited her goal, determination, the 3 conditions, and her promise to abide by them. Cesare watched her intently throughout. Okay, he said after Jenny signed, raising his glass again. Don't return the contract to me. Have a lawyer review it. If you trust me, I can recommend one, if not, find your own. Give it back to me for the company seal once you've confirmed there are no issues. Congratulations on officially establishing our partnership. The contract wasn't yet in effect, Jenny could tear it up with a change of heart. But she understood Cesare wasn't talking about the paper contract. He was referring to a collaboration that transcended the document. Once they clinked glasses, even without a contract, he would assume control over Jenny's entertainment career. After the toast, the relationship would be official, and neither could turn back. Jenny raised her glass and gently clinked it against his, the crystal emitting a delicate chime. Congratulations on officially establishing our partnership, she said. Cesare offered a slight business smile. Now, let's enjoy the meal. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear about your education. You're quite adept at formal dining etiquette, which is unexpected given your background. Li Mei told him that Jenny had always been an ambitious girl, fascinated by upper-class life. She even knew that Cesare was a common Italian name, while Vigieri was a French noble surname. Indeed, Cesare said. My stepfather is French, and I took his surname. As for my first name, my father was of Germanic descent, but he was also a fervent fan of Cesare Borgia. Aut Caesar, aut nihil? Jenny reflexively quoted. Your knowledge of history is impressive as well, Cesare raised an eyebrow. That's because she had watched the Borgias. Jenny chuckled dryly and commented, actually, you're quite similar to him. Is Machiavelli's The Prince your guidebook? Oh, don't tell me you've read The Prince, Cesare said. Even without that, your general knowledge is already excessively broad. I'm starting to wonder how you managed to botch your SATs. Unexpectedly, chatting with Cesare wasn't a chore. As long as one could keep up with his thought process, he was quite an engaging conversationalist, and Li Mei was by no means unintelligent. They pleasantly consumed the remaining dishes, Jenny almost forgetting how famished her stomach had been. After finishing the salad, they polished off most of a bottle of red wine. I have a question for you, Jenny said as dinner neared its end. Please, ask. Cesare sipped his wine, appearing somewhat more relaxed than before, his shoulder line imperceptibly loosened. If I had told you earlier that my goal was simply to become wealthy, to escape poverty, would you have valued me as much? Jenny inquired. Would you have made a long-term commitment to work with me? Cesare shook his head. I would have valued you, but you wouldn't have been my primary client. Perhaps I'd have prioritized you third, but certainly not first. This confirms my suspicion. I sensed that you've been searching for someone who wants to reach the pinnacle, that you want to personally craft a Hollywood legend, Jenny said, genuinely curious. My desire to become a Hollywood legend is understandable. I'm certainly not the only person in the world with such aspirations. Being a legend, of course, implies both fame and fortune. But you're an agent. For you, it might be more beneficial to simultaneously manage several highly successful genre actors. You understand my point after all, you only arranged a 5-year contract with CAA for me. She took a large swig of wine, tilting her head curiously as she scrutinized Cesare. Becoming the agent of a superstar might actually be somewhat detrimental to your goals, yet you still want to be the agent who creates a legend. Why? Why do humans explore space? Descend into the depths of the ocean? Cesare countered. Why climb Everest or attempt to break Guinness World Records? His eyes burned as blue as a hydrogen flame. There's no reason. It's simply because space is there, the ocean is there. Cesare took a small sip of wine, his tone casual. Legend is there, waiting to be conquered. Jenny allowed Cesare to pay for the meal without any guilt. After settling the bill, Cesare drove her home. Jenny found it strange that in America, drinking was so common in social settings, and white people seemed to have a high alcohol tolerance. Cesare had several glasses of both red and white wine, but appeared completely unfazed, his face not even flushing. He showed no hesitation about driving after drinking, and they encountered no police checks on the way. So this is where you live, Cesare remarked after they arrived, stepping out to survey the area. Not bad. You can stay here for now. Tomorrow, find a lawyer. Here's Jim's number. After confirming the contract is fine, contact him and he'll take care of the rest. All right, Jenny replied, having little choice but to follow his instructions. You were working at a restaurant before? Cesare inquired. Quit it. Now's not the time for you to interact with the public. But I need money to live, Jenny protested. It could be months until the next opportunity. I can't just sit around doing nothing for months. I need to eat. Jim will arrange a new job for you, Cesare stated. He turned to leave but paused halfway to his car. By the way, you don't have a boyfriend now, do you? Or a lover? Anyone you're involved with? Jenny hesitated, but before she could answer, Cesare continued, end it. Cut it off completely. If there are any sex tapes, get them back and destroy them immediately. I recall Jim mentioning you had a close friend who's an actor and assistant director before you entered the industry. He's the only one qualified to remain in your social circle. You don't need to maintain contact with others. It's not good for any of you. He stared at Jenny until she nodded in agreement. Only then did he bid her farewell and drive off. Wasn't it a bit hasty to start arranging her life already? Jenny watched the car disappear, then shook her head with a wry smile. In truth, they both knew their partnership had officially begun. The contract was merely an additional legal guarantee. Since dinner, Cesare Vigelli had essentially become her agent. How influential was he really? And what had happened between him and Jennifer Bell? Jenny hadn't gotten clear answers to these questions before hastily signing on. Perhaps it was all too rushed, happening in just one day. Maybe she should have waited until he returned to America. Jenny cut off these inevitable second thoughts. Cesare Vigelli was the best option available to her, and seizing this opportunity was undoubtedly the right decision. Otherwise, she'd have to wait another 2 months to see which agent might be interested after CSI aired. Without Cesare, even if CAA offered her a deal 2 months later, which was unlikely, their attitude certainly wouldn't be as accommodating as today, and resources wouldn't be tilted in her favor. Though domineering, tyrannical, cold, and extremely controlling, Cesare was a senior agent at CAA who had taken Jennifer Bell from obscurity to her current position as a formidable rising star. More importantly, he shared Jenny's pursuit of excellence and believed she was the talent he was seeking. In any case, the task now was to trust Cesare as much as possible and focus more energy on honing her acting skills. Cesare's assessment of her was quite fair. She was far from being an excellent actress yet, at best just gifted. To reach her ultimate goal, both acting ability and looks were equally crucial and indispensable. That night, Jenny slept poorly, plagued by chaotic dreams. The next morning, she rose early and called Dave. A lawyer? Of course, no problem, Dave said. I can ask Lynch, or Sarah. Oh, Sarah would be best. Her lawyer is certainly the most experienced in this area. Hold on, I'll call you back. Soon after, she received the lawyer's contact information. The fee was $300 per hour, with contract review priced based on complexity. A standard contract would be $1,500, with results provided within 3 working days. Well, was she about to become penniless right after signing? Jenny set down the phone with a bitter smile. Rent was due soon, and with reduced work hours for filming, her monthly salary would likely be halved. After paying rent and the $1,500 fee, she'd barely have enough for food. If CBS's check arrived late, she might actually have to go into debt. Dave called back shortly. How'd it go? All settled? It's done, Jenny replied, trying to sound cheerful. Are you free for lunch? I'm on the evening shift today. But Dave had a work lunch, and when Jenny asked about dinner, he was still unavailable. She didn't pursue it further. She had switched to evening shifts for a week, with filming only taking 5 days. For the remaining 2 days, Jenny exercised at home during the day and worked full 8-hour shifts at the restaurant in the evenings. Johnny, Jessica, and the others hadn't noticed anything amiss. The lawyer's review came right on schedule, calling Jenny before close of business on the 3rd day to inform her that the contract had no hidden trap clauses and was safe to submit. Jenny then waited 2 more days for the contract to arrive via federal snail mail. Upon receiving it, she called Jim, who immediately arranged for someone to pick it up. Cesare has already gone through the internal procedures with the company, Jim instructed Jenny over the phone, his tone somewhat imperious. You can go to the restaurant today to resign. After the contract is signed and sealed, the company will arrange some courses for you. You won't be able to work full-time anymore. But I need money, Jenny pointed out. Mr. Vigeli said he would arrange a new part-time job for me. Is that true? Without that promise, I can't possibly quit the restaurant. Yes, Cesare mentioned that to me, Jim's voice sounded a bit muffled. Go ahead and resign first. If you're willing, you can start the new job right after quitting. Give me a call when it's done, and I'll come pick you up. Jenny had no choice but to shout into the phone, remember to bring my underwear back. Jim choked awkwardly and hung up. The resignation process went smoothly. Johnny clearly had anticipated it, and aside from constant sighing, didn't say much beyond asking Jenny to promise she'd return to Hollywood star if she ever needed work again. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Many people's acting careers have temporary setbacks. Being a server is a lucrative industry, worth considering as a suitable supplement. Jenny had a good impression of him and thanked him politely. As for Jessica, she never even crossed paths with Jenny, disappearing out the back door the moment she learned Jenny was there to quit, probably to smoke in secret. Kevin and the others naturally joked around, telling Jenny not to forget about them when she became famous. Johnny even took out a camera, laughing as he said, "Let's take a memento now. When Jenny becomes famous, this group photo will be our restaurant's treasured centerpiece." Amid everyone's good-natured teasing, Jenny was pushed to Johnny's side, smiling cooperatively as several photos were taken amidst cheers, marking the end of her brief career as a restaurant server. After settling her wages, she had over $1,000 more in hand, just enough to offset the lawyer's fee from a few days ago. Now, all of Jenny's possessions amounted to just over $2,000 in the bank, plus the expected $5,000 check. For most Americans, this might be sufficient, but unfortunately, Jenny was a banana yellow on the inside, white on the outside. The Chinese cultural traits of diligence, frugality, and love of saving had left a deep impression on her. Without a source of income, she immediately felt insecure. While walking home, she eagerly contacted Jim. "I've resigned." "What about the new job you promised?" Jim quickly drove to her building. After Jenny got into the car, he handed her a brown paper bag. "The clothes and pants are all in here." Jenny opened it, somewhat surprised the underwear and pants had been washed and neatly folded. The bag had a faint car air freshener smell, suggesting they had been in there for a while. It didn't seem like they had been hastily washed, dried, and stuffed in over the past few hours. This meant Jim hadn't done anything sleazy with her clothes. She looked at Jim quizzically. He rolled his eyes. "Please, I have standards too. If I want sex, I'll go to a bar and use my job as a pickup line, not hide in a dark, cramped apartment jerking off with someone's underwear." Jenny laughed. "Wow, honesty makes you more charming." Does that make you want to date me? Jim asked, feigning eagerness. Because I'm willing, baby. All you have to do is ask. Jenny said, but Mr. Vigeli told me not to date anyone for now. Ah, yes, Jim dropped the joking tone, his voice returning to normal. Cesare would arrange it that way. You don't need romantic relationships to distract you in the short term. Even if you were to date, it wouldn't be with a middle-aged man like me. Cesare would never allow it. Besides, you're truly out of my league. Me? Jenny didn't like Jim's last statement. I have just over $2,000 in my wallet, living paycheck to paycheck. Jim, what league am I in? You may be struggling financially now, Jim said seriously. But all you lack is an opportunity. Cesare is your opportunity, girl. The moment you got his contract, becoming successful was just a matter of time. When I decided to take you to meet Cesare, I knew I could never have a chance with you again, and you would never lower yourself to date me. Hollywood is actually a world with strict hierarchies. You're in one class, Cesare is in another, and Dave and I are in yet another. Our class and yours will never intersect. I understand this, and so does Dave. Jenny immediately thought of the relatively friendly conversation between Jim and Dave on her last day of filming. She suddenly felt angry. What's this about? Did Vigeli decide to sign me and immediately send you to warn Dave not to continue being friends with me? He started interfering with my social circle before I even agreed? What? How did you suddenly jump to that conclusion? Jim revealed his slow reaction, asking a few bewildered questions before understanding Jenny's meaning. He shook his head. No, Cesare never said anything like that, and he never would. Dave is an actor and assistant director, of course he's someone agents want to be on good terms with. That afternoon, I just went over to chat with him. We both wanted to pursue you, obviously, but we both knew we couldn't aim that high anymore. It's a fact we both understood, so I just went over to lick our wounds together. Jenny was still annoyed, but this time Jim spoke up before she could. Isn't this the truth? Cesare cancelled his New York trip for you, came to the set specially to watch you act. You have no idea how many people at Universal hated you that afternoon. Cesare is like a superstar in the free agent market, everyone wants him as their agent, and he came to the set just for you. We all knew that unless Mars collided with Earth or the Twin Towers fell, he was 100% going to sign you. Once he made that decision, boom, you'd fly away like a bird released from its cage, and we mere mortals could only run after your shadow on the ground. This is what's going to happen in the future, we all understand it. He understood it earlier than me, which is why he was so reluctant to let go, so unhappy about me taking you to meet Cesare. Anyone who's seen you act knows you have extraordinary talent. Dave must feel it more deeply than anyone. He knew what would happen after you met Cesare, and he didn't want to let you go. He tilted his head thoughtfully. If you ask me, he must really be infatuated with you. Wow, come to think of it, this man is absolutely in love with you. Jenny rolled her eyes dramatically and made a gesture of exasperation at him. I get it. Can you talk less? Thanks for making me feel even worse. Not even a star yet, but already with a star's temper, Jim chuckled as he parked the car in the driveway. I like it. Jenny got out of the car and squinted as she surveyed the house before her. It wasn't particularly large, a two-story street-facing building with each floor about 100 square meters, seemingly with a backyard. Compared to the supermansions found everywhere in Beverly Hills, it wasn't especially eye-catching, though its value was undoubtedly considerable. It was probably the difference between tens of millions and hundreds of millions in any case, not a house she could afford to live in now. Moreover, this neighborhood was already part of Beverly Hills. Where is this? She asked, with a sense of foreboding. I thought you were taking me to my new workplace. I am, Jim said cheerfully. This is your new workplace, Cesare's home. He pursed his lips and whistled, pointing at a large dog bounding out of the house. And this is your job content. Note, when I wrote this chapter in early to mid-August, I never imagined that Hollywood would be caught up in a nude photo scandal these days. Haha, Cesare's instructions now seem very reasonable. She became a dog walker. Yes, she became a dog walker for Cesare Vigeri, and of the exceptionally well-compensated variety, Jenny felt her compensation would make every dog walker in the world envious. Firstly, most dog walkers had to walk over a dozen dogs, or at least 5 or 6 at minimum, while Jenny only walked 1 dog. Yet her salary matched or even exceeded that of typical dog walkers. Secondly, her employer provided her with a car. An Audi A8. This model was launched by Audi in 1999, and in 2001, before the A8L appeared, it was considered a mainstream luxury vehicle. It was the same car Cesare had used to drive her home previously. Since Beverly Hills was an upscale community with an underdeveloped public transit system, commuting without a car was inconvenient. Cesare, through Jim, temporarily authorized her to use this car, as he wouldn't need it during his month-long stay in Europe anyway. Wasn't there a second car available to lend? Jenny wondered. The answer was yes, but the second car was even more expensive, a limited edition 1998 Bugatti Veyron. Well, both Jenny and Li Mei knew how to drive, and Li Mei had previously driven brands like Lamborghini and Lotus, so a mere Audi A8 certainly wouldn't make her feel inferior. So now she drove the A8 everywhere, first to the courses arranged by CAA, acting classes, pronunciation and accent lessons, and movement classes. Then every afternoon, she went to the Vigieri house to walk the dog, and again in the evening after class, before going home to sleep. In fact, Cesari's decision to have her quit her job was quite necessary. Under such an intense course schedule, Jenny couldn't have maintained full-time employment. Even the job Cesare currently provided had strong elements of charity. When Jenny inquired about compensation, Jim said, "Whatever your previous job paid, this one will match it." It was fantastic, walking a dog twice a day, earning over $4,000, with an employer-provided A8 to drive and gas expenses covered. Her level of contentment would likely make many Americans quite envious. But that's not to say Jenny's life had truly become easier. If anything had changed, it was that she was now more exhausted than before. Previously, at the fast food restaurant, the work was physically demanding but mentally undemanding. That simple job had been a breeze for her. Now, in her classes, she had to concentrate fully on every lesson, to listen and learn. The acting courses, in particular, were challenging. It wasn't just about having an artistic space, the classes demanded quick memorization of lines, improvisational performances, and numerous small exercises that the artistic space was utterly powerless to assist with. These tested, or rather, cultivated, fundamental skills. For Li Mei, her only advantage was that she had likely taken similar courses in her previous life, so she wasn't entirely without foundation. So far, the only class where she felt no pressure was movement. After all, in her previous life, she had essentially relied on her looks to get by, so she couldn't have neglected this aspect. Combined with her svelte figure and refined demeanor, the movement instructor was very pleased with her, often using her as a model to demonstrate for the other students. The pronunciation classes were quite challenging for Jenny. She spoke with a standard accent, with only slight southern inflections, but for Cesare, this wasn't good enough. The goal of the pronunciation class was to correct Jenny's accent to that of a pure New York Upper East Side aristocrat. Then there were accent classes covering everything from southern drawls to Irish brogues to British accents. Unlike future Chinese TV dramas that would strive to eliminate regional dialects, the Western entertainment industry placed great importance on pronunciation. If someone with a pure American accent were to play a British aristocrat, both critics and audiences would consider the production a joke. Being tormented by these classes in rotation each day, Jenny felt even more exhausted than when she had been working. She had already cut her exercise time down to just an hour, and then ran a few laps in the park with the dog during the 2 daily walks, considering that sufficient for her physical activity. Especially since she was still practicing her acting skills in the artistic space, she was essentially engaged in over 20 hours of self-improvement daily. Although she got enough sleep, the sense of mental drain, coupled with the mood swings brought on by chronic hunger, still clung to her like a shadow. "Let's go, Washington." Jenny bent down to adjust her pant leg. She hopped up and down a few times, then took hold of the excited, heavily panting German shepherd, and walked out the door. Seriously, what kind of person names their dog Washington? To be honest, she hadn't expected Cesare to be a dog person in the first place. She had imagined his home would be a cold, immaculately clean postmodern setup, completely devoid of life forms other than himself. As it turned out, Cesari's home was decorated in a very traditional American casual style, and besides Washington, there was even a tank of tropical fish. His house was indeed spotless, though a cleaner came every morning to maintain hygiene and feed Washington breakfast. Jenny would prepare the dog's dinner after the evening walk. Washington was very intelligent and clean, never relieving himself outdoors, instead using the yard after meals. Once she cleaned up after him, she could leave. After running 4 laps around the neighborhood, about 5 kilometers, Washington was panting with his tongue lolling out, but still enthusiastic. German shepherds rank fourth in intelligence among all dog breeds, equivalent to a 5 or 6-year-old child, and he already knew that Jenny usually ran about 5 laps in the evening. But Jenny was utterly exhausted tonight. She hadn't slept well last night, the apartment's air conditioning was under maintenance for 3 days, and today had been an especially busy and challenging day. How about we head home, Washington, she negotiated with the dog. Washington whimpered, giving her a pitiful puppy-eyed look. All right, Jenny surrendered, deciding to run 2 more laps with him before finally bringing a satisfied Washington back home. She took out his dinner and fresh water, rest for 5 minutes before eating. After tidying up a bit, she sat cross-legged on the floor, turning on the TV to browse late-night programs while Washington feasted in the yard. It usually took him 20 to 30 minutes to eat and relieve himself, during which time Jenny would either watch the news or enter the artistic space to practice her skills further. Tonight, she was desperately tired. She only watched TV for a short while before her body swayed and she dozed off, thinking she'd just take a quick nap and wake up when she heard Washington bark. When Jenny woke up, it was already light outside. She sat up, the blanket sliding down to her waist, as Washington barked twice in the yard. Oh no, Jenny quickly checked the time, she had just over an hour before her first class. Factoring in driving time and showering and changing clothes, she would hardly have any time for breakfast. Great, a hungry morning, just what she needed. Jenny pushed the blanket aside and got up to gather her things, then suddenly froze. This blanket wasn't from the living room, at least she had never seen it on the couch before. It couldn't have been something she pulled over herself. She walked to the back porch and looked. Washington's toilet area was spotlessly clean, with fresh puppy pads in place. The cleaner usually came around 10 a.m., and it was now 7:50 a.m. So had she encountered a kind-hearted pervert who broke in during the night to cover her with a blanket and clean up after Washington? That seemed unlikely. Jenny walked to the front window and suddenly noticed that besides Cesari's A8, there was another car parked in the driveway, a red BMW Mini Cooper. Good morning, as if to solve her confusion, footsteps sounded on the stairs and a young woman with brown hair, dressed in pajamas, walked into the living room. You're awake, that's great. I just called Jim, and he said you have class in the morning and need to be up by 8. I was about to come wake you. She extended her hand to Jenny. I'm Lillian Swenson, Cesari's girlfriend. You must be Jenny, right? Jenny woodenly shook her hand. I didn't know anyone else was living in this house. I've been working night shifts recently, Lillian said with a smile, her attitude towards Jenny very friendly. I start work in the afternoon and finish in the early morning, so we haven't had a chance to meet. When I got back last night, you looked so peaceful sleeping, I didn't want to wake you. Would you like some breakfast? If you want to shower, there's a guest room upstairs, and we have disposable underwear in the house. I'm about your height, so you can wear some of my clothes for now and change when you get home. In fact, considering that Jenny was now driving her boyfriend's car, walking her boyfriend's dog, and that her boyfriend was paying her above standard wages for it, and given that Jenny was so young and beautiful, Lillian's friendliness was almost unnaturally normal. You know what, thank you, really, thank you, Jenny quickly said. I do need a shower, and then to grab some breakfast quickly. It's closer to drive to school from here too. Really, thank you. No problem, Lillian's friendliness was reciprocated, and she smiled happily. The guest room is the first door on the left upstairs. Jenny turned and ran upstairs, diving into the bathroom for a thorough shower. When she came out, disposable underwear and outer clothes had been laid out on the bed, and the aroma of coffee was wafting up from downstairs. I'm not much of a cook, Lillian told Jenny when she came down. This is leftover salad and mashed potatoes from yesterday's takeout. I boiled a couple of eggs, and there's some toast, milk, orange juice. This is plenty, Jenny glanced at her watch. Thank you, I can sit down and eat leisurely without being late. You're welcome, Lillian sat down across from her. I've been wanting to meet you for a while. Cesare has told me about you, he says you have even more potential than the other Jennifer. I've just been too busy lately to find the time. They chatted casually for a bit, and Jenny learned that Lillian was a medical intern, the same age as Cesare, and had just started her hospital rotations this year. She was currently on a rotating shift, which explained her irregular schedule. She and Cesare were family friends who had known each other since childhood. When they both ended up in Los Angeles, they naturally got together and had been a couple for 2 years now. Lillian once again surprised Jenny. Although she was pretty, hers was a common sort of beauty, not the kind that would shine on camera. And clearly, she was a down-to-earth, genuinely nice person. In Jenny's mind, Cesari's partner should have been more like Narcissa Malfoy from Harry Potter, aloof, cold, proud. Essentially a female version of Cesare himself. Of course, Lillian's approachability was Jenny's good fortune. They became familiar and close over the course of breakfast. Lillian was particularly grateful that Jenny had been taking such good care of Washington. We've had other dog walkers before, but Washington has never been as happy and healthy as he is with you. Jenny also explained why she had fallen asleep on the floor last night. Upon hearing about her air conditioning system being under maintenance, Lillian immediately invited Jenny to stay at the house. There are plenty of empty rooms, and I always feel so lonely by myself. You can stay until Cesare returns, and it'll be more convenient for you to get to your classes from here. Jenny was somewhat overwhelmed by this enthusiasm. But I don't think Mr. Vigieri would be happy about it. I mean, this is his house after all. It's my house too, Lillian said firmly. She suddenly smiled. Actually, it's really my house. Daddy bought it for me the year I came to Los Angeles for school. Cesare is at most a more long-term roommate than you are. She was obviously joking, and when mentioning Cesare, Lillian's affection was evident. Jenny couldn't understand how such a lovely person could get along so well with Cesare. She didn't really want to move into Lillian's house, despite its good location, nice furnishings, and greater comfort. It still felt like she would be imposing. But Lillian was truly insistent, and Jenny couldn't refuse too firmly for fear of making their relationship awkward. After declining a few more times, she finally agreed to Lillian's invitation to stay for 2 more nights, until the maintenance was completed. Jenny quickly, within about 3 or 4 days, regretted this decision. She discovered that Lillian was indeed a charming roommate, and her fear of loneliness stemmed from her motherly nature and love of taking care of others. On Jenny's second day after moving in, Lillian returned to her normal shift schedule, with her routine mostly synchronized with Jenny's. She quickly figured out Jenny's eating and living habits and took excellent care of her. For several days in a row, Jenny had breakfast to eat and someone to jog and walk the dog with in the evenings. Jenny wasn't made of iron. In this lonely life of self-improvement, she desperately needed a friend. Eventually, under Lillian's encouragement, Lillian told her that Cesare also hoped she would move in, and Jenny had promised to be obedient. She semi-officially moved into Lillian's house. Around this time, Jim contacted her. Cesare has arranged an audition for you. I'll send you the details later. This audition is a bit special and might require some targeted preparation. What movie is it? Jenny asked. Jim announced, it's a musical starring Catherine Zeta-Jones and Renee Zellweger, directed by Rob Marshall, adapted from the famous Broadway play Chicago. The 2003 Oscar Best Picture winner. Jenny felt a bit dizzy. Last month, she had to rely on connections just to compete for a guest role in a TV series. This month, she was auditioning for a future Oscar Best Picture. Damn, being signed by Cesare Vigieri was truly the most correct choice she had ever made. Note: 1. Chicago received 13 Oscar nominations and won both the Oscar and Golden Globe for Best Picture. It's highly recommended viewing. 2. It's quite normal for agents to provide work, housing, and send expensive thoughtful gifts to their unsigned artists. Chris Hemsworth, when he first arrived in Hollywood and couldn't find work, earned some income by babysitting for his agent while taking classes to learn an American accent. He's Australian, with a very noticeable accent. He and his wife, the female police officer from Fast 5, actually met and fell in love in accent class. His wife was also under an agent and, being Spanish, also had to take accent classes. Can you dance? As soon as Lee May sat down, Jim blurted out the question. This is a musical, so we have certain requirements for the actor's background. You didn't list dance as a special skill on your resume, but Cesare insisted we give you a shot anyway. He's reviewed the material and is very optimistic about this film. He's convinced it's a frontrunner for next year's Oscars. I can dance, Lee May replied calmly, having long since given up wondering about the origins of Cesare's uncannily precise eye for selecting films. I know Latin dance, ballroom, and waltz. I can perform most dances required for social occasions. Would you like to see a demonstration? Jim looked at her incredulously, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. You can dance? But you didn't participate in any clubs in high school, did you? Lee May felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Many of the skills she possessed weren't things Jenny should know, and it was impossible to fabricate them convincingly. Even the slightest verification would expose the lie. So including them on her resume had been a dilemma. If she listed them, people like Jim would think she was exaggerating. If she didn't, she'd never have a chance to showcase these abilities. Moreover, lying about such things seemed pointless. Lee May shrugged, I just can. I learned by watching TV. Sue me if you don't believe it. Jim remained skeptical, so Lee May stood up and began searching through Lillian's CD collection. At that moment, she genuinely missed the yet-to-be-released iPod. Let's see, I don't think she has any Latin dance music here. There's no need to demonstrate right now, Jim hastily interjected. We've already found a dance instructor for you. We had planned for some one-on-one training, but if what you're saying is true, it seems that might not be necessary after all. He promptly whisked Li Mei off to meet the dance instructor. She perused the audition materials in his car. As a potential Best Picture nominee for the 2003 Oscars, Chicago was, of course, a big-budget production helmed by a renowned director and featuring A-list actors. Adapted from the Broadway musical that had been running since the 1970s, it was already a classic in its own right. Li Mei was quite familiar with the film, she was a fan of the director, and had watched Rob Marshall's later musical 9 numerous times as well. Naturally, she had revisited Chicago on multiple occasions. The entire production was currently in the preparation stage. The 3 lead roles, 2 female and 1 male, had already been cast, and they were now searching for supporting actors. This was typical for film and television productions. The more important roles were cast earlier, while extras were found just before shooting began. The audition Cesare had arranged for Jenny was for a supporting role. In terms of screen time, it would likely be considered the 3rd or 4th female lead. The plot of Chicago was straightforward, with a relatively small cast of characters. It told the story of Roxy Hart, an aspiring starlet who, after being deceived by her lover, shoots him in a fit of rage. In prison, she encounters her idol, Velma Kelly, a vaudevillian who has become notorious for murdering her adulterous husband and sister. Velma is reveling in the attention her crime has brought her and barely deigns to acknowledge Roxy. The 2 women's machinations to secure their freedom and fame drive the narrative. The entire film was infused with a sardonic wit that offered a penetrating critique of the glitz and superficiality of 1920s Chicago. Li Mei believed its 2003 Oscar win for Best Picture was well-deserved. Of course, the roles of Roxy and Velma were far out of her reach. For a film centered on female performers with ample opportunity for tour de force acting, they would undoubtedly cast acclaimed actresses with both talent and star power. Jenny could only aspire to a supporting role. Chicago featured numerous scenes set in a women's prison, so there were quite a few female supporting characters with substantial screen time. For instance, during Velma's recounting of how she ended up in jail, there was a spectacular musical number in the cell block where each inmate had a 1 or 2 minute solo, an excellent opportunity for exposure on the big screen. Beyond that, there was also an Eastern European showgirl, whose name Jenny couldn't recall and wasn't mentioned in the audition materials, who was imprisoned for allegedly murdering her husband. She maintained her innocence and was eventually executed. As the only inmate to die in the story, she had a notable performance before her death. But Li Mei had underestimated Cesari's capabilities. When she opened the audition materials, she discovered that the role she would be competing for was the one played by Lucy Liu in the original film. Over the past month and a half, she hadn't just been studying diligently. Jim, Dave, and Lillian had all been her conversation partners, filling her in on many aspects of the entertainment industry she was still unfamiliar with. All 3 were experts in their field. Lillian also came from a show business family, and though her parents were doctors, many of her uncles were directors and producers. Their casual insights often left Li Mei with sudden moments of clarity. Among these were some classifications of the difficulty in securing various roles. Using a film with a budget of tens of millions of dollars as an example, it was absolutely impossible to manipulate the casting of lead roles. Unless the film was a rare case of having a single investor who specifically demanded certain actors, the selection of leads was always strictly professional, based solely on who was best suited for the role. Even the most powerful connections could only get someone into the audition room, and even then, they might be cut in the first round by the director or producer. In Hollywood, every film was a carefully considered commercial investment. Anyone who dared to play games with investors' money was essentially committing career suicide. Even for substantial supporting roles like the male and female second leads, it was impossible to rely entirely on personal connections. One's track record and individual performance were crucial. In the case of Chicago, which effectively had 3 lead roles, all were filled by acclaimed actors with impressive credentials. No matter how capable Cesare was, it would be impossible for him to secure such a role for Jenny in her debut. However, he had indeed far exceeded Li Mei's expectations, as Lucy Liu's role in the film was clearly one that many top agents were eyeing for their new talents. Of course, Hollywood was still relatively professional. From what Li Mei knew, if this were the Chinese entertainment industry, sought-after supporting roles in big-budget films by famous directors would likely be bought by actors. Yes, they would pay to be in the film rather than receive a salary. For someone like Li Mei, penniless and unknown, unless her agency was willing to pay, she wouldn't even have a chance to get on the interview list. In the audition script for Chicago, the character's ethnicity and nationality weren't specified. It merely outlined the background of this inmate, Kitty. She was the daughter of a Hawaiian fruit tycoon, deeply in love with her boyfriend. However, upon returning to her mansion, she unexpectedly discovered her lover in a ménage à trois. After shooting all 3 individuals, she instantly became a national sensation, completely overshadowing Roxy. The threatened Roxy was even forced to fake a pregnancy in response. Although Kitty appeared midway through the film and only had a few minutes of screen time, her role was incredibly eye-catching, it had to be, for the audience to believe she could eclipse Roxy's fame. It was a scene-stealing part with room for interpretation, highly memorable, and not particularly challenging to perform. This was where connections came into play. Both minor celebrities and newcomers would be vying fiercely for this role. Lee May had no idea how Cesare had managed to get her, with 0 credits to her name, onto the audition list. In the original version, Lucy Liu had just risen to fame for her role in Charlie's Angels. While her looks might not have been considered breathtakingly beautiful in the East, she perfectly embodied the classical Asian beauty that Westerners found captivating. Combined with her fluent English and seamless integration into mainstream cultural circles, she ultimately secured the role of the Hawaiian fruit magnate's daughter. However, Lee May didn't assume Kitty had to be Asian. Lucy Liu's success in landing the role demonstrated both her exceptional talent and her agent's powerful connections, as evidenced by the substantial screen time she received in Kill Bill, which was produced around the same time, as Lee May recalled. Unlike the finished film and the original musical, the audition script included a song and dance number for Kitty. It seemed the director had initially considered some revisions but later decided against them for the sake of narrative cohesion. Consequently, the audition requirements also included a foundation in song and dance. After reading through the audition script, Lee May felt there weren't any major challenges. With over a month until the audition, she could comfortably master this character. Her only concern was that she would be taking, or rather, preemptively taking, Lucy Liu's role. Of course, from the moment she arrived with her foreknowledge, such occurrences were inevitable. Lee May had already convinced herself that this wasn't a big deal, at least not compared to plagiarizing someone else's entire film. Copying an entire movie was essentially appropriating someone else's creative work entirely, but competing for a role that was destined for success still required her own effort. She couldn't simply replicate the original actor's performance. If the original actor's interpretation had been overwhelmingly successful, Lee May doubted she could snatch away the opportunity. After all, each person's style was most suited to themselves. Lee May couldn't possibly imitate Julia Roberts and then outperform her. If there was any element of cheating in her approach, it was only that her choice of roles would be more precise than others. But ultimately, the competition was still fair. If her moral compass was so rigid that she couldn't accept even this advantage, she might as well give up on Hollywood altogether. Every role would have competition. If she wasn't willing to compete with others for parts, how could she ever climb the entertainment industry ladder? However, if Lucy Liu had been any white actress, Lee May might not have felt anything. But this particular actress was one of the rare Asian faces in Hollywood. As a banana, white on the outside, yellow on the inside, Lee May did feel guilty about potentially taking away her role. Fortunately, this wasn't one of Lucy Liu's pivotal works, just a few minutes of screen time. For Liu, who had already made a name for herself in Hollywood, it would have been a nice addition to her resume. But for Lee May, this was an opportunity she absolutely couldn't afford to miss. Actually, there was another supporting role with more screen time, Jim mentioned casually as he saw Lee May finish reading the script. But Cesare thought her scenes had less face time and not much room for interpretation, so he chose to compete for this one instead. Besides, the other role wouldn't suit you. It requires an Eastern European woman, and your looks are decidedly un-Eastern European. The film is still in pre-production. Has Cesare already seen the entire script? Lee May asked curiously. After all, most agents would probably only know that these 2 roles were being cast. The production team wouldn't go around discussing which role had more screen time or offered more room for performance. Cesare is friends with Catherine, Jim said with a hint of envy. He was chatting with her in Spain a few days ago and happened to see the script. He immediately set his sights on this role and secured an audition for you on the spot. Spain? Lee May was even more puzzled. Is there a major entertainment industry event in Spain right now? No, Jim shrugged. But Leonardo is vacationing in Ibiza, and Cesare is with him. You know Leonardo is also a CAA client, and Cesare handles part of his business. Lee May was left speechless, only able to feel grateful that she had somehow been signed by Cesare. His methods were clearly beyond those of an ordinary agent. No wonder he was in Spain at this time. Ibiza was probably teeming with stars, and he had gone there to network. Didn't he say he doesn't share? Lee May muttered under her breath. Jim's sharp ears caught her words. He chuckled, yes, he doesn't let others share what's his. But when it comes to sharing what belongs to others, Cesare wouldn't say no to that either. Ah, we're here. Jim led Li Mei to the dance studio, where she showcased her dance skills. She had learned various dances with fitness benefits to maintain her figure, and she had both natural talent and interest in dancing. While she might not have been a top-tier dancer, she was certainly capable enough to play a supporting role in a film after some intensive training. The dance instructor praised her effusively, while Jim could only retreat in stunned silence to call Cesare. Watching his expression, Li Mei finally found a glimmer of confidence. Perhaps, just as Cesare seemed like a monster in her eyes, she might appear as a monster to others. She continued taking dance classes, albeit more advanced ones now. There were no new audition opportunities in the following month and a half, so Li Mei devoted her free time to specifically preparing for the role of Kitty. Before she knew it, a month had flown by, and September 2001 arrived. September would bring many events: the fateful 9/11, which would postpone the Chicago auditions to October, the start of the academic year at various universities, the molting season in Washington, Lillian's shift rotation. And, of course, the punctual return of CSI, Crime Scene Investigation on September 27. Note: 1. Ibiza, an island in Spain, is a high-end vacation spot favored by many celebrities. The famous incident of Orlando Bloom punching Justin Bieber in anger occurred in Ibiza a few months ago. Leonardo DiCaprio was also present at the restaurant where it happened. Reportedly, after Orlando threw the punch, the entire restaurant applauded, and Leo even invited Orlando to join his table. 2. I'm not actually sure which agency represents Leonardo DiCaprio. If anyone knows, please let me know. For the purposes of this story, I've assumed his agency is CAA. 3. There's no recorded version of the original Chicago musical, so I don't know if her character was Asian in the original play. Here, I've assumed she was white in the original and that her nationality was unspecified in the film script. Although the entire nation was focused on the events of 9/11, people still craved entertainment. CBS, often dubbed the Seniors Channel, retained a substantial viewership. Its crime dramas, known for their quality, continued to garner high ratings. CSI, Crime Scene Investigation, which premiered in 2000, was one such hit. Its first season attracted over 20 million viewers, securing a rating score of over 10, establishing a stronghold on Monday evenings. Li Mei, looking back, recalled that such impressive figures only began to decline around the 10th season due to various factors, but even then, the show maintained its fundamental standards. In its nascent second season, during the golden age of its progression, the show was slated for the prime Monday 8 p.m. slot, a hallmark position. With the return of its first episode, it was anticipated to see a ratings boost compared to the previous season. Whether it was the loyal audience from before, new viewers brought in through promotion and DVDs, or the casual viewers who left the TV on while busying themselves with familial chatter, everyone seemed to tune in. Even CBS executives were glued to their screens on this Monday night for the return of CSI, Crime Scene Investigation. The episode began with a swift recap and character introduction. Then the scene transitioned to the vibrancy of a musical performance at the renowned Caesars Palace Casino in Las Vegas. The casino had spared no expense, hiring the starlet Juanita Carson for a year-long residency. As the concert reached its peak, the audience erupted into screams and applause. From a distance, Juanita could be seen moving about, engaging with her fans. A few quick camera cuts effectively conveyed this information, along with the casino's lavish CGI-enhanced spectacle on stage and in the audience, crafted meticulously due to a generous budget. Though Juanita's face had yet to be shown clearly, her charisma had already captivated some of the younger female viewers. Could she be some famous guest star, one wondered. She's got star quality, but I haven't heard any TV reports about it. Let me check Yahoo, another replied. Needless to say, searching Yahoo bore no results. The camera shifted to a few wardrobe assistants speaking in hushed, hurried tones, rushing a long dress to the dressing area. From their conversation, it became clear that Juanita's next outfit had unexpectedly ripped, and they only had 5 minutes for a hasty repair. Contrasting the show's exterior glamour, the backstage dressing room was in chaos. Costume designers were nowhere to be found. The harried wardrobe assistants fetched needle and thread and rushed back, their steps stuttering as they noticed the hem of a black evening gown trailing on the ground, soaked as it dragged along. What the hell, an assistant cursed, trying to wring the water out from the fabric by hand. But as her fingers traced the fabric, her expression shifted and the camera took in the scene, a trail of ominous red, punctuated with chaotic footprints leading out from the dressing room. The scene transitioned to a crime investigation site behind a screen, where members of the CSI unit were busy photographing and marking the scene. Tall and handsome, Nick recited the victim's details: Judy Watts, 36, divorced, childless, a seasoned costume designer working with Juanita Carson for over a decade. Thus the investigation commenced. Initially, Juanita Carson was not listed for questioning due to her alibi and a packed schedule. However, further inquiries revealed that the victim was last seen the night before. The assistant who fetched the clothes had only spotted a silhouette behind the screen and found a cart loaded with Juanita's costumes parked at the door. Soon, the coroner uncovered new evidence, pushing Judy's time of death back over 20 hours. A stray hair of Juanita's was found on the neckline of the victim, thrusting her into the spotlight of suspicion. At that moment, she was in Los Angeles, attending an awards ceremony, and Nick was dispatched to bring her in. Leading a team of Los Angeles cops, Nick slipped unnoticed into the guest area of the ceremony, politely tapping Juanita's shoulder. "Juanita Carson?" She turned, the face so stunning it required no exaggerated cinematography. Under the kaleidoscope of stage lights and surrounded by distinguished guests in their evening attire, Juanita's visage seemed to glow. Her blonde hair, azure eyes, and ruby lips conjured the quintessential Hollywood starlet. But her beauty wasn't limited to just her features alone. Unlike the so-called stars in typical series, often lacking true star power, Juanita Carson radiated celebrity aura. Her composed and effortless command of the screen bore traces of old Hollywood's allure, her uncontrived elegance hinting at a seductive grace that rendered her brief appearance genuinely captivating. She seemed unfazed by the police presence, showing no hint of anxiety or alarm, merely striking a poised pose with slightly lowered voice. "Yes?" Nick and the officers had been disarmed by her beauty. Juanita taunted them with a few searching glances, particularly intrigued by Nick, before locking eyes with him, smiling with clear flirtation. "Yes?" Nick's Adam's apple bobbed visibly, betraying his struggle to maintain composure and rationality. "You're a suspect in the murder of Judy Watts, Ms. Carson. I'm afraid you'll need to accompany us." Onlookers from across the star-studded room turned their attention to the scene, cameras snapping to action. With a graceful yet puzzled show of hands to her male companion, Juanita stood to join Nick, who gestured for officers to stay close by. A cameraman moved in reverse, capturing a close-up of Juanita as she walked. She radiated a serene defiance and didn't veil her face. Instead, she implored Nick, "Officer, if you wouldn't mind, could you step to my right?" Nick was baffled, not immediately complying. Juanita beamed knowingly, her gaze dancing. "I photograph better from the left." Her unfazed cool stirred amused responses from viewers, and many were intrigued, a difficult suspect indeed, suggesting an enthralling episode ahead. Meanwhile, since Juanita's appearance, young viewers, keen on pop culture, reacted with awe. She was a mystery to them all, a stunning beauty with an unmistakable aura. Many young women, connoisseurs of the entertainment scene, marveled at the unfamiliar Juanita Carson. Naturally, American teenagers lacked terms like captivating aura or star presence, but they were decisively intrigued by the character Juanita Carson and the actress. A few impressionable viewers were grateful they'd recorded the episode, eager to replay her astonishing turn once more. Even in lavish productions, such an unforgettable turn was rare. Surely this CSI episode had secured an exceptional guest star, executed with excellence. "Joan, who's that star?" some parents asked, intrigued. "She's truly remarkable. Perhaps we could rent some of her films." "I don't know, Mom," a girl replied, crestfallen. "I've searched repeatedly, no one seems to know who she is." "Let's check the credits afterwards." Ordinary viewers could only wait. Meanwhile, talent agents and film executives were more direct. CBS staff phones busied with inquiries about Juanita Carson from those connected with the industry. "She has a kind of magic that makes even cheap sets shimmer," remarked seasoned viewers on message boards, their posts titled, "CSI 201, Juanita Carson, who is she?" The episode continued, with CSI teams analyzing Judy's death, concluding she was likely stabbed by someone she knew, fighting her assailant before succumbing. As Juanita bore shoulder bruises and her hair was found on the victim, suspicion rose, though evidence or motive remained insufficient. Despite skilled questioning by CSI members, Juanita remained elusive, turning the tables, often flirting with Nick. Her every move exuded charisma, testing Nick's restraint as suspicions mounted. "Answer me," Nick demanded, losing patience after yet another questioning session led nowhere, pounding the table. "Why was your hair found on the victim?" Juanita's attorney objected instantly, prompting CSI lead Grissom to step in as Nick exited, casting one last glance at her, her gaze trailing after him even through the one-way mirror, a confident smile suggesting she could have indeed killed and was sure to escape unscathed. "It seems we have a problem," murmured team member Warwick behind the mirror. "She's the type of perpetrator I hate most." Music swelled as the show paused for a commercial break. During the interlude, some viewers took breaks, while others delved into discussions or online searches for the actress portraying Juanita Carson. Curious viewers even rang the network, seeking answers, only to meet dead ends. On popular boards like IMDb's CSI forum, posts about Juanita Carson buzzed with speculation, her performance so seasoned and commanding. Some fans claimed she elevated the episode's prestige. However, as the episode resumed, the newfound fans felt a touch of disappointment. Lacking conclusive evidence, Juanita was released post-detention. Nick and colleagues fruitlessly raided her home and Caesar's Palace suite. Refusing further warrants, the judge left Juanita temporarily unscathed. Her appearances waned thereafter, returned to regular stars. Through detailed probing and Judy's financial records, the team deduced an extortion by Judy against Juanita, though missing evidence and weapon hampered their case, only vague financial connections remaining. With the case nearing a futile close, Nick sought a last resort, deceiving Juanita, echoing the scene from Jenny's audition. "May I come in?" Nick knocked. "Come in," Juanita's languid voice called. Viewers across screens thrilled, savvy to drama rhythms. They sensed a pivotal moment unfurling, Juanita either stumbling or evading CSI like the rare Season 1 fugitive, a twist unlike typical episodes. If so, she'd join the rare ranks of elusive guilty figures, aligning with Juanita's unique caliber. "I'm here to congratulate you," Nick said, arms folded by the door. "I hear you're the talk of the nation now due to the murder case. Surely that's good for you." "Good for me?" Juanita echoed slowly, her seductive glance tracing Nick's face, her voice lowering. Viewers sensed her silent allure toward Nick. "How can this be good for me? Famous for a murder trial, wearing out my PR team? Public relations, you see." Juanita continued weaving industry jargon in jest toward Nick, yet with a flirtatious undercurrent. As always, Nick remained aloof, standing firm. "Stars never shy from attention, as you told me on your arrest day." Juanita's expression shifted as she shot Nick a sidelong look, turning to freshen up her makeup. Nick brandished an evidence bag, containing blood-stained gloves. "You know what these are?" Juanita regarded Nick through the mirror, her tone dismissive and detached. "These are Judy's gloves. What of it? Haven't I seen them in your photos?" "Yes, Judy's gloves, worn as she died 100 yards from the wardrobe room. Her fatal wound, she desperately applied pressure, painting them with her blood. Yet we found no primary scene, wardrobe stains too scant, no spatter, dragged from the true locale. The killer washed it clean, leaving scant trace we couldn't unearth." Nick voiced deliberately, eyes locked with Juanita, yet she sat unfazed, her presence dominating over Nick's. "What do you want to divulge here?" Juanita bemoaned, a ghost of a smile faint on her lips. Nick remained steadfast. "When we searched your suite, no traces of blood emerged." Juanita's patience frayed. She sighed, uttering with a roll of her eyes, "You're wasting my time, officer. I have an esteemed interview with Vogue, you understand? Vogue. Nick's serene smile held confidence, mastery over the moment, sparking his advance on Juanita. "I propose a theory, Ms. Carson. Hypothetically, you murdered Judy, driven by my claim, Judy threatened your past. Hypothetically, all traces eradicated, conveniently, your room cleansed post-crime under your orders, leaving us blind to blood residues. Hypothetically, void of your alibi thus far, this hypothetical you, armed with powerful legal backing, evades legal penalty, correct? We struggle to attain connecting motives nor evidence of presence. We elude locating the scene. Does this mean the hypothetical you stands near acquittal?" This perilous dialogue piqued Juanita's interest, her smile a cautious curve. "Hypothetically, it might. However, Ms. Carson," Nick measured, assured in tone, "allow me a breath of good news. Judy left more than just blood at the scene. She was attacked by a familiar face, but her struggle against the assailant yielded clues." Juanita involuntarily probed the bruise on her shoulder, key in her suspect's arraignment. Nick leaned close, trapping her against the seat. Her gloves, torn and fray, testify to a fierce battle. Judy, in her blood loss, quickly slumped, seeking support, but faltering, hitting rough surfaces, incurring strikes. Her palms bore cuts, evident wear in glove fibers. These torn wool gloves, amid commotion, offer a precious tip, wool fibers embedded, tethering us to the original site, enough to incriminate. Juanita's countenance finally shifted, relinquishing authority as Nick's confidence eclipsed hers, glancing nervously to a rough wall by them. Nick's eyes sparkled, leaping toward the wall, flashlight in hand, only to find it spotless, no trace in sight. When Nick's gaze rose in realization, meeting the reflective surface of Juanita's composed visage, she applied her makeup once more. Meeting his reflection, her smile exuded smugness and slyness, both poisonous and enchanting. She rose, gliding to Nick, extending near his ear, sparing a suggestive expression, understated and coy, retreating from near a kiss atop his lips. A collective murmur from TV's marked consummation, teenage girls dotted with hearts, savoring Juanita's allure while male spectators fixated on her, imagining themselves subjugated by Juanita's potent temptation. Her presence is so captivating, Joan praised aloud. Mom, you really haven't seen her on any shows? Perhaps you've forgotten. Her viewing habits paled to her housewife mother's, who inquired, why do you doubt my memory? Have you really searched online, come up short? Repetitive queries echoed among many an audience as on-screen Nick followed suit, conflicted, attempting to reclaim her kiss but retreating, eyes reflecting repressed desire. Juanita, now recoiling from Nick, graciously said, as I mentioned, a standout interview awaits. I've granted you access, detective. Your move. With Nick's reluctance palpable, Juanita radiated an enigmatic smile, departing the dressing room. Glancing at the parked cleaning cart, her hand subconsciously brushed the wound mirroring the cart's handle logo. A sequence unraveled, Juanita, post-murder, reached the doorway, guiding the cart inside, faltering slightly, colliding with the handle. Disregarding the pain, she hid the body within the massive bucket, layered ice over it, clad herself in a cleaner's uniform, donned a cap and, humming, navigated backstage chaos post-concert unnoticed. In the wardrobe room, she arranged the scene, prepped the costumes, then withdrew the cart back to her suite, intricately cleansing the original site with bleach, diligently extracting any glove fibers. Calmly emerging in high fashion once more, she drove to the marina, mingling amid elite circles on board a yacht. While leaning alone at the railing, Juanita calmly produced the murder weapon from her purse, casting it into the sea. She delivered a serene smile, returning to the gala, accepted a drink from a passing waiter. Acknowledging the camera's gaze, she raised her glass, unveiling a triumphant grin, brimming with joy, as her voiceover echoed a prior remark, anyone can become a star with enough daring, ample practice, most crucially, one must be meticulous, for in this world, every endeavor, if meticulous enough, is capable of flawlessness. The episode concluded, screen fading to black as the theme played. It left viewers pondering numerous mysteries. What drove Juanita to murder? Why did she regard it so remorselessly? Would Nick relinquish pursuit? Was this Juanita's inaugural killing? Why did she echo such familiarity? Might it be, as stated, this wasn't her first time practicing? Crucially, who truly was the beautiful star? What else had she featured in? While she bore familiarity, she was not seen elsewhere. As customary credits rolled, often neglected, they now commanded attention. Many watched intently to the swift blur, with held breath, until the line Juanita Carson, Jennifer Jefferson appeared. Only then did viewers exhale relief, swiftly querying once more. In Beverly Hills, inside, Lillian cheered, arms raised in triumph, I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. You were amazing. Jim joined in applause. Lillian, having a day off, invited Jim for dinner, to share Jenny's screen debut. Truly spectacular. Jim spared no flattery, I saw your potential, honey. The world will think, why didn't we see you sooner? Hollywood will yearn for you, cursing their delay because Jim Devo took you under wing. Ha, darling, they'll envy me. Jenny omitted correcting Jim's error, she signed with Cesare. Fixated on the screen, she frowned, wait, they spelled my name wrong. It's Jenny, not Jennifer. Oh. Jim calmed from enthusiasm, glancing at Jenny, not a mistake. Cesare's change. From now, your official name, Jennifer, not Jenny. Why? Lillian asked, puzzled, by all means, it's merely a spelling change, but... Suddenly her brows knit, does it concern Belle? Jennifer Bell, currently enjoying top-tier status, Cesare's recent departed client. Note, won the star residency in casinos is a famed tradition. Celine Dion and Britney Spears have performed revival shows, Britney's still ongoing. 2. This episode's narrative is entirely fabricated, although it may seem dull, that's normal. Network crime dramas remain straightforward, unpredictable like films is unlikely. Especially CSI, triumphing in technical intricacies, its plots aren't riveting. Though it was merely an episode of a television series, significant enough to catch attention but not quite meriting professional critic reviews, the year was 2001, and the internet was on the cusp of explosive growth. Numerous netizens had already begun forming spontaneous social circles, including small groups composed of film and TV enthusiasts, often using IMDb's discussion boards as their platform. They took their grading and discussions of TV shows and movies rather seriously. Naturally, a high-profile CBS crime series like CSI drew considerable attention. As soon as the episode aired, a surge of posts inundated the discussion boards, with an unprecedented number exceeding the usual. Most people awarded the new episode an outstanding score of 8, yet the crux of the conversation revolved around Juanita Carson, and the actress portraying her, Jennifer Jefferson. I believe CSI 201 is an exemplary episode, upholding its usual stellar traditions with realistic technical details and solid reasoning. However, The plot seemed excessively thin when juxtaposed with Juanita's performance, entirely overshadowed by Jennifer Jefferson's brilliance. Half an hour after the broadcast, upon reflection, my mind lingered only on Juanita's breathtaking performance and an urgent desire to re-watch her every appearance. The plot left no lasting impression, reduced to a mere backdrop to Juanita's beauty. From a viewing perspective, casting Jennifer Jefferson was the right choice, for she lit up the entire show. Yet, from an overall effectiveness viewpoint, it was a misjudgment by the producers. Juanita's allure and acting are akin to those gracing the silver screen. If she were cast as the lead in major productions this year, it would come as no surprise. To use her as a supporting role in a TV series is akin to cramming a majestic beast into a small cage, causing the entire episode to feel unbalanced. This was the second highest ranked post, with support and opposition being evenly matched. Many loyal CSI fans harbored resentment towards Juanita's newfound fanatical admirers, meticulously listing confrontation scenes to prove that other actors were equally competent beside Juanita, while criticizing Jennifer Jefferson's excessively exuberant and coarse acting. There were also many defending the well-conceived and tightly knit plot, insisting it left a profound impression. Despite its compelling discussion, this thread ranked second. The first was brusque, with a simple title and content: Who on earth is Jennifer Jefferson? Has anyone heard of her? Within the follow-up discussions, some remarked that IMDb contained no information about her, with her newly created actor page crafted by enthusiastic forum-goers only moments ago. Some claimed they called the television station, but even they were unsure of Jennifer Jefferson's identity or past projects, stating her guest role level was typically managed by the casting crew. The crew's contact information wasn't something easily obtainable, thus everyone tried to reassure one another, believing time would reveal answers. On Jennifer's actor page, several initial dedicated fans exchanged messages, analyzing her future potential and expressing steadfast confidence that they would see her perform again. They even posted CSI rescheduling times for new fans who hadn't recorded her performance, providing opportunities for future revisits. As for the CSI crew, from Nick's actor George Eads to producer Richard Lewis, they received multiple calls asking for Juanita Cassone's background, along with her contact details. In Hollywood, aspiring young talent is abundant, yet for major agencies and casting departments, they wouldn't simply sit by waiting. Exceptional talent is always as rare as phoenix feathers, and if Juanita possessed only beauty, not so many calls would be made. Possessing merely acting skill wouldn't stir such a fervor. Her aura was the quintessential ingredient. That girl seems to come with a spotlight of her own. Greg Branch, an agent, shared his excitement over the phone with Lynch, Dave's confidant. We have to acquire her. I promise within 5 years, she'll be a lead in significant productions. Lynch, don't be shy, find her number and pass it to me. Oh, and I think you should have her guest star again, but this we can discuss after she signs with me. This wasn't the first such call. Lynch wasn't the first crew member to be harassed either. This night's plentiful calls were enough to make them feel as though the entire world was searching for Jennifer Jefferson. However, the replies given were deceptively similar. She's already been signed. Didn't you know? Lynch added a bit more, indeed, by your CAA colleague, Cesare Vigili. I thought you already knew. Vigili breaking protocol to appear at the set was not merely for amusement. Even Marg and Georgia, CSI's leading actresses, were mad with jealousy. What? Vigili. Similar exclamations echoed on the other end of many calls, with countless agents gnashing their teeth. Why is it him again? Earlier, they assumed Jennifer had no agent, or wasn't valued under her current representation. Despite her weighty role and luminous performance, she wasn't listed in the opening credits as a guest star, nor did she appear as a special guest in the end credits. Instead, she appeared as a regular supporting character. If she had an agent, they would have fought for appropriate recognition, rather than letting it drift. Conversely, some casting personnel who quickly appreciated Jennifer's potential were overjoyed, swiftly turning to contact Vigili. As one of Hollywood's esteemed agents in recent years, obtaining Vigili's contact details was not a daunting task. Gossip circulates rapidly in the film industry. When Cesare came to witness Jennifer's performance, not everyone important was present in the crew. However, by this night, almost everyone knew of Jennifer's signing with Vigili. And as numerous phones began ringing, news reached those closely connected to Cesare. Most of Cesari's male clients shrugged, or sent teasing messages congratulating him on yet another promising discovery. For his female clients, particularly those in similar positions to Jennifer, the situation seemed less inviting. Their instant reaction was to scour the network for CSI replay times. Though Jennifer Jefferson was still a nobody, an actress's road to stardom unfurls quicker than that of her male counterpart. Rising to prominence might take merely 1 or 2 roles. Jennifer Jefferson. After hanging up, a stunning blonde with alabaster skin murmured to herself, yet another Jennifer. Her crimson nails drummed against the table, her lips curling into a slow, serpentine smile. Is Cesare attempting to prove something? Jen, a distant voice echoed, where are you? We're leaving now. Hollywood's ascending queen of charm, Jennifer Bell, immediately assumed a cheerful expression, swiftly striding toward the living room. You really ought to stay longer, darling, the wine is hardly finished. Her residence wasn't far from Lillian's, right in the heart of Beverly Hills. From the nocturnal sky, the entire structure resembled a radiant gemstone, ablaze with light both inside and out, guests bedecked in finery mingling within her lavish estate. With her entrance, laughter and mirth surged through the room. Simultaneously, the atmosphere at Lillian's residence was peculiarly somber, where joy should have reigned. Lillian was indignant over Cesari's unwarranted renaming of Jenny, and without a suitable argument, Jim was quick to make his exit, leaving the main party involved, Jenny, to comfort Lillian's fiery temper instead. She hadn't the faintest idea how Cesare had altered her name sans warning, which wasn't an overwhelmingly gratifying ordeal, albeit not infuriating either. Though imbued with Jenny's memories, her salient personality was Limei's, not overly fixated on names. Knowing it was Cesari's arrangement and not the studio's oversight dilated her acceptance. Yet Lillian detested Cesari's autocratic maneuver enough to exclaim, tomorrow, I shall call Cesare myself, demanding his apology. I suppose that's unnecessary, and alarmed Jenny quickly intervened, my dear, I truly appreciate your concern, yet this ultimately concerns my contractual dealings with Vigili. The cultural customs between East and West diverged vastly. In the West, a direct no wouldn't severely impact relationships, as human interactions bore simplicity, unmarred by veiled subtext. Though Lillian voiced fairness on her behalf, hearing Jenny's refusal didn't provoke her anger. Rather, Lillian elaborated, no, it's different. If this concerned professional aspects, like audition allocations, I wouldn't advocate on your behalf, yet this issue diverges, not of Cesare. In this matter, he exhibits childlike pettiness. Belle's departure equals betrayal in his eyes, hence his rebuttal, proving he could strand her beneath his heel, lifting another Jennifer. His decision isn't mine to consider, though altering your name to spite his former client significantly insults your identity. You mustn't be the pawn in his squabble. Oh, Lillian. If Jenny initially interacted with Lillian as her partial employer, she now genuinely regarded Lillian as a friend. Lillian exemplified the unbridled opportunities of a well-bred upbringing, eminent education, blended with natural endowment, kind, independent, a beacon of exceptionality, radiating an unyielding belief in a just and beautiful world. Such individuals resemble a sun, eternally casting luminous energy among cherished kin. Although not as outwardly captivating as Jenny, she unequivocally possessed more allure, an angelic presence. Beloved, except the turn of events, she embraced Lillian's shoulders, refilling her glass. Contacting Cesare now tarried his decisions, indeed casting doubt on my integrity, wouldn't it? He employs me to walk dogs, a dignified stipend, not to sow discord. Should Cesare sever our bond then? My choice of friends is my own, Lillian instinctively responded, yet upon noticing Jenny's expression, she faltered, sighed, all right, though your circle surpasses choice. Understood, I shan't confront him over the phone. Yet upon return, I reserve the right to voice my view, you can't deter me. Post-encounters allow varied discoursal paths beyond fleeting misunderstandings conveyed telephonically. Jenny voiced no objection, naturally, solely a nominal adjustment, Jenny or Jennifer, essentially the same, isn't it? Perhaps Cesari's intention to spark media juxtaposition between two Jennifers might even bolster my fame. Considering, Lillian eased slightly, though remained sulky, fine, yet I remain displeased by this directive. Cesare overstepped. You're too good. Really, your benevolence is immeasurable toward me, Jenny couldn't resist a gentle embrace. Raising her glass, come, let's forget these troubles, celebrating tonight's episode. Clinking glasses, Lillian mirrored her grin, your delivery was remarkable, guaranteeing future success. The earlier tumult subtly bridged the gap between them. At least for Jenny, she looked upon Lillian as a confidant, unwinding post-nightcap into light-hearted chatter. Loosening inhibitions further, she ventured, Dill, I often muse why you're so kind to me? Young, alluring, assigned to Vigili's roster, with him treating me favorably, curating this position, providing transportation. Ordinarily, such dynamics stir unease, correct? Oh. Lillian chuckled, there's nothing to fret over. While not every client of Cesari's is my friend, you're good-natured, devoted, earnest, friendly, importantly, we click. My friendship isn't determined by your agency, Cesare simply facilitated our acquaintance. Indeed, though only once familiar. Jenny's curiosity piqued, from our initial meeting, your congeniality stood out. Well, those worries haven't crossed my mind. Lillian confessed candidly, you are undoubtedly beautiful, yet nothing shall occur between you and Cesare. Jenny simply nodded, remaining silent, whilst Lillian elaborated, oh. Don't misunderstand. My assurance stems not from blind faith in our love, not wholly naive, nor indefatigably deep. Here lies Hollywood, where is love untouchable across adversities. My assurance comes through knowing Cesare, his resolve to maintain boundaries with clients, never mingling beyond professionalism. Taking a sip, she nonchalantly divulged, otherwise, what necessitated Jennifer Bell's departure. So it was. Certainly reasonable, barring Cesare's industry connections, no sensible cause for Jennifer Bell to sever ties prematurely. No woman shuns gossip, naturally. Potential adversary assessments intrigued Jenny intensely, intending to delve further. Meanwhile, the phone inconveniently rang, dispelling curiosity. Lillian presented it to Jenny. At this hour, who's calling? A dear friend. Observing the screen display, Jenny gestured a brief absence to Lillian, retreating onto the terrace for introspection. Hi, Dave. Congratulations, Jenny. Dave's congenial nature seemingly reinstated their amiable rapport, as though they'd always remained genuine friends. Bravo, just earlier Lynch informed me of numerous inquiries. After her failed invitation, this was the first time they had been in contact. To be honest, Jenny felt relieved when she heard Dave's voice. Although she now had Cesare, not only was his personality what it was, but he had been out of town ever since signing Jenny previously in Europe, then flying back to the US after September 11th, constantly coordinating overseas shoots for several of his big clients. Now American citizens were all on edge, and many production crews were very reluctant to film abroad. Jenny had heard from Lillian that Cesare would likely be accompanying his A-list young star Christopher Hanks to Israel to shoot on location. Though he clearly hadn't forgotten about Jenny, even arranging an audition for Chicago for her, the two of them likely wouldn't have many chances to meet in the short term. Jenny didn't expect him to sit down and explain the rules of Hollywood to her. As for Jim, although he was something of an assistant to Cesare, at the end of the day he was also an agent with several TV stars signed, so he wasn't always available either. Besides, between him and Dave, Jenny was definitely closer to Dave. In any case, being new to the industry, Jenny was very happy to have a friend like Dave around. She wasn't particularly interested in many people calling Lynch, but was more concerned about Dave's family and friends in New York. Your family and friends were all okay in the incident, right? I wanted to call you, but they're all fine. You know my parents live in Colorado, 10,000 miles from New York, Dave said. My friends are all okay too, we were really lucky. Everyone Jenny knew also didn't have any social connections in New York, except for one of Lillian's distant relatives who was in the Twin Towers that day, but had escaped. But the impact of this event on America was so great that only those experiencing it firsthand could truly feel it. In her past life, 9/11 was just a news story to Lee May, at most affecting part of her husband's family's business. Now living in America, she could feel September 11th's all-encompassing impact on national sentiment and even the national economy. After chatting a bit about industry developments post 9/11, Jenny extended another invitation. Seriously, we should find time to have a meal together, Dave. Are you free tomorrow? No problem, I have plans tomorrow night, but we can have lunch together, Dave said readily. Lunch? Jenny was taken aback. It seemed Dave had found a new romantic interest so quickly, giving him psychological support. Of course, she could only be happy about this. This way, they could truly go back to being just friends. That's fine. Where should we meet? This time, the place Dave chose was a far cry from Wine and Dine. It was a mid-range Italian restaurant, the kind where many office workers have business lunches. Jenny found parking across the street and ran over to find Dave already there. Because their seats were right by the window, as soon as she sat down, Dave pointed at the luxury car outside and raised his eyebrows dramatically. Vigieri lent it to me to drive, Jenny said. He's out of town now, and since I'm his underling, he just lent me the car directly. In Los Angeles, it was rare not to have a car. Public transportation was underdeveloped, and it was inconvenient to go anywhere without a vehicle. But the original Jenny's previous financial situation wasn't suitable for buying a car, and her workplace happened to be close to home, so the inconvenience of not having a car wasn't too great. The real Jenny had always wanted to buy herself a car as a gift when she received her first interview notice, but after over a year, she still hadn't received a single interview request. Dave understood this too. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, by this time next year, you'll be driving your own luxury car." "I hope you're right." Right now I'm still at the stage of vying for supporting roles, Jenny said. That's because the TV show just aired yesterday, Dave reassured her. He seemed to have more confidence in Jenny's future than she did herself. Really, believe me, your time to soar is just around the corner. I'm lucky to have met you when you were still a waitress. No, I'm the lucky one to have met you when I was a waitress, Jenny corrected him. In the future when I'm a big star and people interview me asking how I got into the industry, I'll say it's because I was lucky enough to meet a great friend named Dave Jensen. Without him, I'd still be a waitress now. Jenny. Dave looked moved. He joked, then I'll have to tell my future grandchildren, listen, you may not believe it, but when Jennifer Jefferson was still a waitress, we even tried dating a few times. They both laughed. This meeting was very pleasant, almost without any barriers. The two of them smoothly transitioned into a friendly mode of interaction. Dave told her some rumors about Rob Marshall, the director of Chicago. I've met him several times. You know, this is his first film. Before this, he was always in theater, occasionally helping with dance choreography and direction for TV shows. I have several friends on Broadway, and he's a friend of a friend. Rob is a dance fanatic, and his aesthetic grasp of color and lighting is top-notch in the industry. But I'm curious that he would actually accept you for an audition. You know, since he's from Broadway after all, I thought the supporting roles for this film would largely use familiar Broadway faces those actors can sing, dance, and act. He added, of course, I'm not saying you can't dash. It's okay, Jenny said. I understand the gap between me and regular Broadway performers. This was true. Jenny wasn't very confident about this role. Although Rob ultimately chose Lucy Liu, who also wasn't a professional musical theater performer, she at least had fame and acting skills. This wasn't like Juanita, which was just an insignificant guest appearance in one episode with no other strong contenders. I heard Lucy Liu has also entered the audition, she volunteered. So I'm not getting my hopes up too high for this audition. Oh, she's a real beauty too. Dave thought for a moment. Don't worry, Jenny. I won't lie and say you'll definitely get this role. In Hollywood, there's fierce competition for any good role. Even A-list actresses have roles they want but can't get. But I can tell you, in Hollywood, there's never just one good opportunity. Even if you don't get this role, as long as you make a deep enough impression on the casting directors during the audition, there might be even better opportunities waiting for you. Yes, don't worry Dave, I won't be scared off, Jenny smiled. It's just a third female lead role for now. If I ran away scared at this, what would I do for a lead role? Dave raised his glass to her. For that comment alone, I'm buying lunch today. I was planning to mooch off you even without that comment, Jenny clinked glasses with him. CBS hasn't sent the check yet, Vigieri hasn't come back and hasn't paid me, so I'm even poorer now than when I was a waitress. They turned to discussing Cesare Vigieri. Few people in the industry don't know about him, Dave said. Not because his business is that crazy good, but because he's just too handsome. There are wild rumors that the reason Jennifer Bell broke up with him was because her boyfriend finally couldn't stand her agent being more handsome than himself. Of course, his business isn't bad either. Many people call him the crown prince of CAA. It's said he's a strong candidate to be CAA's next CEO. When Ovitz Martin no longer has the heart to battle it out, he'll pass the torch to him. So it's quite rare for you to be signed by him. Except for Jennifer Bell, the artists he represents are at least on the C-list. The number of super A-list and A-list celebrities in Hollywood is very small, and many of them own their own agencies. Jennifer Bell, for example, was previously a B-list artist. If it weren't for starring in 2 big productions last year, she wouldn't have been upgraded to A-list. But because of Pearl Harbor's box office flop, her A-list position is also precarious, with the possibility of falling back to B-list. Of course, a B-lister in the film industry is still a super rich person to ordinary people. Vigieri single-handedly discovered Bell when she was still a college student. He made her an A-lister within 5 years, Dave solemnly told Jenny. At that time, he himself was just an intern working in the mailroom, hadn't even graduated from college. In Beverly Hills, this was once a beautiful story he discovered her, and she also made him, allowing him to rise straight to the top and become a senior agent at CAA within 5 years. Their breakup once made the industry think Vigieri's position at CAA would be in jeopardy. Now he's signed you, a nobody, and you happen to also be named Jennifer. So all this should let you know that when you meet Belle, you need to be very, very careful. Dave never hesitated to warn her about the dark side of Hollywood. Perhaps he once intended to discourage her from developing in the entertainment industry, but now it was purely out of concern for a friend. Jenny guessed this was because he knew she couldn't and wouldn't turn back. Yes, Jim also told me some things about Belle, but I think we probably won't have many chances to meet. I heard Belle is going to the UK to film next month. Dave didn't know much more about Cesari's news, so he brought up Chicago again. This is Rob's first time directing a movie. The cast is very strong for this film, and the investment is not small. I think his authority on set won't be that high. During the audition, you should pay attention. Besides the director, the producer is also someone you need to win over. Oh, but I'm worrying for nothing. I think since Vigieri would break his rule to sign you, he must have a comprehensive plan for your future. At least you don't need to worry about others going through the producer route to bump you out. Jenny couldn't help but make a face. To be honest, I should trust his professional level, but... Thinking of Cesare Vigieri's cold expression and all-business attitude, Jenny concluded with a wry smile, maybe building trust takes time. What are you doing here? Cesari's first words to her were clearly not helpful in building trust between them. Is your second question going to be why do I have your car keys? Jenny couldn't help but roll her eyes. Mr. Vigieri, you hired me to walk your dog, remember? In between classes, she still came to walk Washington twice a day. She had no class this afternoon, and having just finished lunch with Dave, the timing was right, so she came back to walk the dog. But as soon as she entered, she found Cesare coming up from the basement where the gym was located shirtless, his blonde hair slightly messy, and one couldn't help but notice his body was incredibly fit. Fit to the point that thousands of words wouldn't be enough to describe it. And his chest hair was also a light golden color. Then he saw her and came out with that line. Maybe she should be grateful he at least remembered her, Jenny thought with some self-mockery. Oh, right, Washington. Cesare flipped his wrist to look at his watch. Well, you're late. Washington should be walked twice a day, and this midday walk should have started 15 minutes ago. Traffic, Jenny said irritably. If you don't mind, I'm going to fulfill my duties now, my lord. She went to her room to get her sun protection clothes and umbrella, then walked Washington around the community for over half an hour. Under California's scorching sun, she was drenched in sweat. When she returned from walking the dog, she found Lillian's car parked in the driveway, so she entered through the back door, put Washington away, and went up the small stairs to the guest room on the second floor. After showering and changing clothes, she walked to the living room to watch TV. Why are you still here? Half an hour later, Cesare appeared in the living room. He looked suspiciously like he had just showered too, considering it had been over an hour since he finished working out. Li Mei wasn't actually intentionally paying attention to these things, but she instinctively noticed them, perhaps an after effect of her life as a young madam. I live here, she waved away the unnecessary deduction. Did you forget again? At first it was because the air conditioning in my apartment was being repaired, then she said it was convenient to go to class from here, and convenient for walking the dog, plus she was lonely living alone, then she said you dash. She looked at Cesari's expression. Never mind, it's fine. I'll move back after walking the dog tonight. Cesari's icy expression relaxed a bit. Very well. He sat down on the small sofa. What are you watching? Discovery Channel, Jenny said. Did you know whales can actually hold their breath for several days? I didn't know that. Cesari's tone politely indicated he didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing such dull information. Neither of them spoke, silently watching TV for about 10 minutes, then Cesare said, Jefferson, I trust you understand that I don't want you living here because I don't want to mix my private life with work. There needs to be a clear boundary between personal and professional matters. I understand, Jenny said. In fact, I didn't plan to live here in the first place, because I figured you wouldn't approve dash. Wouldn't approve of what? Lillian came running down the stairs barefoot. Hi Jenny, hi darling. She perched on the arm of Cesari's sofa, giving him a light kiss. Cesari's expression thawed slightly, and he looked up at Lillian with a small smile. We were talking about Jefferson moving back tonight. Why? Lillian said in surprise. Didn't I talk to you about this? Cesare, you agreed at the time. Cesari's expression froze a little. Jenny felt awkward and started looking for an opportunity to leave. But Lillian reached out to her. You sit, dear, now, Cesare, we need to have a good talk. I remember clearly, the night Jenny moved and I talked to you about this, and you said it was okay. I mean, how many times have we talked about this problem? When I'm talking to you, I need you to listen carefully, not absent-mindedly busy with work stuff, reading scripts and proposals dash. Cesare gave Jenny a very pointed look. Jenny wanted to leave, but Lillian had already left the armrest and sat down next to her. You're not going anywhere, dear, and I won't let you move out. There has to be someone in this house who truly listens to me. Most of the time, she was so friendly that one would forget her background, but now that Lillian was starting to lose her temper, that pampered princess air came out. Jenny said, Lil dash. Cesare said at the same time, Lily, this has nothing to do with the issues between us. If you dash. But Lillian ignored them both and continued, and Jenny's name, I really can't believe it. Another Jennifer, you actually changed her name just for this gimmick. Are you trying to annoy Belle? But Jenny isn't a tool for you to use in your feuds, Cesare. You're always like this, it's really a problem, we've talked about this many times too. You really can't just manipulate people however you want, just to make yourself happy. This is so fucking awkward. Jenny looked helplessly at Cesare, trying to express her innocence with her eyes. Honestly, she was a bit bothered by the name change, but only a bit. But Lillian's current approach made it very difficult for her to defend herself. If Cesare was a bit more confused, he might immediately turn his anger towards her. Cesare closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Unexpectedly, he didn't get angry, and didn't even show much displeasure. First, let's talk about the name change, he said, still businesslike, objective and calm. Yes, changing the name was my decision. The reason is simple, Jenny, your original name was too casual. This may be my prejudice, but I believe only parents with a very low cultural level would name their daughter Jenny instead of Jennifer. Of course, in the future everyone will call you Jen, Jenny, that doesn't matter, but your full name must be Jennifer. Otherwise, the lower class label on you will never be washed away. People will think, what kind of parents would give their daughter a full name like Jenny? Then they'll realize, oh, right, her parents really are that inappropriate. Lillian opened her mouth, but Cesare held up a finger to her. Don't talk to me about exceptions. We're talking about people's general psychology, Lily. Ordinary people are just that snobbish and vulgar. Okay. Lillian made a dissatisfied expression. This is another contradictory cognition that needs to be resolved. As for Jenny not being able to live here, Cesare continued as if he hadn't heard her at all, I know you get along well with her, Lily. If you often invite her over as a guest, that's fine. I know you always get lonely when I'm away on business trips. But living together will blur the boundaries of my relationship with her. Of course, you don't need to say it, I know what you mean. You think I'm professional enough, and Jefferson is also very professional, and I'm away a lot, and this is just a transition until her career takes off and she'll quickly have her own place in Beverly Hills. Of course, all of that makes sense, but Hollywood paparazzi won't think that way. I promise you this kind of news will appear very quickly. Jennifer Bell's former agent signs new talent with same name, the two are already living together. Said agent reportedly has a girlfriend, now all three living together, relationship ambiguous. Jefferson needs exposure, but this kind of news can only backfire. Lillian sighed, and Jenny also let out a long breath of relief. She seized the opportunity to agree, of course I don't want to get caught up in that kind of trouble either. So we're all good now? Cesare stared at Lillian, his tone softening. Fine, Lillian compromised, but was clearly not in high spirits. Her tone was slightly sarcastic, this is clearly another oh the world is just that ugly and you don't understand anything lecture. I get it, you're always right. Whether east or west, being unreasonable is always a girl's privilege. Jenny knew it was time for her to leave, no matter how Cesare would handle the current situation, she had no interest in staying to watch. I'll go upstairs to pack, she said. Neither Cesare nor Lillian stopped her. When she reached the stairs, Cesare called out to her. Jefferson, I remember your audition is in 3 days. Yes, 11:30 in 3 days, Jenny said. Oh, right, if you want your car back, I can dash. Cesare completely ignored her trivial matters. He looked straight at Jenny, his eyes like icy lake's azure, cold and crystal clear. I heard you've been preparing well. I've done my best, Jenny shrugged, suppressing the urge to raise her chin and match Cesare's intensity. Very good, Cesare said quietly. This is a very good opportunity, and I don't like waste. You don't have the capital to miss it. Take it. I won't allow you to fail. Jenny suddenly remembered what Dave had said a few hours ago, in Hollywood, failing one audition doesn't mean anything. It might even bring you more opportunities. Maybe that's how Hollywood generally operates, but with Cesare Vigieri, the game clearly follows a different set of rules. He and she were playing a much harsher game. I'll do my best, Jenny said. Suddenly she was very grateful to have Dave and Lillian as friends. Dave was talking about the calls Lynch received, Lillian had been chattering about her tiny fan club on IMDb since last night until now, but to Cesare, all of this clearly meant nothing. He wouldn't even tell her how many inquiring calls he'd received about her, nor would he praise her performance in last night's episode. She really wondered how Jennifer Bell could still be interested in him. Jenny couldn't even imagine how Lillian could be with him. Cesare Vigieri was practically a machine. Note, Jenny is a nickname for Jennifer, Chris is a nickname for Christopher. For example, the familiar Chris Pine, Chris Evans and Chris Martin are all formally named Christopher. Having a nickname or shortened name as one's full name is quite unusual. Of course, there could be many reasons, but because of Jenny's background, this name easily makes people think her parents not only have a low cultural level, but also don't care about this child at all. To give an inappropriate example, if someone named Gua Gua was a second-generation elite, people would praise the parents for being so creative. But if this person was from a rural background, people would secretly think no wonder you're from the countryside. Something like that. Oh, and by the way, that famous Jenny Jackson, her Jenny is actually Janet. Li Mei's temporary family with Cesare and Lillian had several cars, but despite receiving her own salary and checks from CBS, Jenny had been too busy to buy her own vehicle. Cesare continued lending her his Audi A6, while he commuted in his Bugatti Veyron. Lillian even offered to lend Jenny one of her spare cars long-term if money was still tight. Jenny politely declined, adhering to the Chinese principle of helping in emergencies but not perpetual poverty. A month or two of assistance was acceptable, but borrowing someone's car indefinitely seemed presumptuous. Though Lillian didn't mind, Jenny needed to maintain boundaries, lest she lose face with Cesare. Whether in China or America, high-powered agents like Cesare rarely met frequently with their clients. He could have Jenny come to the office daily if he wished, but typically communication was primarily by phone. Agents would inform artists of work opportunities, then step back from the minutiae. In China, an assistant might accompany an actor to auditions and handle daily affairs, but this wasn't common practice in Hollywood. Hiring household staff or hosting friends as companions in one's mansion was a personal matter, but the industry didn't provide company-arranged support for everything work-related. Someone might accompany you to major events, but for everyday filming, you were on your own. If you wanted a driver, assistant, bodyguard, or dedicated manager, you paid for it yourself. A personal manager would typically take 10% of your earnings as compensation. As a senior agent at CAA, Cesare juggled multiple international stars. He was undoubtedly swamped. If not for Jim's occasional updates about Cesare filtering through numerous audition invitations resulting from Jenny's CSI appearance, she might have thought Cesare had forgotten her entirely. In the week since their meeting upon his return, she hadn't heard a word from him, despite walking his dog daily. Cesare rarely made it home before midnight. According to Jim, while invitations were plentiful, few met Cesari's standards. For now, Jenny's main prospect remained the Chicago audition. Due to 9/11, it had been delayed over a month from early October to mid-October. If Jenny had passed the audition, she should have already begun song and dance training. The agency-arranged courses had recently concluded, leaving her considering taking on more dog-walking jobs. In America, labor was expensive. For a large dog like Washington, market rates were $25 for a half hour or $50 for an hour of one-on-one walking. Walking Washington twice daily would net her $100, a solid $3,000 monthly, tax-free as an independent contractor. Cesare overpaid her by a few $100s, but Jenny felt less guilty about the wage now that she understood the going rates. If she took on a couple more dogs daily, walking multiple at once. Wow, she'd earn more than as a restaurant server, plus get exercise. A win-win situation. Her IMDb page now existed, though sparsely populated. The message board had accumulated a few hundred comments, many speculating if this Jennifer was a European star making a cameo, praising her classic quality. Jenny sometimes read the comments with a wry smile. How grand did her fans imagine her to be? Would they be shocked to learn of her aspirations as a professional dog walker? Though in limbo, Jenny didn't consider questioning Cesare. While CSI was a good debut opportunity, expecting it to attract excellent offers was wishful thinking. Such network TV shows had a set quality level. Perhaps her addition made it shine a bit brighter, but it wouldn't fundamentally transform the series. This caliber of performance wouldn't attract A-list directors or producers. Most inquiries would likely be for supporting roles in small productions or, more bluntly, leads in B-movies or R-rated films with adult themes. After all, she was beautiful with the allure of an established star, yet a newcomer with a low price tag naturally appealing to small-time producers with specific needs. This aligned with Cesari's earlier comment about typecast roles if her acting remained at this level. For someone aiming to dominate Hollywood, such opportunities would only waste time. If she wanted to capitalize on her sex appeal, there were far more lucrative methods than low-budget films. Even if Cesare suggested it, Jenny would scoff at the notion. Of course, she could only trust that Cesare's silence meant the opportunities weren't good enough, rather than bombarding him with questions. Building trust was a lengthy process, and she needed to demonstrate more sincerity first. With courses finished and additions not yet begun, Jenny had some free time. She enlisted Jim's help to purchase a well-maintained 1998 Volkswagen Passat with low mileage for just over $4,000. In America, cars were cheap and gas inexpensive, with a more developed automotive industry than China. However, as with used cars in China, one needed to be savvy to avoid being swindled by dealers. Fortunately, Jim knew cars well. They visited several places and smoothly selected a car and completed the paperwork. When Jenny offered to treat Jim to dinner as thanks, he waved it off, saying, "Let me treat you until you land your first leading role." He chuckled, "Though I thought you might ask Dave for help." Jenny shook her head, "Maybe in a while. I hope you won't think I'm burning bridges." "I'd be more concerned if you were still close with him now," Jim remarked nonchalantly. "This is actually better for him, but Jenny, I must say I'm impressed." "Impressed by what?" Jenny asked as she signed the check for the car dealer. "Generally, young beautiful women have messy love lives," Jim said as they walked out together. "Especially since you're in a dormant period, and Cesare forbids dating. I thought you might string Dave along for some security." "Wouldn't that be a bit too cruel?" Jenny laughed. "In this regard, Hollywood actresses are almost all considered bitches," Jim said. "People are so accustomed to it that even if this got out, most would just mock Dave for being a toad lusting after a swan. Beautiful women and celebrities have that privilege. In Hollywood, beauty and fame are the hardest currency, while middle-aged men without power are the weakest group, easily trampled." Jenny made a face, declining to comment. She changed the subject. "Right now I need to focus on when the next audition will come, not finding someone as a security blanket." "Aren't you thinking about tomorrow's Chicago audition?" Jim asked with interest. "I don't have high hopes for Chicago," Jenny frowned. "It's a Weinstein film after all, and I'm still a nobody." "Just do your best," Jim said meaningfully. "If you're good enough, Cesare will handle the rest for you." Compared to CSI, the Chicago audition was on a much higher level. As Jenny had expected, she encountered Lucy Liu at the audition site. Besides her, there were several other familiar faces, likely second or third-tier minor stars. Though few would remember their names in 2014, currently, each was more well-known than Jenny. The biggest name was undoubtedly Lucy Liu, who had just starred in Charlie's Angels. With a budget approaching $100 million and global box office over $200 million, Lucy Liu was one of the lead actresses. Since most had some fame in the industry, many knew each other and greeted warmly, despite being competitors. It was just a small role of a few minutes, not worth overt rivalry. Most were there for the Weinstein name and the musical's reputation. Though a big production, director Rob Marshall had never directed a film before, not even a TV show, so many harbored doubts about the final product quality. After observing for a while, Jenny felt more at ease. At first glance, she seemed to be the only one dead set on getting this role. As a newcomer, she was naturally excluded from the small social circles, with Lucy Liu inevitably becoming the center of attention. Not only did she have the Charlie's Angels franchise, but she had also worked with acclaimed director Quentin Tarantino, making her currently the most prominent Asian face in Hollywood. Even Jenny curiously glanced at her several times, though she refrained from approaching. As a nobody, she knew her place. The audition order was alphabetical by surname, with no special arrangements. Jenny took a cup of water and sat down, not chatting with others, silently reviewing details of the finished Chicago film. She didn't need much effort, as this was the only audition she had prepared for over the past few months, and she had thoroughly researched and developed her audition approach. "You're Jennifer Jefferson, right?" Someone unexpectedly came to chat with her after the auditions began. "May I sit here?" The girl who had been sitting next to her had gone in for her audition. Jenny looked up. "Of course, it's an honor to meet you. I really enjoyed your Charlie's Angels." "Thank you." Lucy Liu appeared exceptionally petite in person, with a tiny face barely the size of a palm and a fragile frame that looked like it could be knocked over with a single punch. She shook hands with Jenny. "Nice to meet you too. I'm a CSI fan, and your performance in that episode left a strong impression." "I believe you're not just being polite, at least you watched until the credits to find my name," Jenny said. Lucy Liu laughed. "Wow, you're really different in real life. I almost didn't recognize you. On screen, you're very outgoing and expressive, but here you seem almost inconspicuous, though you're beautiful." Jenny fully agreed with her assessment. Whether as Li Mei or Jenny's original body, she actually had a rather plain demeanor in person. This description might seem abstract, but in reality, everyone could understand some people are beautiful but unremarkable, while others are average-looking but have a striking presence. This is the so-called star quality. Are you complimenting my acting skills? Jenny winked at her. Lucy laughed heartily. Yes, I am praising your acting ability. She lowered her voice. Among today's auditionees, you're the opponent I find most threatening. Despite saying this, her tone was casual. Lucy Liu clearly wasn't desperately set on getting this role. Jenny looked around the room, indeed seeing no well-known character actors. Considering her on-screen performance was actually cheating, she thought Lucy had a good eye. But I don't feel confident next to you. You have fame, acting skills, and beauty. As for me She shrugged. No, Lucy Liu shook her head. Although everything you said is true, it's actually me who lacks confidence next to you. If we perform equally well, I think you'd get the role. Why, because I'm cheaper? Jenny asked. Lucy Liu said very calmly and naturally, because you're white and I'm Asian. It's really that simple. Jenny was speechless. In fact, the only reason she was still trying to complete the so-called dominate Hollywood task was because she at least had good physical attributes as a white beauty. If she had transmigrated in her original body, or been reborn as an Asian, Li Mei wouldn't even have attempted it. The entertainment industry was the most severely racist and sexist in all of America, not because the practitioners were narrow-minded, but as a natural result of the market concentrating audience preferences and demands. However, specifically regarding Chicago, looking at the final result, Lucy Liu did end up getting the role. So Jenny still didn't have much confidence in this audition. She said, how about we make a bet? After the audition, I'll wait for you, and we'll bet on who gets the role. Haha. Lucy was amused. No problem, we can discuss the stakes over lunch. They started calling Jenny's name at the audition room door. Jenny didn't have time to say much more, just nodded and smiled at Lucy, ignoring the overt and covert glances from the room. She composed herself into her best state and walked into the audition room. As usual, there were several people in the audition room, but to Jenny's surprise, one of the two people sitting behind the long table was actually director Rob Marshall himself. It seemed Marshall took his first film very seriously, personally auditioning even for roles with just a few minutes of screen time. Of course, with him there, the other person must be the producer or a representative from the production company. Only someone of that level could balance the director's decisions and prevent the audition from becoming a one-man show. Jenny quickly thought this through, flashing brilliant smiles at both the director and the producer. She had practiced this smile for at least a week. It was absolutely dazzling. Jenny, we've all seen your video resume. Although your experience is limited, you make up for it in beauty, Marshall said straightforwardly, gesturing for Jenny to sit while flipping through some documents. And you can sing and dance, which is important for the film. Jenny didn't even know she had a video resume. This must have been Cesari's handiwork. She maintained her smile. Thank you. However, the main reason you made it to the interview shortlist is that I like the golden age Hollywood quality about you, flamboyant, sexy, very reminiscent of the good old days, Marshall said. But the character of Kitty needs a more volatile feel. She's crazy, desperate, like a wild flower on the edge, with a kind of beastly charm. Now I'd like you to show me a few angry expressions. Jenny hadn't expected Marshall to skip the script reading and go straight to testing her basic skills. She felt instinctively flustered, but thankfully, the thorough preparation over the past few months saved her. Even without the help of her golden finger, Jenny easily immersed herself in the role she had repeatedly practiced and watched in the finished product. In Kitty's persona, she gave the camera several contemptuous, half-smiling expressions. Her performance was relatively subdued, as if facing a boring reporter constantly asking questions while she watched them make a fool of themselves. Very good, now I'd like a few expressions of fury. Can you distinguish the difference? You can say some lines, just improvise, Marshall immediately continued, giving her no space to adjust. Jenny felt that if she paused to adjust, she might lose points. She didn't even have time to select a chip to activate her golden finger. Relying solely on her multiple practice sessions, she instinctively began to struggle and writhe under the imaginary prison guards, shouting at the reporter, I'll give you 3 words, go to hell. Okay, Marshall's face showed no particular expression. Now can you sing a few lines for me? Jenny had no choice but to immediately shift her emotions and sang Nowadays from Chicago for Marshall. She had always liked this famous song from the show and had learned it, feeling she sang it quite well. Then the interview ended. She didn't even have time to dazzle the director, let alone the opportunity to do so. As Jenny walked out, she felt she had just experienced a purely perfunctory audition. The other side was simply going through the motions, ready to eliminate her. Her surname initial was close to Lucy Liu's, so Lucy was right after her. Jenny calculated that she had only spent 5 minutes in the audition room, possibly the shortest of anyone, while Lucy Liu was in there for a full 20 minutes. When she came out, Lucy's face was still all smiles, clearly indicating a very pleasant interview. Although Jenny was prepared, her mood was still terrible. This audition was likely a lost cause, and she had missed out on this great opportunity. The most frustrating part wasn't her failure, but that she had been prejudged and defeated without even getting to perform. Note, in Hollywood, there's a distinction between agents and managers. Agents handle film contracts, fees, and cooperation details, while managers mainly maintain relationships and manage schedules. To draw an analogy, an agent is like a father, fighting in the outside world to earn money for the child, negotiating good films and high fees, while a manager is like a mother, taking care of the child, ensuring the star's work goes smoothly and maintaining good relationships with all parties. Another major difference is that agents only handle one aspect of a star's career. Movies are movies, music is music, and so on, while managers oversee all of a star's business affairs comprehensively. Many people start by finding a manager, getting some interview opportunities, and then acquiring an agent after breaking into the industry and opening up prospects. However, some enter the industry with an agent from the start, like Jenny. Some stars don't have managers, but it's rare to find one without an agent. Although Jenny had pinned her hopes on the audition for Chicago, she wasn't so confident as to believe her success was guaranteed. Her shrewdness and pride wouldn't allow her to show her disappointment immediately upon realizing she'd missed her chance. So, when Lucy Liu greeted her, Jenny forced a smile. It seems our little wager has a resolution. Yes, but the lunch invitation still stands, Lucy chuckled. After all, we never settled on the terms of the bet. They went to lunch, and among all the social meals Jenny had eaten, this was the most enjoyable. Both ordered salads. Lucy had an extra bowl of clear soup, while Jenny stuck to water, making the process less excruciating since at least she knew her companion was also resisting the temptations of richer fare. Born in the Queensboro of New York to immigrant parents, Lucy's personality was more American. She was open and fond of laughter, quite unlike the enigmatic, icy image she portrayed on screen. Yet, aspects of Asian culture had remained. Perhaps, for this reason, they found common ground. Jenny didn't shy away from sharing her current financial woes. Now that this audition is a bust, I guess I can content myself with more dog-walking gigs. Lucy shared her own struggles from the 90s. I've known hardship since childhood. At 14, my brother and I worked in an underground sweatshop. The oppressive atmosphere almost brought me to tears the first day, and I vowed to succeed. But I never expected success to come at 18, nor after college, not even at 24, a decade later. She shrugged. When I was 22, I started to land roles as an extra in movies. I thought that would be my breakthrough. And do you know what happened? For the next 7 years, I couldn't support myself with acting jobs until I landed my role in Ally McBeal at 29. That's when my career really began. Throughout those years, I kept asking myself, can an Asian survive in Hollywood? Can I outshine them? If Hollywood has 2,000 roles a year, maybe 1,400 go to white actresses. The remaining 500 are contested by Black and Latino actresses, leaving fewer than 100 suitable for Asians, most minor. Could I hold on? But you did, Jenny remarked, knowing full well Lucy had not only persisted but significantly honed her craft over those challenging 7 years, rising to lead in major productions like Charlie's Angels. While her path had hardly cleared completely, Lucy Liu had carved out a niche for herself in Hollywood. Yes, I held on, Lucy admitted, spreading her hands. It wasn't easy, and even now, I find it hard to believe the past 3 decades have truly passed. Without mentioning the recent audition, Jenny understood Lucy's implication. In those 7 years, Lucy must have faced innumerable failed auditions. Jenny, barely months into her career, was allowed just one missed opportunity. So what if she didn't succeed in one audition? What was the first thing you bought with your paycheck? She asked, curious. Lucy laughed heartily. Oh, that's an interesting question. Indeed, countless times during my 20s I dreamed, if I ever made it, I'd buy out an entire floor of Macy's. But when the check was finally in my hands, my Asian heritage bubbled up. As a teenager, I despised my mother's thriftiness, deeming it miserly. Yet holding that large check, I could hear her voice, as if she were right across from me, save every penny, they add up to a fortune. So, the answer is, I didn't buy anything, I saved it all. They laughed together, having enjoyed their meal. Ultimately, they decided the wager would be that when Jenny snagged her first film role, she'd treat Lucy to dinner. They exchanged numbers, promising to stay in touch, a tacit acknowledgement that they now considered each other as industry contacts. Throughout the meal, Lucy never mentioned Cesare, which put Jenny at ease. Though she clearly realized that Lucy Liu's friendliness was likely influenced by Cesare Vigeri, there was no need to be too particular. Lucy maintained enough decorum for that day. Honestly, do you think I should take on more dog-walking gigs? As soon as the call connected, Jenny began. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Cesare's response. Is this the opening line you want for the first call you give me? Granted, that might make a good tidbit for your memoir, but isn't it a bit theatrical? How about a different tone? Jenny adjusted her voice to sound pitiable, half crying as she said, "Oh, Cesare, I'm so sorry, but everything's gone wrong. The producers clearly pre-selected Lucy Liu. I didn't stand a chance." She switched back to her normal tone. Does that sound better to you? Pre-selected? Cesare's voice perked up slightly. Can you describe the situation more clearly? Jenny relayed the details, to which Cesare succinctly replied, "Understood. I'll call you back in 15 minutes. True to his word, he rang back precisely on time. I've mostly figured it out. It's a disagreement between the producer and Robert. The producer wants an all-star effect. He thinks you're too little known and personally admires Lucy Liu, wanting to work with her. Of course, Renee Zellweger's agent has also made some points, keeping a keen eye on the casting. I didn't realize actors could have a say in the film's lineup, especially for such a small role as mine." Jenny expressed her surprise. "Dear," Cesare replied, though the term honey was devoid of sweetness. "There's a telling line from your debut. In this industry, attention to detail is paramount. You see, Zellweger's father is of Swiss-German heritage, and her mother, Norwegian, like you, she's a German-American born in the States. You both sport blonde hair. In his shoes, I too might advocate for Lucy Liu over you." "Got it," Jenny replied, "consistency in casting, right? Plus, I'm younger and prettier than Renee." "Quite so. Zellweger's acting is stellar, though her looks aren't her strong suit. Her agent is friends with the producer. In the past 3 years, she's headlined 3 comedies, each box office hits. Her acting's acclaimed, awards to her name, whereas Robert, new to directing, is a rising star. Plus, you're far more attractive, which feeds into the current situation. The producer feels Liu enhances the cast's diversity. We already have American whites, a black actor, someone of Eastern European descent. With another lead being British, an additional Asian actor seems fitting, at least by the justifications he voiced." "So, are you explaining why I lost the role?" Jenny queried. "No," Cesare clarified, "I aim to assure you that I'm a very competent agent." "What are you saying?" A trace of doubt crept into Jenny's voice. "You're not going to tell me what I think you're going to, are you?" "You already have the role," Cesare confirmed, "at least, that's what Robert told me." "Could you elaborate?" Jenny asked. "How did you?" Though aware of Cesare's penchant for suspense, she felt a bit dizzy. "I assume you are at least familiar with the plot of Chicago," Cesare said. "Your character must, in every way, present a threat to Roxy, compelling her to feign pregnancy. In such a short span, who would more convincingly embody this threat? You, a stunning blonde more striking than Roxy, or Lucy Liu? This role does not hinge on acting prowess but on appearance and aura. Robert concurs you're more fitting than Lucy and upon my recommendation, viewed CSI, finding your method perfectly suitable for this brief performance. No wonder Jim was so mysterious back then, the role was practically hers before the audition commenced." In this light, the director's total control had another interpretation. He had noticed Jenny before and knew exactly the qualities he sought in her. Once confirmed, there was no need to waste time. But what about the production side? Jenny hesitated. "Oh, I suppose the director was long vexed by the production team and the star's authorities, right? Especially during his debut directing alongside 2 Oscar-winning actresses." Realizing those 2 leads hadn't won Oscars at the time, Jenny shifted her tone. 2 prominent stars and famous producer Weinstein backed the project. Robert must have endured a lot. And he values the film greatly, paying meticulous attention to even minor roles. Cesare added, even personally involved, you should easily see Robert is a man of strong control. "Yes, understood." Jenny switched the phone to her other ear. Choosing me was Robert's act of defiance. "Do you think he'll pull it off?" "It's not Weinstein who favors Lucy Liu, it's his executives," Cesare stated. "Weinstein values Robert. I presume the result is certain." "Then I'll start preparing for the role now," Jenny declared. "Your skills are sufficient for this role." Cesare's tone held some impatience, though not toward Jenny. as if irked by such expressions of enthusiasm, I'll continue arranging some courses for you, targeting your next audition. Just attend them. Yes, hey, wait, which film is it? Detecting Cesari's intent to hang up, Jenny quickly inquired. You'll know when the time is right. Cesare was indeed ready to end the call. Jenny resigned with a shout, all right, thank you, goodbye. Jefferson? Cesare did not hang up, he continued, once again, Robert is a man of strong control. I know that, Jenny confirmed. I have high expectations for him. I understand. So you know how to get along with him on set? Cesare questioned. Jenny sighed, trust me, I know. Excellent. This time, Cesare truly meant to conclude the call. By the way, the next time you call me. He elongated his words, please spare me such a loser's opening line, thank you. There was a sharp click as the line went dead. Staring at the phone for a while, Jenny finally went about her tasks. She hadn't had a proper workout in ages, and now, having landed this role, fitness was undoubtedly essential. As she exercised, she reflected on today's turn of events and concluded the following. 1. Hollywood's competition is fiercely intense, the game's complex. 2. Cesare Vigeri truly is outstanding. Though hard to believe, his persuasiveness must be considerable. True, Robert Marshall perhaps perceived her as more suitable for the role, but without Cesari's backing, the probability of Robert sparking conflict with the production team and lead actors over such a minor role seemed, to Jenny, quite small. Cesare omitted details of his involvement, but Jenny could vividly imagine his endeavors. Damn, Cesare Vigeri was just that incredible. So much so that, for the first time, Jenny realized that under his guidance, reigning Hollywood might not merely be a dream but could become an achievable goal. 2 days later, Lucy Liu messaged her, it seems we were both wrong, make time for me to fulfill our wager. At the end of the text, she included a smiley face, paired with Zoxo, a symbol of affectionate hugs. The contract for Chicago was signed, securing Jenny a supporting role that would net her $30,000 for less than 3 minutes of screen time. Of course, compared to the leading ladies' salaries, $30,000 was a pittance. Jenny's fee likely paled in comparison even to that of the female prisoners with briefer appearances and shared scenes, let alone the formidable Mama Morton. Still, $30,000 represented the average annual income in America circa 2001. After taxes and agent fees, Jenny would be left with over $20,000, enough to sustain her for several months even if she quit her dog-walking gig. The contract stipulated a delayed payment schedule, unlike CBS's policy of immediate compensation upon completion. She wouldn't see a dime until after filming wrapped, which meant she was still, for all intents and purposes, destitute. Apart from a modest deposit, her windfall remained a distant prospect. Though her next audition was still unscheduled, Jenny found herself swept up in a whirlwind of activity. Lillian, Dave, Lynch, George Ades, and Emma Swan all called to congratulate her on landing the role. Dinner invitations flooded in, and had it not been for her nightly dog-walking duties, Jenny's social calendar would have been positively overflowing. The sheer volume of party invitations she received was staggering. While her social life underwent a seismic shift, her professional commitments intensified. Cesare arranged accent classes to hone her British inflection, along with cultural courses covering the customs and feminine etiquette of Victorian England and Civil War-era America. Beyond this, Jenny was enrolled in martial arts training, encompassing everything from basic hand-to-hand combat to fencing and horseback riding. By her estimation, the tuition for these courses already exceeded her earnings from Chicago. Cesare surely had some sort of training budget, but the fact that she was receiving such extensive preparation meant that other artists under his management were likely missing out on similar opportunities. To date, Jenny hadn't encountered any of Cesari's other clients. According to Jim, they were mostly B-list or C-list actors, preoccupied with their own careers. Given Jenny's aversion to parties, their paths seldom crossed, and Cesare showed no inclination to facilitate introductions. Sharing a manager didn't necessitate a close personal relationship. Public support and collaborative publicity stunts were one thing, but behind closed doors, resources were finite. Competition was inevitable. Jenny was acutely aware that her privileged position as Cesari's sole new talent came with its own set of potential conflicts. Had there been another newcomer in the mix, her monopolization of these training opportunities would surely have bred resentment. In addition to her packed course load, Jenny was slated to participate in the upcoming Chicago pre-production training. As a musical, the film presented unique challenges for its leads, neither of whom had relevant experience. Even Richard Gere was set to undergo dance training. Supporting actors like Jenny, regardless of screen time, were assigned proportional coursework, though their hours paled in comparison to the intensive 2-month regimens already completed by Renee Zellweger and Catherine Zeta-Jones. And so, Jenny found herself thrust back into a life of frenetic activity, financial instability, and gnawing hunger. Her sole consolation lay in the physical demands of her training schedule. The dance-heavy curriculum, coupled with her daily dog-walking jogs, allowed for a modicum of caloric intake without resorting to extreme dieting to maintain her figure. Now, let's hear a few sentences in a Scottish accent, her dialect coach instructed, fingers steepled. Remember the key points, broad vowels and rolled R's. Say whatever comes to mind. Go on, give me a few lines. Jenny longed for a Chinese or Asian accent course instead. She barely suppressed an eye roll. I'm absolutely famished. Give me a hunk of meat, or I might just resort to cannibalism. Your phrasing is suitably barbaric, but your delivery lacks the requisite savagery. Your elision needs work, the coach critiqued. Now, listen as I repeat the sentence. Note the differences. For the duration of the hour-long session, Jenny felt as though her speech patterns were being mercilessly manhandled by a brutish highwayman. By the end, she could scarcely recall her natural cadence. Are you really starving? Her classmates teased as they filed out. You must have repeated that line dozens of times. Sister, you've made us all hungry. I'm genuinely on the brink of starvation, Jenny replied weakly. Please, I beg you, change the subject. If we continue like this, my stomach might start digesting itself. The class wasn't private, but enrollment was limited. Given the steep tuition, few attended purely out of interest. Of Jenny's 7 or 8 classmates, over half were relatively unknown actors, many with supporting roles in various TV series, investing in their professional development. The remaining 3 or 4 hailed from fields unrelated to entertainment, driven by personal curiosity. One individual's motivation was particularly bizarre. In the wake of 9/11, he developed a persecution complex, convinced that the world harbored an intense hatred for Americans. Yet, he was an avid traveler, so he sought to master foreign accents to pass as a non-American abroad. Though America was, by and large, a rather dull puritanical nation with over 90% of its small towns likely far more mundane than the average Chinese person might imagine, this was California. This was Los Angeles. This was Hollywood. This was one of the country's most concentrated hubs of wealth and eccentricity. And if there's one universal truth, it's that human idiosyncrasy flourishes in metropolitan environments. So even though his reasoning seemed absurd and juvenile, the worldly Hollywood drifters accepted it with equanimity. It was this very individual who approached Jenny after class, teasing her about her hunger. While most of their classmates hurried off, he lingered, unhurriedly gathering his belongings. Since you're famished and I'm peckish, why don't we grab a bite together? I'll pass, Will, Jenny rolled her eyes. Would you kindly cease and desist? I'm not interested in dining, coffee, or drinks with you. This wasn't her first would-be suitor. During her stint as a waitress, she'd fielded numerous requests for her phone number. But most men, when faced with a beautiful woman, retained a modicum of pride. After a few polite rebuffs, they typically abandoned their pursuit. The dialect coach, for instance, had initially shown interest but gracefully bowed out after encountering resistance. Will, however, was the exception that proved the rule. He seemed to have taken the adage a persistent man wins the reluctant woman to heart, doggedly pursuing Jenny from the moment they'd met. Come on, at least accompany me to a party, Will pleaded, following Jenny out of the classroom. Aren't you an actress? I could introduce you to the Backstreet Boys. You know Nick Carter, right? The dreamiest one dash. Jenny couldn't suppress another eye roll. Yes, I'm aware you have a famous sister, Will dash. Cousin, Will corrected. Fine, cousin, Jenny pressed the elevator button. Isn't that ideal? Paris is the fashion icon for every New York girl. Surely she's surrounded by beautiful women? Why don't you ask her to set you up? It would be far more efficient than pestering me. Indeed, Will's surname was Hilton, making him an heir to the hotel empire. Jenny wasn't privy to the specifics of his inheritance, but she knew his family was affluent enough to bankroll a 2-year global expedition as his post-college, pre-real-world gap year. Moreover, their connections were sufficiently robust to secure this seemingly unremarkable young man a place at Yale. In short, for someone of her current station, Will represented a golden opportunity. Had she not chosen to pursue a career in Hollywood, ensnaring a wealthy scion like Will and marrying into opulence would have been a shrewd move. But then again, she'd already traveled that road in her previous life. Her ex-husband had been an even more eligible bachelor than Will Hilton, the sole heir to a vast fortune, wielding both wealth and influence, and possessing a maturity that Will lacked. The outcome of that marriage was all too fresh in her mind. The present-day Jenny was impervious to Will's charms, but what amused and exasperated her in equal measure was how her indifference seemed to fuel his infatuation. "But they're not you," he implored, batting his eyelashes at Jenny. "Please, just one date, and I swear I'll never bother you again." She had to admit, he was rather handsome. The Hilton family's natural hair color was brown, and Will hadn't followed his cousin's lead in dyeing it blonde. With his brown hair and blue eyes, he embodied the classic good looks of an East Coast American heartthrob. For a trust fund baby, he was surprisingly understated, eschewing the flashy designer labels and expensive watches typical of his ilk. Had he not revealed his background in an attempt to impress her, Jenny would have struggled to draw any connection between him and Paris Hilton. "Setting aside the dubious veracity of your last statement," Jenny sighed, "even if I were inclined to accept, I simply don't have the time, Will. My filming begins in a few days, and all my classes will be on hold. How about this? If you're willing to wait and promise not to contact me in the interim, I'll agree to one date before you embark on your travels. Does that work for you?" She ultimately decided to compromise, not out of being moved by Will's sincerity, but because he'd somehow obtained her phone number. Li Mei still retained some of her Eastern mindset, and less pushed to the brink, she was reluctant to burn bridges with Will. Besides, if she was honest with herself, he wasn't entirely unpleasant, just not part of her grand plan. "What is this? A pity date?" Will feigned hurt. "Well, if you find that insulting, you're more than welcome to decline," Jenny replied hopefully. "I'm a man without pride." Will's expression instantly shifted to a grin. "Though I'd be even happier if we could upgrade from a pity date." Implying a pity sex scenario. Unbelievable. Jenny rolled her eyes. "Keep dreaming." Will, undeterred, changed the subject to their studies and his upcoming travels. "Amsterdam, it has to be Amsterdam. You know why?" The Netherlands had just legalized the open sale of drugs in January 2001. For counterculture youth like Will, Amsterdam, with its red light district and coffee shops, the kind with soft drug menus, was practically hallowed ground. Jenny shook her head in disbelief. "Are you certain your parents will still fund your trip once they learn of your intentions in Amsterdam? How would they ever find out?" Will replied with a mischievous smile. They reached the parking garage together. "Sure you won't let me give you a lift home today?" "I drove," Jenny pointed to her Passat. "Are you sure you don't want to take my baby for a spin?" Will suggested playfully, his tone laden with innuendo. Whether by coincidence or design, Will's car was parked right next to the Passat. It was a gleaming Ferrari. Jenny couldn't identify the model, but she knew at a glance it was far from an entry-level sports car. Jenny flipped Will the bird as he lovingly caressed the car's bodywork. "You seem to be enjoying yourself. Why don't you continue while I make my exit?" Will jerked his hand away as if shocked, shooting Jenny a rueful grin. Ignoring him, she slipped into her car and backed out. She hadn't gone far when, accompanied by a piercing engine roar, Will overtook her. Laughing uproariously, he puckered his lips at Jenny in an exaggerated, flirtatious yet oddly sincere air kiss before accelerating away and disappearing into the flow of traffic. Jenny watched the Ferrari recede into the distance, then shook her head, unable to suppress a smile. This was Hollywood incarnate, where fortunes could be made overnight and temptation lurked around every corner. With beauty as your currency, heart-stopping propositions could materialize at any moment. Take Will, for instance. To the original Jenny, his allure would have been nigh irresistible. But what of Li Mei's version of Jenny? Her thoughts now centered solely on tomorrow's shoot. She harbored little concern about her own performance. After several rehearsals, she was confident she could hold her own against Lucy Liu. Her primary source of anxiety, of course, was Renée Zellweger's potential attitude. Here is the English translation, inspired by Donna Tartt's writing style. To be perfectly honest, Jenny had no idea why she was undergoing song and dance training. The role of Kitty offered no opportunity for dialogue in either the original play or film adaptation. Chicago was unequivocally a dual-protagonist production, with nearly every musical number claimed by the two female leads, Roxy and Velma. The remaining 5 inmates, the warden and the female reporter, were left with only fleeting moments in the spotlight, to say nothing of Kitty, whose sole purpose was to serve as a catalyst for Roxy's narrative. Moreover, Jenny had received the script quite late, even later than when she'd been mailed her part for that CSI guest appearance. Unfamiliar with Hollywood's inner workings, she wasn't sure if this was standard practice. Perhaps her role was simply too inconsequential for the production team to prioritize. The script she'd received included a duet dance between Kitty and Billy, the male lead played by Richard Gere. Other scenes had been altered as well. Kitty now had lines during the murder sequence, and several attention-grabbing moments after her incarceration. It was markedly different from the final cut Li Mei remembered from her past life. From Jenny's perspective, she naturally hoped for as much screen time as possible, even aspiring to become a de facto third lead. But as both a viewer and a fan, she felt the final cut she remembered was more streamlined and cohesive. Adding a musical number for Kitty would bloat the film's structure, its disruptive effect outweighing any entertainment value. Besides, this scene wasn't in the original stage musical. Hastily choreographing a dance and composing lyrics for the film version could compromise quality. But these weren't matters she could advise on. First, no actor would suggest reducing their own screen time. Second, Rob Marshall seemed to have a strong need for control. He didn't strike Jenny as someone who would humbly accept input from an unknown entity. On the first day of filming, Jenny drove to Universal Studios right on time, picked up her pass, checked in at Soundstage A14, collected her number from the makeup room, and then waited in her trailer. Compared to Chicago, the scale of CSI was indeed much smaller. There were fewer crew members, and not as many actors requiring makeup and wardrobe changes. Apart from the main cast, most bit players with only a line or two simply wore their own clothes, sparing them from the studio's questionably laundered and often ill-fitting costumes. Unless they were in close-ups, minimal makeup was applied. But Chicago was a period piece, everyone needed costume changes and makeup. The leads had their own makeup artists, while the rest of the cast queued up like patients in a hospital, with assistants calling numbers from the waiting area. Jenny, being something of a third female lead with a few minutes in the spotlight, surprisingly had a trailer to share with the actress playing Mama, the prison warden. Her makeup slot was scheduled right after Mama's in film productions. The makeup order is reversed, with higher status meaning less waiting time in full makeup. Theoretically, Mama would be the last to get made up in this group, with Jenny second to last. Jenny had already reviewed the day's shooting schedule. Her first scene was set for the second slot in the afternoon, depicting her in elegant attire being led from the police van, pursued by reporters all the way into the prison. Once that was done, she'd be wrapped for the day. By this calculation, excluding her dance number with Billy the lawyer, all her scenes could be shot in 2 or 3 days. It was a fairly easy $30,000 to earn. But more than ease, Jenny would have preferred to be busy. It was already late 2001, 7 or 8 months since her arrival in this time, yet she'd only auditioned twice and landed 2 supporting roles. Though both were good parts, she still felt unsettled, almost panicked about where her next meal would come from. As it was her first day on set, Jenny's makeup slot was bumped up to second. After finalizing her look, she went to wardrobe for a fitting. The costume department had prepared several elegant outfits for her, likely because she'd provided her measurements in advance. Of course, there was no shortage of the exaggerated fur coats so popular in that era. The whole process took a little over 2 hours, during which the director came by to approve her final look and costume. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. On her way to makeup, Jenny even exchanged quick greetings with Catherine Zeta-Jones, who was headed to set. The brief encounter left a lasting impression. Catherine was stunningly beautiful and exuded an air of sophistication. She had been one of Li Mei's favorite actresses in her past life. The production, of course, provided meals. A large buffet area outside the soundstage was available for the cast and crew. As Jenny approached, she saw a group of actresses playing inmates and reporters, laughing and chatting over lunch, mingled with various crew members, a rather surreal sight. Jenny also noticed Renee Zellweger, Richard Gere, and Catherine queuing for food. Even the biggest stars didn't pull rank at times like these. If they wanted to assert their status, they'd simply have their assistants fetch their meals to eat in their trailers. Jenny paid particular attention to Renee, hoping to avoid any on-set bullying incidents, which would undoubtedly impact her more as a newcomer. The safest approach was not to gamble at all, regardless of whether Renee knew about her manager's attempts to promote Lucy Liu for the role. It was best to avoid any interaction entirely. Fortunately, Renee seemed oblivious to Jenny's presence, engrossed in an animated conversation with director Rob. Judging by their demeanor, any unpleasantness from the casting process had long since dissipated, their friendship apparently mended. With her face made up, Jenny, to avoid complications, skipped even the salad and just grabbed 2 slices of dry bread, standing under the canopy to nibble on them. Jennifer, right? It was Renee's manager who approached her instead. I'm Veronica, Renee's manager. Hi, Veronica, nice to meet you, Jenny nodded. Veronica appeared to be in her late 30s, looking quite serious. Perhaps due to Renee's recent rise to stardom, her attitude carried a hint of arrogance. Pleasure, Veronica shifted her burger to her left hand and shook Jenny's. You're very pretty. Thank you, Jenny said, imperceptibly wiping her fingers on the napkin under her bread. Veronica's hand had burger sauce on it. They maintained a moment of silence before Veronica spoke again. I saw your costume fitting. Your wardrobe is quite lovely. Thank you. Jenny felt the atmosphere growing awkward and added, Renee's costumes are quite spectacular as well. Those are just cheap imitations, Veronica said dismissively. Roxy is a low-class chorus girl. Her clothes are gaudy and flashy, all show and no substance. What you're wearing is the real deal, not as eye-catching, but anyone with taste can see the quality. Okay, was this the first episode of Backstage Politics? Jenny felt like laughing but didn't. Veronica's words carried an obvious warning. If she responded with defiance, the conflict could escalate. Regardless, she had secured the role, letting Veronica vent her frustrations wasn't a big deal. Yes, she said submissively. You're right, Veronica. It seemed playing dumb wouldn't work this time. Veronica's temper became even more apparent. She flashed Jenny a fake smile and patted her shoulder. Good luck with your first scene this afternoon, Jenny. Have a nice day too, Veronica, Jenny said, watching Veronica walk back to her client. Renee was still chatting and eating with Rob, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. To be honest, Jenny wasn't sure if Renee knew about any of this. The relationships between stars and their agents or managers can be quite complex, not easily deciphered by outsiders. It was entirely possible that Renee had no idea about the power play surrounding Kitty's role, let alone that Veronica had just come over to exact revenge on her behalf. In her naivety, she might even believe it was just a friendly greeting. Jenny glanced at her shoulder, nonchalantly wiping off the burger sauce with a napkin. Of course, it left a stain, but it was just a cheap t-shirt, she could easily buy another. Veronica was merely trying to exert some psychological pressure, but such tactics couldn't really affect Jenny. She decided to abandon thoughts about the whole whether Renee supported Lucy mess. She was here to act, her focus should be solely on her performance. The second scene of the afternoon started on time. Since it was a long shot, they only needed to rehearse the blocking beforehand. Jenny's job was to struggle continuously while being surrounded and escorted into the police station. This simple shot was res-hot over 20 times because the director wasn't satisfied. It wasn't the performance that Rob was unhappy with, but the overall effect. He changed the camera position 4 times and removed several extras. This scene took over 2 hours to shoot, and Jenny felt she had exhausted her daily exercise quota with all the struggling. But she didn't protest or show any signs of discontent, just repeatedly shooting this simple scene. Rob Marshall was directing his first film, so there were bound to be miscalculations and inexperience. Coupled with his perfectionist temperament, which Jenny fully grasped during the 2+ hours of shooting, constantly yelling cut, was most frustrating for him. Despite his current calm exterior, even excited demeanor, Jenny was certain that if anyone dared to show impatience, they'd face a barrage from the director. Chicago had been filming for a month already, and the crew members had likely weathered many emotional storms, serving as outlets for frustration. So everyone quietly went about their tasks. Half an hour later, the scene was finally completed. The set designers began changing the scenery, and a new batch of extras was called in for the daytime scenes at the same prison entrance. Between takes, actors and the director usually rested. Jenny went to the drink bar to get some ice, wrapping it in a napkin to massage her wrists. After nearly 3 hours of filming, her hands were swollen from being handcuffed, especially her wrists, which were marked with bluish bruises. Hey, Director Rob, holding a glass of water, came over to greet her. He startled. Oh, your hands look painful. It's not too bad, really, Jenny smiled at him. Rob seemed a bit guilty. Sorry, I spent too much time on this shot dash. No, Jenny interrupted Rob. I heard some things from from Cesare. Mr. Marshall, I really appreciate your professionalism. She looked into Rob's eyes, calmly and sincerely saying, I believe this pursuit of perfection will make the film fantastic. 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 days, it doesn't matter. As long as you're not satisfied, we'll keep shooting. Rob seemed a bit at a loss. He rubbed his nose. Wow, call me Rob, girl Jennifer, right? You're too polite. In LA, nobody addresses people like that except waiters. Just call me Rob. Okay, Rob. Jenny grabbed another handful of ice and began icing her right hand. Honestly, you don't need to be so polite with me either. I'm completely on your side. I'm your person. Contrary to the expected appreciation and admiration, Rob first furrowed his brow, studying Jenny, then thought for a moment before breaking into a smile. He pretended to clink glasses with Jenny. Thanks for your support. Oh, but you're making what I'm about to say much harder. What do you mean? Jenny actually had a pretty good idea. You know, I originally planned to add scenes for Kitty, which is why I chose you over Lucy Liu. Your song and dance foundation is better than Lou's, Rob explained, his thick eyebrows furrowing into a knot. But after we started shooting, things have been more. He hesitated for a moment, then opted for a direct approach, more difficult to control than I anticipated. Before we started, I was a bit overconfident, constantly adding things. But now I can only cut back, sticking mainly to the original play's framework, so your dance number might have to be cut. This was a sudden announcement, meaning Jenny's month of dance lessons had been in vain. For most people, this would be hard to accept, but Jenny was prepared. She nodded in agreement. No problem, Rob. From the perspective of the entire script, cutting it makes for a more concise and streamlined story. The audience doesn't need to waste too much attention on Kitty. She's a bite, a stimulus, just enough to excite the audience. Giving her a dance number would make the middle of the script feel bloated. Rob stared at her in astonishment for a while. Jenny smiled and said, "What? Can't a blonde have a little wisdom?" "But you're not." Rob took a moment to compose himself. "Well, I've read your resume. To be honest, you're very different from what I imagined." He scanned Jenny with a fresh gaze. "I'm starting to understand what Cesare has been talking about. You're unlike most girls in LA. Maybe his suggestion makes sense." "What suggestion?" Jenny asked, bewildered. A shout from the assistant director came from afar. Rob shook his head, not answering her question. "I'll contact Cesare, Jenny." "Thank you, you're very professional. It's a pleasure working with you. I have to go now, see you tomorrow." He nodded briefly to Jenny and hurried away. Jenny watched him disappear before going to remove her makeup and change clothes. So what was Cesare secretly pushing to rob Marshall again? No, actually there was nothing to hide from her. He was just too lazy to inform her Cesare was truly one of those domineering agents. Jenny guessed he had a plan for her, but as the person involved, she remained completely in the dark. Feeling somewhat indignant, she resolved not to call Cesare until he contacted her first. Life was like a forceful encounter. While both involved being managed tyrannically, she could at least choose a dignified cold treatment instead of uselessly calling to ask questions and complain. However, this time Cesare didn't make her wait long. Jenny had just returned home after walking Washington when he called. "What did you do on set?" Cesare asked abruptly. Jenny, climbing the stairs, responded with a confused "huh?" "You know I told you to perform well on set," Cesare said. Jenny was puzzled, "but I did perform well." "Ah, if you're talking about my dance number being cut dash." "Your dance number was cut?" Cesare slightly raised his voice, but changed his mind before Jenny could answer. "Never mind, that's actually better for the overall script. It's not much of a loss. What I want to know is what you did on set? Rob's been acting like a tyrant on set, yet you managed to win him over on just your first day?" Jenny's heart began to race, but she maintained her composure, even teasing Cesare back. "Is that surprise I hear in your voice, Vigil?" "Surprise?" Those are two words I rarely associate with each other. Perhaps realizing his slight loss of composure, Cesari's tone suddenly became much more restrained. "Let's discuss this in person. Do you have any scenes tomorrow morning?" "No," Jenny asked. "Do you want me to come to the office?" "Why?" "I've arranged dinner with Rob on Saturday, and you need to be there," Cesare said. "For the rest of this week, you need to prepare for that dinner." "You mean?" Jenny was starting to get a bit impatient. "You know you've been keeping me in suspense, Cesare? I want you to perform well at that dinner, Jefferson," Cesare finally revealed. "Get Rob to nod and put you on the cast list for the Chicago musical. I want you to land the role of Roxy. Do you understand? I want you to outshine Renee Zellweger on Broadway, to use her as a stepping stone for your rise." Jenny had visited CAA a few times since signing, mostly to sign contracts. She'd encountered a few big stars, even brushing past Leonardo DiCaprio once, though she hadn't caught his attention partly because she was a minor celebrity, but also because Jenny's visits to CAA could almost be described as unkempt. Without makeup and lacking an imposing presence, she didn't particularly stand out to those in the entertainment industry accustomed to seeing beautiful women. This visit was similar. She had to go to Universal for a screen test in the afternoon, so she hadn't bothered with makeup and wore a t-shirt and jeans for easy changing. When she arrived, Cesare was still on a conference call. His assistant Nora brought her a glass of water and asked curiously, "Except for your first time meeting Cesare, you never seem to wear makeup when you come. May I ask why?" Jenny smiled. "What do you think?" "I don't know," Nora shook her head. "But I know Cesare must think highly of you. When Jennifer, the other Jennifer, used to come to our floor, Cesare always had her use a personal stylist and makeup artist. Li Mei had previously been a wealthy socialite, and her main occupation had been navigating social circles among idle rich wives competing with each other. As everyone knows, idle hands are the devil's playground. So Li Mei was quite experienced with this type of office politics. She could easily handle it by adapting her past experiences. She smiled and responded coolly, "Is that so?" Nora's intention was likely to tell Li Mei that she was valued even more highly than Jennifer Bell, since Cesare tolerated her casual appearance. Of course this was flattery, but Li Mei didn't take the bait because she didn't want to antagonize Jennifer Bell too quickly. Nora had worked here for at least 2 to 3 years, and had been responsible for receiving Jennifer Bell before Li Mei. She and Bell's entourage were naturally familiar. If Li Mei said anything disparaging about Bell today, and Nora later ran into one of Bell's people and they gossiped a bit, how would Jennifer Bell view her? This was quite possible to happen, since Bell was still a CAA client, just with a different agent now. Of course, Li Mei knew that conflict between her and Bell was inevitable. She only believed about 30% of what Cesare had told Lillian that day about the name change. It may have been one of Cesare's considerations, but certainly not the main reason. While she didn't know Cesare well yet, Li Mei instinctively felt that Cesare was absolutely capable of thinking, "You Jennifer Bell betrayed me, fine, I'll raise up another Jennifer to trample you." But this conflict could certainly be delayed, at least not now when she had no foundation yet. For the same reason, Li Mei planned to downplay yesterday's incident on set and just deal with it herself, without telling anyone. In any industry, it's inevitable for newcomers to be mistreated, and Hollywood was no exception. When Li Mei didn't respond enthusiastically, Nora naturally didn't say more. She went back to work while Li Mei read a magazine. After a while, Nora took a brief phone call and then told Li Mei, "You can go in now." Despite just being rebuffed, her smile was still friendly. Li Mei returned a polite smile and pushed open the office door. "Sit." Cesare was still reading a script and didn't look up, using the same brief sit as always. Li Mei sat in her usual spot and checked her watch. After waiting about a minute, she spoke up directly, "You know, my time is valuable too." Cesare finally looked up. As always, he was handsome and impeccably groomed, not a hair out of place. He folded down the corner of the script page and set it aside. "My apologies, it's a brilliant script. I got absorbed in it." Without waiting for Li Mei to respond, he opened a drawer and pulled out several thick folders, handing them to her. "This is information on Chicago. You need to be familiar with it by Saturday, ideally memorized. This is a summary of notable Broadway musicals from recent years and various bits of trivia. Read through it. I don't want a situation on Saturday where Robert says something and you can't respond." Li Mei picked up 2 folders, then opened the lighter third one to take a look. "This is Dash. Internal Recordings of Chicago," Cesare said, referring to the musical version. "You know they've never released an official recorded version. I called in some favors to get this. Don't waste it." "Wow." Li Mei stared at the 3 folders, then looked at Cesare. "So you really do want me to play Roxy in the musical?" Cesare gave her a look. "Do you think I'm the type to daydream? Or to toy with you for my amusement?" He would maintain absolute control of their meetings. Without waiting for Li Mei to respond, he moved on to the next topic. "Tell me you have appropriate clothing for a place like Mastro's, not that so-called evening gown you made from a t-shirt the other day." Li Mei thought about her wardrobe and regretfully shook her head. There was a reason she always dressed simply. The original Jenny's greatest legacy, beautiful clothes and shoes, were mostly unwearable now due to her successful weight loss, changing her size. Especially for cocktail dresses, fit was crucial, so she really didn't have any suitable nice outfits ready. "Lillian will take you shopping one day this week," Cesare said, unsurprised. "Now let's talk about Robert. Tell me what you did on set to make such a good impression on Robert on your very first day." Li Mei always had to suppress the urge to push back against Cesare during their meetings. She didn't dislike him, but his absolute control over the conversation rhythm made her very uncomfortable. She carefully recounted her day on set to Cesare. He listened while glancing at the script, but as soon as Li Mei finished speaking, he closed the script and continued without pause. "Very good, now I understand you got lucky. Renee and Catherine inadvertently helped you in a way." "You mean?" Li Mei had some vague guesses herself. "Robert's inexperience annoyed some people? You should know he's never directed a film before." Annie, Robert Marshall's first TV series, was impressive and won some awards, but he wasn't the only director. Many say they gave him a director credit only because he wanted it, and the production couldn't do without his choreography. Cesare explained. "Robert is an extremely talented director and renowned choreographer, but undeniably, he's received far less recognition as a director compared to his dance choreography. This is his first time on the big screen, so there are bound to be technical oversights. Robert is also a perfectionist. You can probably imagine yesterday's 3-hour incident wasn't the first time. And Renee, Catherine, Richard are all famous actors who've worked with renowned directors. There's inevitably an adjustment period when working with a new director. He took a sip of water. According to my sources on set, the 3 leads have all been very professional, without openly challenging the director's authority, but their attitudes likely have some flaws. And Robert is someone with a strong need for control. You know, people like that naturally have fragile egos too. Li Mei understood completely. Essentially, his directing really isn't that polished. He's making a lot of rookie mistakes, and he's too nervous to accept criticism. Even though no one's openly complaining, they can't help looking down on him a bit, which Robert senses, adding to his psychological pressure. He needs more affirmation, praise and unconditional support, and I just happen to be the lucky one who did the right thing at the right time, right? Cesare gave a business smile. Now that you understand this, you know how to maintain it. Robert is an influential technical authority on Broadway in recent years. Whether you can gain his support is of great significance to you. You mean for musicals? Li Mei finally found an opportunity to speak. By the way, I think this idea is insane, but putting that aside for now, what I don't understand is why you suddenly want me to compete for a Broadway musical role. You know this would mean at least half a year away from Hollywood in New York doing theater? Frankly, I don't see how this helps my film career. Jennifer. Cesare said calmly, as if Jenny's question was entirely expected. Jenny irritably cut him off. Jenny, please. Either Jefferson or Jenny, not that fake name. Okay, Jefferson. Cesare smoothly acquiesced, though his word choice still irked Jenny. Do you remember what we discussed the night you signed? The third point I stated up front? That I should trust you. Jenny reluctantly recited. So what are you doing now? Cesare asked. Fine, Jenny visibly rolled her eyes. I won't ask. Okay, you want me to do a musical, I'll do it. So back to the previous question, are you crazy? Do you know how fierce the competition is on Broadway? And how popular Chicago is? There are countless actors in off-Broadway and off-Broadway dying to break into commercial Broadway shows, with much stronger professional backgrounds than me. I mean, even they wouldn't dare dream of the female lead in Chicago. Who am I to have a shot at this? Why not you? Cesare countered. He placed his hands on the desk and leaned forward slightly, increasing the pressure on Jenny. Robert praised your singing. You've had professional training these past few months. After finishing Chicago, you'll have another month for classes. You're already a good dancer. You can act. You're beautiful. You have big screen experience. Why not you? Jenny was speechless. Cesare relaxed back into his chair and continued slowly, of course, you're not without flaws. Your biggest problem is lack of fame. No matter how good your qualifications, the production won't rank you very high on their list. However, we can make up for this through Robert's recommendation. Remember, the more enthusiastic Robert's recommendation, the smaller your disadvantage becomes. You've already surprised me once. This dinner opportunity with Robert is more or less something you earned yourself. I hope you can continue to surprise me and gain even more of Robert's admiration than I expect. He stared intently at Jenny. You won't disappoint me, will you? Under his intense pressure, Jenny couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. Have I ever disappointed you? Cesare's lips curved into another business smile. Then keep it up. Jenny's response was to sweep the folders into her bag and stride out of the office. She didn't say goodbye, which was rude, but she knew Cesare wouldn't care. Or if he did care, who cares? She certainly didn't. Before going to set, Jenny stopped home to put away the materials. During filming, her bag would be in her trailer, and she didn't want any coincidences leading to the crew finding out she was aiming to compete for the lead in the Chicago musical. That afternoon they were filming the scene where Kitty returns from a party to find her lover cheating, leading her to kill in a rage. It was about 4 to 5 shots, a solo scene for Kitty with just her and 3 adulterers. There wasn't much to say about the actual filming process. Although Jenny had prepared multiple times in her performance space and was confident her performance was flawless, Robert continued his tendency for rookie mistakes, taking a full afternoon to shoot it. Fortunately, the Kitty role wasn't too challenging, and Jenny didn't need empathy assistance, because Kitty and Velma's styles were quite similar. After so many nauseating simulations, she had a good grasp of this performance style, almost like muscle memory. With just a slight mental adjustment, she could instantly shift into the right state, changing her micro-expressions and mannerisms from head to toe. This was also a sign of Li Mei's own acting progress. Speaking of which, she had categorized her different acting states. The first was the most basic, reading the script and performing without simulation or empathy, the rawest presentational acting, barely passable. The second was performing through empathy in the performance space, with emotions beyond her control and lines feeling like her own thoughts. This went beyond method acting to a branch of it, completely inhabiting the character with a touch of dissociation. This could score around 80 points, not perfect because good method actors still maintain control and adjustment to create a realistic character suitable for filming, while Jenny's simulations produced a truly realistic person, with many details still needing refinement. The third was performing in reality using the lingering empathy from the performance space. With the bonus of empathy but more self-control, this fused experiential and method acting well, scoring about 85 points. This was how she acted in CSI, leading to online comments that her presence completely overshadowed the TV show and her acting belongs on the big screen. The fourth was performing in reality without the golden finger after multiple empathy practices in the performance space, essentially repeating the previous practice results. This fused experiential and presentational acting, scoring about 80 points in Li Mei's self-assessment, or up to 85 for simpler characters and scenes. This was how she played Kitty, partly to reduce reliance on the golden finger, and partly due to Robert's many retakes. Li Mei had found that too much empathy in a short time caused headaches. Given Robert's tendency to reshoot simple scenes for 3 hours, she'd go mad maintaining constant empathy, so she somewhat reluctantly adopted the fourth method. The results seemed good. Robert had no issues with her acting, fixating instead on minute details like lighting and framing, typical concerns for new directors. Jenny just had to spend the entire afternoon repeating her performance over and over, like a rewound tape endlessly replaying. So acting isn't just a skilled craft, but also physical labor. Even incredibly talented stars don't nail every take in one shot as many imagine. True top actors maintain consistently high output. It's not impressive to do well on the first take, but to perform just as well on the 100th take that same day. That's the mark of a true master. After a full afternoon of shooting, she went home and crashed, only crawling out of bed to shower in the middle of the night. She had the next 2 days off, then on the third day she filmed Kitty's arrest, berating reporters, and struggling furiously. After that, she was done. In Robert's revised script, Kitty's scenes were cut down to what Li Mei had seen in the final film. The previous song and dance number showcasing Kitty's popularity was removed. The role's screen time dropped to about 1 to 2 minutes. As the actress playing Mama, the prison matron, jokingly remarked, "If we'd known it would turn out like this, probably only half as many actresses would have auditioned. Lucy Liu certainly wouldn't have come." Lucy was now filming Kill Bill. She and Jenny kept in occasional contact. Jenny had made some friends on set, including the actress playing Velma from the Chicago musical, who played one of the 6 inmates in the film. However, Jenny had no interaction with Renee or Catherine throughout, since they had no scenes together. Though they crossed paths at meals, Jenny wisely didn't introduce herself. Apart from the first day, Renee's manager Veronica also didn't cause any more trouble. After being exhausted one last time by perfectionist Robert, Jenny successfully completed her filming for Chicago and left the production. In the following days, she had no classes. Her only preparation was for Saturday's dinner with Robert Marshall. Author's note: Off-Broadway and Off-Broadway mainly stage avant-garde shows with unclear commercial value, while Broadway hosts established hits like Cats, Rent, Mamma Mia, etc. Off-Broadway and Off-Broadway actors are paid very little, sometimes nothing. Broadway leads earn relatively high salaries. Broadway is the center of American theater and a world theater capital, with London's West End being the other major hub. I've previously explained presentational and experiential acting. Method acting, simply put, is when Jenny plays a thief and completely inhabits the character both on and off set during filming. It's a branch of experiential acting. You can look up more specifics online. Li Mei removed a black dress from the rack, holding it up to herself briefly before shaking her head and returning it. Yes, Cesare certainly benefits from his family connections, she mused. You know, he was always flitting about as a child, living with his grandparents in New York for a spell, which is when we met, then with his mother and stepfather in France for a time. It wasn't until he returned to LA for high school that he truly settled. His family jokes that he's the one who truly mastered the entire clan's network of contacts, while everyone else only grasped fragments. Jenny examined a sleek black cocktail dress, admiring its classic Chanel silhouette. Is that so? He hardly seems like someone raised by multiple households. Then again, Cesare strikes me as the type who never giggled as an infant or soiled a diaper. Lillian dissolved into laughter. Exactly. His parents were always so busy, especially after the divorce. And his grandparents weren't exactly the nurturing type. They were in the midst of their own split when Cesare lived with them. It's rather miraculous he turned out as he did. They all say he's the most serious member of the family, a true anomaly among the Schmidts. Ah, so Schmidt is his father's surname, Jenny noted, selecting a dress. Lil darling, what do you think of this one? It's lovely, Lillian replied, glancing at the price tag. Just a bit too inexpensive. Jenny suppressed a sigh. Clearly, Lillian and Cesare were quarreling again. As if reading Jenny's mind, Lillian produced a credit card. Cesare's covering all expenses today, she announced, a hint of defiance in her tone. Jenny didn't demur. If Cesare wanted her looking impeccable for Robert and was willing to foot the bill, she saw no reason to refuse. However, this didn't mean she intended to take advantage, running up astronomical charges. Her plan was to purchase one designer dress versatile enough for multiple occasions and pair it with accessories from her own collection. At most, she might buy a pair of shoes, as many of her inherited pairs were of questionable taste and quality. Lillian, however, seemed intent on wreaking financial havoc. She made a beeline for the most opulent gowns in Dior, as if determined to max out Cesare's card. When Jenny gently suggested these were too formal for dinner, Lillian pivoted, insisting on outfitting Jenny's entire wardrobe. Jenny firmly stated she only intended to buy one dress today. And so it went, with Lillian now fixated on finding the most exorbitantly priced cocktail dress available. Her angelic demeanor had given way to a more petulant, privileged air. Jenny, unwilling to indulge this mood, retreated to the dressing room to try on her selection. Emerging, she admired the effect. This is the one, she declared. I've got the perfect shoes at home to match. My shopping is done for the day. Lillian pouted childishly, dragging her feet as Jenny led her to the checkout. Only after Lillian reluctantly produced the card did Jenny smile and say, now it's my turn to help you shop. You've got Cesare's card, right? Might as well max it out. After all, he's the one who upset you. Lillian giggled sheepishly. So you noticed. But she tucked the card away. You're right, I am in a shopping mood. But I won't use his money. Come on, help me try on that dress I spotted earlier. The rest of the morning unfolded in typical feminine fashion, a whirlwind of mutual flattery, serious discussions, and retail therapy. Li Mei drew upon years of experience shopping with her former mother-in-law, effortlessly charming Lillian into high spirits. By the time they parted ways, Lillian had happily charged over $10,000 worth of couture, accessories, and cosmetics to her own account. As they settled into a casual lunch of indulgent comfort food, Lillian declared, I'm feeling much better now. But why didn't you ask me about my fight with Cesare? Jenny had been reluctant to pry into Cesare's private life, but her friendship with Lillian made such entanglements difficult to avoid. You're right, she conceded. What happened between you two? Lillian's smile turned wry. I'm sorry, if I had another friend here, I wouldn't burden you with this. Her expression darkened. It's actually one of my biggest frustrations with him. You see, I'm from New York and I didn't go to college in California. The only reason I came to LA for med school was Cesare. Same goes for working at the hospital here. All my friends and college classmates are back in New York. Cesare is my only reason for staying in Los Angeles. Her words tumbled out, tinged with emotion. I'm not saying I regret it, or that I blame him. These were all my choices, Jenny, as long as I can be with him, none of that matters. It was clear Lillian truly loved Cesare. Jenny furrowed her brow. So where's the problem? Lillian shook her head, looking lost. I don't know. I love Cesare, and he loves me. We're healthy, young, wealthy, and in love. I don't know what else we could need. They lapsed into silence as their food arrived. After a few bites, Lillian continued, maybe it's because we're both so busy. Cesare's hardly ever home except to sleep, and I'm often on rotating shifts. Perhaps I should have chosen to be a general practitioner after my residency. It would give us more time together. Jenny could sense Lillian's loneliness. It explained her enthusiasm for their friendship. That might be a good choice, she ventured. Many families have the man as the primary breadwinner. Cesare's income could easily support you both, and even if it couldn't, you have your trust fund. You could even be a stay-at-home wife if you wanted. I don't want to give up my career, Lillian said, shaking her head. She laughed suddenly. Listen to me, I'm talking nonsense. I can't even accept the idea of being a general practitioner. Jenny, I'm already so dependent on Cesare. If I abandoned my career, he'd be my entire life. Of course, many women are fine with that. My sisters live that way, and I don't object to it. I might even envy it a little. It's just the idea of relying on Cesare even more makes me feel so uneasy. Do you feel he doesn't love you enough? Jenny probed. Or do you not trust him? That's a serious issue, you two should talk about it. Almost 80% of our arguments stem from this, Lillian admitted. My therapist says I need to discuss it with Cesare, that this trust issue could become a major obstacle for us. But I don't know how to bring it up. Cesare thinks everything's fine between us. She sighed heavily. That's why I insist on keeping my own place, why I won't use his credit cards even though he's happy to share. Maybe I just don't want to hear him say, look, baby, I've spent hundreds of thousands on you. Isn't that proof enough of my love? It became apparent that Lillian had been putting on a brave face all morning. Once she started talking, her emotions poured out unchecked. Jenny, drawing on her own life experience, spent the entire afternoon as a patient listener. They parted ways in the parking garage as evening approached, each heading home in separate cars. After battling the dreaded evening traffic, Jenny arrived home just after 7. She threw together a quick salad, went through an abbreviated workout, showered, and despite her exhaustion, forced herself into her performance space. Her dinner with Robert was just 2 days away, and she'd already lost an entire afternoon to socializing. There was no time to rest. Jenny had previously watched an internal recording of the Chicago musical in real life, so she could now choose to view, simulate, and examine the stage effects within her performance space. Since obtaining the disc, she had spent over 70 hours, equivalent to a full day in real time, studying and simulating the performance. This was her first time spending so long in the space, and upon exiting, she suffered from a splitting headache and bouts of nausea for over 2 hours. Truthfully, she still felt a reflexive apprehension about entering the space, but with time running short, she had no choice but to steel herself and press on. In her previous life, Li Mei had seen some musicals due to her love of film and television, though her knowledge wasn't as comprehensive as her understanding of cinema. She had visited Broadway, missing Chicago but catching cats. The materials Cesare provided weren't tedious, though the names were a bit challenging to remember. But necessity breeds innovation through intensive memorization. She now had a basic grasp of Broadway history, enough to avoid being caught flat-footed by Robert's casual references. However, her primary focus remained on Chicago-related information. Chicago began as a 1926 play based on true events, telling the story of a housewife who, in her quest to break into show business, was swindled and seduced, ultimately killing her lover in a fit of rage. After her arrest, her lawyer's skillful manipulation of public opinion, the jury, and the judge led to her acquittal. She emerged not only free but famous and successful. This dark comedy sharply satirized Chicago's decadence and the public spacer instincts. Adapted into a musical in the 1970s, it has run continuously since, with many memorable numbers. The lead roles of Roxy and Velma are complex, strongly individual characters, challenging to portray. Productions typically cast experienced, well-known actresses in these roles, partly due to the characters being mature women rather than ingenues. At 20, barely 21 after New Year's, Jenny was admittedly young for the part. However, after watching the recorded version, she felt her singing and dancing skills weren't far behind the original performers. Her dancing, always a natural talent, had improved significantly after months of intensive training. Her trial runs in the performance space left her quite satisfied, and Jenny was not one to go easy on herself. Her approval spoke volumes. As for her singing, Jenny had a pleasant voice. Li Mei had studied vocals as a child before abandoning it due to limitations in her voice, but the foundation remained. She had practiced and found that, at the very least, she sang more beautifully than Renee. While the recorded Roxy had excellent technique, her voice had a somewhat nasal quality. Jenny felt she at least had an edge in this aspect, with other comparisons being subjective. Regarding acting, well, in musical theater, music takes precedence over drama. The recorded actress's performance paled in comparison to Jenny's enhanced abilities, let alone Renee's. Considering these factors, while Cesari's idea seemed far-fetched, it wasn't entirely implausible. Objectively, Jenny had the necessary skills. The main obstacles were Broadway's inherent exclusivity and her own lack of fame. To overcome these hurdles, Robert Marshall was the key. It was no wonder Cesare had given her 4 or 5 days to prepare for this dinner. He could recommend her to Robert, provide extensive materials, and arrange this meeting, but ultimately, it was up to Jenny herself to convince Robert she was worth his endorsement. As an aside, Jenny fully understood why Lillian struggled to find security in her relationship with Cesare. He wasn't the type to inspire blind trust. Unlike Dave, who exuded dependability, Cesare, despite offering her excellent opportunities, hadn't given Jenny much reason to feel secure. Working with him felt like a series of hurdles, each one representing a tantalizing chance. But the bar kept rising, and in the end, it all came down to her own abilities. If she cleared the hurdle, the opportunity was hers. If not. So far, Jenny had performed admirably, and she had no desire to find out what failure might entail. She was determined to win over Robert Marshall, no matter what it took. Not bad, Cesare remarked politely as Jenny drove to CAA to meet him. Thanks, Jenny replied. She suddenly noticed Cesare was also wearing a black suit today, and by coincidence they had chosen the same accessory. He wore pearl cufflinks and a tie clip, while she had selected pearl earrings. This detail made her slightly uncomfortable. Honestly, your sense of style seems straight out of the 1920s. Is there another agent in the whole city who would choose pearl cufflinks for everyday wear? An agent with taste would, Cesare replied. His gaze lingered briefly near Jenny's ears, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are those fake pearl earrings? I thought I made it clear to Lillian that day to pick out a presentable outfit for you, on my dime. Trust me, if I had let her have her way that day, you'd be bankrupt by now, Jenny quickly clarified, sensing Cesare might be suspecting Lillian of being stingy. What does it matter if pearls are real or fake? Most people can't tell the difference anyway. The issue now was that their outfits looked too much like a couple's. It might give Robert the wrong idea. But on second thought, Jenny decided there was no need to avoid this misunderstanding. In fact, letting Robert continue to misunderstand might prove useful. But I know you're wearing fake pearls, Cesare said coldly, clearly bothered by this. Does it drive you crazy when anything tries to pass for something it's not? Jenny asked, secretly amused at this rare moment of Cesare seeming almost human. How do you manage in Manhattan? The socialites there wear fake jewelry so often it must be unbearable for you. Cesare snorted dismissively, not deigning to answer Jenny's question. Jenny felt emboldened as they entered the elevator. Of course, if my earrings bother you that much, you could always get me some paying gigs instead of just musicals. At the rate these auditions are going, affording real pearl earrings is a long way off. Would you please be quiet? Cesare said softly. Okay. Jenny realized she might have pushed too far. In truth, Cesare was doing quite well by her, even if he hadn't immediately landed her lucrative film roles. That was due to Jenny's own career strategy. If she wanted to go another route, she could be making money already. Bit parts in B-movies or leads in low-budget R-rated films could net her a few $100,000. But starting a career that way would likely keep her stuck at that level for her entire career, with million-dollar roles remaining a pipe dream, let alone Golden Globes or Oscars. They maintained silence until reaching the parking lot. Jenny had driven her own car, but on second thought, she followed Cesare towards his Bugatti Veyron instead of heading to her vehicle. Why are you looking at me like that? Jenny explained in response to Cesare's questioning glance. We might be drinking tonight, and I'm a lightweight. You wouldn't want me driving drunk, would you? Cesare offered no objection. As they settled into the car, he instructed during the drive, don't bring up the audition right away. Wait for my signal. No problem, Jenny agreed. Robert's not a vegetarian, so don't try to be too unique. Tonight's not the time for dieting. Cesare scrutinized the details closely. Don't dominate the conversation. Know your place. Jenny acquiesced to all his instructions. By chance, Robert's car arrived almost simultaneously with theirs. The three exchanged greetings at the restaurant entrance before being seated at a window table. They each placed their orders, Robert and Cesare ordering generously, while Jenny, after some deliberation, chose a main course and dessert, naturally including a salad. One might have expected an awkward meal, given Jenny's unfamiliarity with both men, Cesare's robotic demeanor, and Robert's reputation as a perfectionist control freak. Surprisingly, this was not the case. Jenny witnessed firsthand what Cesare had meant by when necessary, I can be polite and witty. He truly was polite and witty, with the entire meal passing amidst laughter, without any mention of the Chicago musical audition. Indeed, Robert said, swallowing his last bite of salad, I must admit I'm starting to miss Broadway. The weather in California is too hot, and you know I rarely drive myself in New York. But in California, public transportation is practically non-existent. I think I might be the only exception in the city. Everyone in New York can't wait to escape, while I'm thinking about returning to that high-risk city to continue working. Cesare and Jenny both laughed. His words might seem strange a decade later, but in the months following 9/11, there was indeed speculation that New York City might be the target of another terrorist attack. Broadway's autumn and winter box office will likely hit a low point this year due to September 11th's impact. Cesare sipped his wine. Honestly, you should be grateful you're in California right now. Advertisers don't care about 9/11, they'll just berate the theater managers, and the theater managers will of course take it out on the poor writers and directors. Robert spread his hands. So who can blame directors for having bad tempers? They laughed again. Robert glanced at Jenny. Frankly, when you first mentioned that matter to me, I was quite conservative in my attitude. But today, my view has changed. These days, we need some professionally minded actors, not picky, arrogant stars. He was clearly referring to more than just Broadway. Cesari's eyes flickered. I hear Renee has been complaining frequently in private. She's just a bitch. Robert took a large gulp of wine, his words growing heated. So is Catherine, and Richard even more so. For God's sake, what's he so cocky about? If Marlon Brando hadn't turned down the role, we wouldn't have even considered him. I was strongly against Harvey's decision on this. Richard's voice is too poor. I'd rather have someone younger than him. The Harvey he mentioned was Harvey Weinstein, the main investor in this film and later known as an Oscar mastermind. Films produced by Weinstein Company had a higher chance of winning Oscars than those from other companies, with their entire company strategy revolving around the Academy Awards. Isn't everyone like that on their first film? Cesare consoled Robert. James Cameron used to diss the actors in studio every night at the bar while filming Piranha 2, until he made The Terminator. Things only improved then, not because his temper got better, but because no one dared to cross him anymore. Robert, all you lack now is one film to prove yourself. Trust me, Chicago can do that for you. Robert was in a good mood tonight, showing none of the irritability and neurosis he displayed on set. He smiled at Jenny. Cesare was a key factor in convincing Harvey to increase the investment. After reading the script, he gave it high praise and came directly to me to promote you. I then relayed his recommendation to Harvey, which led Harvey to concede quite a bit in our budget negotiations. In fact, if it weren't for Cesari's introduction, Harvey might not have even noticed me at the time. I didn't know Cesare also represented directors beyond managing artists' film careers, Jenny remarked. He doesn't, Robert shook his head. But he's very helpful, always willing to lend a hand. On Broadway, there are quite a few people who owe him favors. This guy's like a fucking angel. Only for those with potential, Cesare demurred. I'm not generally helpful, I just enjoy assisting future stars, letting them owe me big before they take off. This flattery was skillfully done. Robert was delighted, raising his glass to clink lightly with Cesari's before turning to Jenny. To future stars, cheers. Amidst the banter, the three finished their main course and soon arrived at the highlight of the meal, wine tasting and dessert conversation time. After an enjoyable dinner, Robert was clearly in good spirits. He tactfully entered the main topic without needing any prompting, moving away from Broadway gossip and personnel disputes to praise Jenny's performance. To Cesare. You know, when Catherine first approached me, I was quite uncomfortable. I mean, this is my first film, and I wanted everything to be professional. Of course, when I later learned she was your client, I felt even more uneasy. Given our relationship, you didn't need to approach me through Catherine. Later I realized you wanted to save that favor, holding on to it until now to push for her musical audition. Robert's words might seem confusing, but Jenny understood perfectly. Americans tend to be more direct about these matters than Chinese people. Cesare had acted as an intermediary between Robert and Harvey Weinstein, helping Robert's script find a filming opportunity. This meant Robert owed Cesare a favor. Here, I owe you a favor is very straightforward. It's a one-time debt. Once Robert repays this favor, there won't be any ongoing obligation between him and Cesare. Future work interactions would be purely professional, unlike the Chinese workplace phenomenon where one favor might be repaid multiple times. Of course, if Robert and Cesare were close friends, there wouldn't be any concept of owing favors. Mutual help would be a given. So when Cesare initially had Catherine arrange for Jenny to be included in the auditions, it was to avoid using up this valuable favor. Later, when Robert decided to cast Jenny as Kitty, although Cesare had a hand in facilitating it, it was ultimately Robert's own decision, not something he did reluctantly out of obligation, so it didn't count as using the favor. Tonight, Cesare hoped Robert would use his influence to get Jenny a candidate who clearly lacked the qualifications and professional background to normally make it past the first round into the final audition for the Chicago musical. This would be a genuine favor, enough to repay what Robert owed Cesare. Of course, if Jenny were unattractive or overweight, Robert would refuse this unreasonable request even if it meant owing the favor for longer. From Robert's tone, it was clear he was quite satisfied with Jenny and willing to use the favor for this purpose. He had even proactively arranged this dinner to facilitate it. However, Jenny could deduce from Cesari's attitude that he was somewhat reluctant to expend this favor here. He hoped Jenny could impress Robert during dinner, persuading him to arrange the audition for other reasons, thus saving this favor for future use. Some of this information Jenny had pieced together from tonight's conversation, micro-expressions, and body language, while some she had sensed earlier. Now, with Robert's frank words, all the puzzle pieces fell into place, revealing the complete web of personal obligations. Jenny took a sip of wine to disguise her thoughts, considering for a moment before confidently smiling and interjecting, "Actually, Robert, Cesare did have that intention, but I convinced him not to use this valuable favor yet. Let me try to persuade you myself." Robert clearly liked her and wasn't put off by her teasing of him and Cesare. Instead, he smiled with interest. "I finally hear your voice, Jenny. I suppose it's your turn to perform now?" Previously, Jenny could only be a competent listener in their conversations, laughing at the right moments and agreeing when appropriate to avoid seeming out of place. But she wasn't familiar enough with Broadway to actively participate. So when Robert said he was finally hearing her voice and willingly passed her the conversational baton, he was clearly giving her a chance to shine. "I wouldn't call it a performance. I don't intend to conquer you with my charm." Jenny made air quotes near her ear, eliciting a chuckle from Robert. She could sense Cesare watching her with interest too, but chose to ignore it. "What I want to convince you of, Robert, is that I personally deserved this audition." She leaned forward slightly, a gesture Cesare often used to increase persuasiveness and pressure. "And I'm worth you investing a favor, Robert." Robert's movements paused briefly before he burst into laughter. "Cesare, your little girlfriend is truly interesting. She certainly doesn't seem like the type of starlet who'd be content just marrying you, does she?" As expected, he had misunderstood. Jenny inwardly sighed with relief. The coincidence of the pearl cufflinks and earrings had achieved its effect. This not only showed that Robert paid attention to details, which wasn't surprising, Jenny had already noticed this during the 3-hour ordeal, but also meant he definitely wouldn't make any sexual innuendos tonight. This wasn't to say Robert was of low character, but in Hollywood circles, it might be considered a kind of norm. For instance, if Robert were persuaded today and willing to recommend Jenny without Cesare using up his favor, then Jenny would owe him an enormous favor. She'd have to greet him with a smile whenever they met in the future. If he suggested continuing the evening at a bar later, and they hit it off, followed by some flirtatious glances from him, her room for refusal would be quite limited. At least, a tactful refusal would become very difficult. But now that he thought she was Cesari's girlfriend, everything was different. Now it all depended on how Cesare would respond. "Robert, you know I don't get involved with my clients," Cesare said, but his tone was casual and relaxed, with a hint of amusement. "It's unprofessional for the company." Robert raised his hands, laughing. I understand. Okay, I won't say anything." "All right, Jenny, I already know you can act. You're dedicated and can endure repeated performances, which is crucial for theater. More importantly, you're beautiful. Handsome men and beautiful women aren't rare in Hollywood or on Broadway, and there are talented actors everywhere. But those who combine both qualities are scarce resources. I acknowledge this. Cesare acknowledges this, otherwise he wouldn't have signed you. I believe Cesare wouldn't let romance cloud his judgment, and I wouldn't have chosen you for Chicago." He took a bite of angel food cake. "Your singing is good, your dancing is good. I've noticed all of this. Yes, you can compete for Roxy. You have that qualification. But what I want to know now is, why do you want to play Roxy?" "You mean?" Jenny looked slightly confused. "A musical won't turn those earrings of yours real, darling," Robert said. "Nor will it make you Angelina Jolie overnight. It offers limited pay and limited influence. Why do you want to perform in it? Don't tell me it's Cesari's arrangement. That's not a reason that will convince me. Your ability to play Roxy well under someone else's arrangement is completely different from truly desiring to portray Roxy from the bottom of your heart. If you don't want me to recommend you just to repay a favor, then you need to convince me. Make me believe that the person I'm recommending will truly make the musical better. You should know, I'm not in charge of casting for the Chicago musical. To recommend you, I'll have to use my own connections." Despite having had some alcohol, his gaze was calm and clear, subtly revealing the pickiness characteristic of a perfectionist. Jenny knew this was the core question of the evening, the one that would determine the success or failure of her night. She took a deep breath.